Chapter 668, The Formation of the Dharma Body and Nascent Soul. Fu Xingzhu had been missing for over 30 years, and in the end, his soul lamp went out, leaving Fu Xingzhu, who had always held onto hope, heartbroken. Chen Mobai could only offer words of comfort regarding this matter. Then he instructed all the members of the Shenmu sect outside to investigate matters concerning Fu Xingzhu. However, both he and Fu Xingzhu knew that there had been no news for over 30 years, and now that he was dead, it was even more impossible to find anything. Overwhelmed with grief, Fu Xingzhu went to Yunmeng's and killed a large group of demonic beasts, finally venting his anger. Chen Mobai could only manage a wry smile at this. However, it was also because Zhou Shenking's Dharma body and nascent soul had already completed their transformation. Otherwise, Fu Xingzhu would not have left. Moreover, after he went to Yunmeng's, he also freed Mo Duguang, who had been stationed at Fengyuwu, and informed the latter of this matter. Upon receiving this news, Mo Duguang immediately took the teleportation array and arrived at Giantwood Ridge. Chen Mobai personally received him and brought him to Zhou Shenking's Longevity Wood Dojo. Mo Duguang sat silently at the entrance, acting as Zhou Shenking's protector. Time flies, and the end of the year is fast approaching. That day, Chen Mobai was discussing a piece of news he had just received with Yue Zhudo. Suddenly, a slight earthquake struck the entire giant tree ridge. Then, the vast spiritual energy accumulated by the myriad trees array began to boil, transforming into a sky full of colorful light that surged toward the Longevity Wood Taoist temple where Zhou Shenking was in seclusion. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but burst into laughter. He immediately transformed into a beam of light and flew over. Meanwhile, another golden core of spiritual light flew in from not far away. Half a month ago, Fu Xingzhu also returned, because he calculated the time and knew that Zhou Shenking would soon be out of seclusion. Before the Longevity Wood Dojo, Mo Duguang, with his upright and sword-like posture, stood at the entrance. When he saw the two of them coming over, he nodded slightly as a greeting. Senior brother has finally succeeded. Fu Xingzhu felt the vast and boundless spiritual energy fluctuations around him, and couldn't help but be extremely excited. With a clear, long whistle, Zhou Shenking, dressed in an elegant Taoist robe, flew down from the tree. His robes fluttered in the wind like a dancing crane. When he landed in front of the three, he couldn't help but smile, revealing his snow-white teeth. Combined with his fair and slightly translucent skin and figure, he gave Chen Mobai a sense of unfathomable profundity, like a gentle breeze. Greetings, Ancestor Zhou. According to the rules of the Eastern Wilderness, after Zhou Shenking formed his nascent soul, his seniority increased by one generation, and they needed to call him Ancestor. My three junior brothers, there's no need for that. Just call me Senior Brother. However, Zhou Shenking shook his head. He was able to achieve his current level entirely thanks to the protection and assistance of the three people in front of him. The significance of a sect existence lies precisely in this. When he was strong, he guided and protected his fellow disciples and followers. When he was weak, he was the one who was protected and helped by them. Now that his Dharma body and nascent soul have been formed, Zhou Shenking is the pillar of the Divine Wood sect, the golden beam that holds up the sea. Congratulations, Senior Brother. Since Zhou Shenking had said so, the three of them naturally didn't stand on ceremony and continued to address each other as fellow disciples. Should this matter be announced to the entire Eastern Wilderness, and that the 5-element sect of Returning Heaven Valley and the Snow-Blowing Palace be summoned to pay their respects? Fu Xingzhu spoke first, asking a question. According to convention, nascent soul cultivators are naturally the undisputed overlords of this Eastern Wilderness and can act like the primordial ancestor. His idea was to make Yanshe and work for them, to refine pills again. Junior Brother Chen, what do you think? Zhou Shenking pondered for a moment, then turned to Chen Mobai and asked. Just then, Chu Zuoshu sent a message from the Eastern Yi. The three of you should take a look. Chen Mobai handed a jade slip to Zhou Shenking, whose expression changed slightly after he scanned it with his divine sense. Next up were Mo Duguang and Fu Xingzhu. Even with their deep cunning, they couldn't help but be shocked after seeing it. Zhou Shenqing, the Eastern barbarians are about to undergo a major upheaval. 200 years ago, Ku Zhu, the leader of Kongseng Valley in Dongyi, devised a plan to seize the third-tier spirit rice seeds of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, triggering a great war between the two major nascent soul sects in Dongyi. In the end, the nascent soul cultivators of Kongseng Valley bowed their heads, banished the bitter bamboo, and sealed the mountain for 100 years, thus putting the matter to rest. After Ku Zhu was expelled, Jin Feng Laozu, who hated him for stirring up trouble, sent many people to hunt him down. Because Kongseng Valley was closed off at that time, and no one could help, everyone believed that Kuzhu would perish under the pursuit of Xuanxiao Dao Palace. However, the result was that Ku Zhu escaped from Dongyi, and even killed 2 of the 3 core formation cultivators who were surrounding and killing him. Upon receiving the news, the Golden Wind ancestor was so enraged that he disregarded his still-healed body and personally took action. But by then, Kuzhu had already disappeared through an ancient teleportation array. This incident made Ku Zhu famous, and he was hailed as the first core formation expert of the Eastern Yi. 200 years later, the bitter bamboo returned. His strength has already reached the nascent soul stage. This was exactly what Chen Mobai had been discussing with Yue Zhudo. Although Xuanxiao Dao Palace and Kongseng Valley hadn't started fighting yet, given their past grievances, a major battle was inevitable once Kuzhu returned. As an alchemist, ancestor Jin Feng is quite famous in the eastern lands. The Xuanxiao Chamber of Commerce relies on the pills he refines to travel in the eastern lands. His wealth is definitely the most abundant among the 3 nascent soul cultivators of the eastern barbarians. However, when faced with 2 nascent soul cultivators, he can probably only cower in the Great Formation. Zhou Shenqing expressed his opinion. Kongseng Valley already had a nascent soul cultivator, and now with the addition of Kuzhu, if they were to settle old scores with Xuanxiao Dao Palace, the Golden Wind ancestor would definitely be unable to stop them. Would the Sunbathing Sea, for the sake of maintaining balance, step in to help the Xuanxiao Dao Palace? Fu Zhangju shared his opinion, which drew nods of agreement from Zhou Shenqing and Chen Mobai. If they were in the position of the White Crow ancestor, they would definitely make this choice. Everyone understands the principle of mutual dependence. So what I mean is, we should not reveal the news of senior brother Zhou's achievement of nascent soul for the time being, because the eastern wilderness is right next to the eastern barbarians. If a new nascent soul appears here, they will definitely regard us as an unstable factor, and there is even a possibility that they will join forces to wipe us out before the final battle. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, everyone felt that it made a lot of sense. For now, maintain a low profile and avoid attracting the attention of the 3 major sects of Dongyi. Given the grudges between Xuanxiao Dao Palace and Kongseng Valley, a battle is inevitable after Kuzhu returns from his nascent soul stage. Whether the bathing sun sea takes action and a new balance is achieved, or whether Ancestor White Crow sits back and lets Xuanxiao Dao Palace bear the pressure alone, it will be a good thing for their divine wood sect. Chen Mobai continued discussing the countermeasures he had just discussed with Yue Zhudo. The best outcome would be the destruction of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, the death of Jin Feng ancestor, and then our alliance with Yu Rai Hai to achieve a balance with Kongseng Valley. After listening, Zhou Shenqing nodded in agreement. After he forms his nascent soul, he can inherit the favor his master, the primordial ancestor, has in the bathing sun sea. If he goes to negotiate, the White Crow ancestor will definitely be willing to give him face. Zhou Shenqing, then let's wait and see for a while. However, we can start working on remerging the 5 elements sect. This matter is also a knot in Zhou Shenqing's heart. Since he personally led the wood vein and the metal vein away from Hunyuan Immortal City, he must now personally lead the 2 veins back. Chen Mobai, what should I do, senior brother? After reaching the nascent soul stage, Zhou Shenqing could roam freely throughout the vast eastern wilderness, and only the 4th-order formations of the major sects could protect him. So he was going to Hunyuan Immortal City to personally reclaim everything that belonged to him. If Zhou Yi is willing to hand over the primordial Tao fruit, I am willing to keep him as an elder after I reunite the Five Elements sect. If he is not willing, then don't blame me for being ruthless." As Zhou Shenking said this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. When the mysterious Five Elements array of Hunyuan Immortal City was set up, I contributed to it. Although Zhou Yi must have changed the array flag nodes and entry and exit restrictions after the family split, the five most crucial spiritual pivots cannot be changed. So as long as I can enter the Immortal City, with the cooperation of my junior brothers and sisters from the other three lineages, we can stop the operation of this great array. The Five Elements array of mystery is at its most powerful when the primordial ancestor presides over it in the center, and the five core formation disciples each hold a position in charge of one of the five elements. It was this that helped suppress the poison dragon and fight against the ghost cultivators on the Yellow Springs Road. Unfortunately, after the passing of the primordial ancestor, this formation could no longer be moved. Zhou Shenking, "Junior brother Mo, let's go find the other two junior brothers and sisters and catch up." Without the obstruction of formations, a nascent soul cultivator would be invincible in the eastern wilderness. However, for this matter to succeed, Sheng Jiaxi and Nujiang are also key figures. Mo Duguang listened and nodded with a sigh. 90 years have passed since they separated from their family, and now the two of them are going to prove that Master Hunyuan made the wrong choice back then. However, Chen Mobai still reminded Zhou Shenking that it was best not to reveal his nascent soul stage before the situation on the eastern barbarian side became clear. Zhou Shenking listened to the advice and said he would just visit Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi to catch up and make some preliminary preparations for the recapture of the Five Elements sect. The two of them can keep the secret, and besides, I've finally managed to emerge from seclusion, so I'll have to show off to some acquaintances. Zhou Shenking smiled and shared his inner thoughts. Chen Mobai understood perfectly after hearing this. Because he's that kind of person too. The sect will be overseen by my two junior brothers. If you need my help, contact me using this talisman. Before leaving, Zhou Shenking picked 2 leaves from the longevity tree and drew a talisman for Chen Mobai and Fu Zhangju on the spot. After reaching the nascent soul stage, his talisman-making skills had clearly improved significantly. His ability to condense spiritual energy in the void and inscribe talismans on leaves was something that Chen Mobai greatly admired. He was originally known as a talisman genius, but after reaching the core formation stage, he had too many things to cultivate, so he gradually put this skill aside. To this day, he has not yet passed the exam to become a third-tier talisman maker in the immortal sect. After Zhou Shenking and Mo Duguang left, Chen Mobai, who had been somewhat restrained, suddenly loosened his pace. With a nascent soul cultivator in charge, he was confident he could withstand even if Ancestor Jin Feng personally led the Xuanxiao Dao Palace army to invade. So he instructed Yue Zhudao to implement some of the more radical new policies that had been suppressed before, in preparation for the unification of the 7 kingdoms. Good things kept happening one after another. Shortly after Zhou Shenking achieved nascent soul, the Zhou king sent a message saying that a green wood fiend cave had been discovered somewhere near the desolate ruins of the Zhao kingdom. Chen Mobai decided to personally go to the eastern wilderness plateau to inspect the progress of the sect's earth-shaking project. Master, in about 13 years, the Beijiang River in Yan Kingdom will be completed according to plan. Zhuo Ming, whose skin had turned even more yellow, and Chen Mobai flew in the air, proudly speaking to the endlessly flowing Beijiang River below. Besides the two of them, Luo Yixuan, Yin Qingmei, Yi Yun, Jiang Zhengheng, and other members of the Shenmu sect's leadership team in Yan Kingdom were also present. It was precisely because of the concerted efforts of this group that the opening of Beijiang was able to proceed so smoothly, even half as fast as Chen Mobai had imagined. As they flew through the air, they looked down to see dense, towering green grass. On this pasture, herds of spirit cattle and antelopes, led by cultivators from the Divine Wood Sect's Beast Department, were thriving scattered across the plateau. Some flat areas have also been reclaimed into vast fields of spiritual rice, where golden rice ears, like a golden ocean, shimmer with the dazzling glow of a bountiful harvest carried on the gentle breeze. This year alone, the spiritual rice and livestock industry within the territory of Yan Kingdom will bring the Shenmu sect an income of over 1 million spirit stones. Moreover, this number will increase over time. Now, the Shenmu sect cultivators, who were initially puzzled by Chen Mobai's insistence on spending enormous human and material resources to develop the eastern wilderness plateau, have all come to understand and are praising their sect leader's foresight. This is equivalent to an inexhaustible mine of spirit stones. If the entire eastern wilderness plateau is successfully developed, even if all the spirit stone mines on the eastern wilderness were combined, the annual income would still be less than the output here. Such a bright future has fueled the Shenmu sect disciples' growing enthusiasm for developing the eastern wilderness plateau. This year, more than 1,500 Qi refining cultivators from the 3 palaces and 12 departments have taken on missions from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion and come to this eastern wilderness plateau. In addition to opening up the river channel, the spiritual veins of Baiyuan City were also upgraded to the 4th tier after the Zhenshan stone was in place, under the guidance of Zhuo Ming, with the joint efforts of the cultivators from the Array Department and the Spiritual Vein Department. For this, Yi Yun invested all the spirit stones from the sale of houses in Baiyuan City and even overspent the shop rent for the next 5 years. All of this was worthwhile after the spiritual vein was successfully upgraded. Great job, you all did a great job. Chen Mobai was delighted with Iwakuni's performance and couldn't help but praise Zhuo Ming, Yi Yun, and the others repeatedly. However, this good mood cooled considerably when he saw Mo from Zio Kingdom. Compared to the impressive lineup and advanced progress of Zhuo Ming's team in Yan Country, Luo Zuer and Zhou Wangshan are lagging far behind. Chen Mobai compared the figures and estimated that it would take about 23 more years to complete the confluence of the Mo River and the Bai River. After surveying half of the Zio Kingdom from midair, Chen Mobai couldn't help but frown. Seeing the sect leader's expression, Zhou Wangshan and Luo Zuer exchanged a glance and quickly went over to report the good news. End of this chapter. Chapter 669, The Sky and the Earth. Chapter 669, The Sky and the Earth. Sect leader, the Azure Wood Fiend cave we discovered is a 2nd-tier high-grade cave, and it hasn't been mined yet. However, because it's close to the desolate ruins, it's guarded by a pack of Azure Wolf demonic beasts. Chen Mobai has a long-standing task at Lingbao Pavilion, to collect King Musha. Zhou Wangshan attaches great importance to this and has been searching for it throughout his Zio Kingdom over the years. However, cultivators are still human. Even professional geomancers who search for these spiritual veins and caves will find nothing 99 times out of 10, let alone ordinary rogue cultivators. The discovery of the Greenwood Demon was made possible by the plan to open up 2 major rivers. The river course that Chen Mobai chose was carefully surveyed and designed. Every bend in the river is a known spiritual vein or a vital point on the plateau. After the river flows through the plateau, it will carry the spiritual energy from these vital points to nourish the land, making the land fertile and the vegetation lush. In addition to these, Chen Mobai also drew inspiration from the Earth Network concept of the immortal sect. This was something he only learned after he formed his core. All the mountains, rivers, and lakes on Earth Origin Star had been condensed into a super array by the previous generations of nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect. This array encompassed all the spiritual veins and controlled the Earth's spiritual core, with the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain being the central hub. That is why 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain is a 6th-order spiritual vein. All the spiritual energy of the immortal sects must pass through the Earth Network main gate on the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain before it can be released to the 36 Grotto Heavens and 72 Blessed Lands. Then, the local spiritual network department will distribute it as needed, and it will be transported to thousands of households through the Earth Network management system level by level. If the 2 super arrays, the heavenly canopy and the earthly network, were to operate simultaneously, They could even drive the earthly star out of its current orbit and into the unknown vast ocean of the universe. With the current strength of Shenmu sect and Chen Mobai, it is naturally impossible for them to work with Tianmu and Dilu. However, the foundation can be laid first. While opening up the two great rivers, Chen Mobai also had the array formation department and the spiritual vein department of the Shenmu sect record the terrain and spiritual veins of the entire eastern wilderness plateau, and had them bury array plates and array flags in the spiritual veins and spiritual hubs through which the great rivers flow. If the Shenmu sect can cultivate an outstanding array master in the future, all of these can be connected to form the Nine-Bend River Luo Grand Array, which is a part of the Earth network. The discovery of the Greenwood Demon Cave was made possible by this discovery. Before the river was opened up, some of the Shenmu sect disciples who searched for spiritual veins and determined the spiritual core found no reaction after they entered the array plate. The true disciples from the formation department and the spirit vein department arrived at the same time, dug a hole in the earth's crust, and discovered the gushing forth azure wood fiend. However, this earthly fiend spirit cave is quite large, extending even into the desolate ruins. When the Shenmu sect opened the entrance to the cave and began collecting King Musha, it attracted an attack from a group of demonic beasts, and they were almost wiped out. However, the two disciples were quite skilled in combat, and because of the sect's great development in recent years, their pockets had become fuller, allowing them to purchase many life-saving items. They managed to hold out until Zhou Wangshan brought his people over. Then, Zhou Wangshan sent people to guard the cave of the Greenwood Demon, and immediately reported the matter to Chen Mobai to claim credit. The matter of the Greenwood Demon can be considered a merit. However, the development of the Mo River is far behind schedule. If the construction of the confluence of the two rivers is delayed by your efforts, the great achievement of controlling the desertification of the Rainbow Kingdom will also be postponed. After inspecting the progress of the Mo project, Chen Mobai led Zhou Wangshan Luo Zuer and her entourage to the location of the King Musha cave. However, on the way, he still emphasized the key projects. Although he could condense a fourth-tier extreme, Yang Slash, after finding enough Greenwood fiends. But having grown up in the immortal sect, he understood that the strength and prosperity of the collective was the key to the unbroken lineage. After all, even a nascent soul true lord eventually turns to dust when his lifespan ends. The immortal sects rely on the continuous emergence of nascent soul true lords generation after generation to maintain social stability and prosperity, creating thousands of years of peace and prosperity. As the head of the Shenmu sect, Chen Mobai hoped to further cultivate the sect after acquiring Zhou Shenking, a nascent soul cultivator, and nurture more core formation cultivators to strengthen the sect's foundation. After all, at their peak, each of the three major sects of Dongyi had more than 10 core formation cultivators. Only after achieving the core formation stage can one hope to develop the nascent soul stage. Zhuo Ming and Yin Qingmei are both geniuses with the potential to reach the nascent soul stage, so Chen Mobai wanted to train them as soon as possible. So although he was very happy to have mastered the extreme Yang Slash, Chen Mobai still gave Zhou Wangshan and Luo Zuer a warning, telling them to focus on the most crucial task. Sect leader, we also want to try our best, but the people from the 3 halls and 12 departments of the sect always choose to go to Yan Kingdom when they receive missions. They only think of coming to our Xiao Kingdom when there are no more missions available. Luo Zuer couldn't help but complain. As the former deputy hall master of the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence, she had extensive connections in the Divine Wood sect, and was confident that opening up a great river would be easy for her and Zhou Wangshan. But after actually doing it, I realized that the younger disciples of the Shenmu sect are far too pragmatic. As the most dazzling disciple of the Xian ancient lineage, Zhuo Ming also lived up to expectations by planting tens of thousands of acres of spirit fields and distributing spirit rice for free. As a result, the vital forces of the Shenmu sect all flocked to the Yan Kingdom. Even if you can't get a mission in the Lingbao Pavilion, you can find work in the Yan Kingdom, as long as you are a cultivator and know a couple of spells. Even without magic, their efforts in digging river channels far surpass those of ordinary people. Because Zhou Ming ordered a large quantity of first-tier ironware from the weapon refining department, including tools for digging river channels and hoeing fields, all of which required spiritual power to operate. Cultivators below the third level of qi refining were all scrambling to do these jobs because they could get free spiritual rice as a benefit. Luo Zuo and Zhou Wangshan also considered copying the successful experience from Yan country. However, without a skilled plant grower like Zhou Ming to oversee the overall situation, not only was the harvest efficiency low, but even the work of clearing the riverbed was delayed. Sect leader, the main problem is that we don't have enough manpower. Actually, junior sister Zhu often comes over to help with guidance, but the sect disciples are unwilling to come here. Do you think we could issue a policy in the name of the sect to guide some qi refining disciples to come to Zio Kingdom? Over the years, Zhou Wangshan has also deeply felt the taste of being alone and isolated. When he first took office as the garrison commander, he relied on the power of the Zhou family to build what could be called the most luxurious team in Zio Kingdom, including himself, 4 foundation establishment cultivators, 12 former true disciples, and hundreds of qi refining disciples. Yi Yun, along with Yuan Che and Yu Lion and Qi Rui, who were supported by Chen Mobai, could barely match him in terms of the number of foundation establishment disciples. But the number of qi refining disciples who went to Yan Kingdom with him was far less than his. Now, just over a decade later, things have completely reversed. With the addition of Zhou Bingyan and 2 other newly recruited foundation establishment cultivators from various sects, Zhou Wangshan now commands 7 foundation establishment cultivators, a force almost equivalent to the combined resources of all the cultivation families in the entire Zio Kingdom. Even within the entire eastern wilderness, it is second only to the major sects. But when he looked at the Yan Kingdom again, Zhou Wangshan felt only sour emotions. Leaving aside the original 4, Chen Mobai later established the Longevity Academy there, leaving his youngest disciple, Jiang Xingheng, to manage it. After inspecting the entire eastern wilderness, Ding Ying and Lion Maozhai also voluntarily stayed behind, making a total of 7 foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, the key is that most of the students from the Longevity Academy who did not achieve high enough grades to pursue further studies at the Divine Wood sect were recruited and absorbed by Yi Yun, who was located nearby, after graduation, causing the number of qi refining cultivators under his command to expand rapidly. Later, Zhou Ming came over, bringing with her Yin Qingmei and Luo Yixuan. There are 10 foundation establishment cultivators in the Yan Kingdom alone. The unique advantages of Baiyuan City have made it the gathering place for the most independent cultivators and family cultivators in the entire eastern wilderness, including the students of the Longevity Academy. When the river channel was first opened, Yi Yun easily raised a team of 1,000 people here. In addition, Liu Wenbai mobilized resources from Xi'an and Shanpu throughout the entire eastern wilderness, providing a continuous stream of funding. In addition, in order to curry favor with Chen Mobai, even though he, as the sect leader, did not give an order, all the people in the 3 palaces and 12 departments explicitly or implicitly instructed their disciples to go to Yan Kingdom to help Zhou Ming earn merit. Besides qi refining disciples, foundation establishment cultivators are no exception. The heretical golden elixir is still on the exchange list of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Any cultivator who aspires to form their core is now highly motivated, actively seeking out missions and accumulating contribution points. Even if they couldn't exchange for a golden core of the outer path, a third-tier immortal peach, which was only available once a year, was still a rare treasure for foundation establishment cultivators. Yan Yuanhao's breakthrough to the late foundation establishment stage after consuming it greatly inspired them. The task list that had accumulated in the Lingbao Pavilion for nearly 100 years was almost completely cleared out by the foundation establishment cultivators of the Shenmu sect within just a few years. The newly created missions are basically something you have to fight for to get them. Suddenly, the seven kingdoms under the Chen Musec's jurisdiction experienced favorable weather and peace. Many foundation establishment cultivators who had the potential to advance further went to Yan Kingdom on their own initiative when there were no missions available at Lingbao Pavilion. When Chen Mobai went there to inspect before, in addition to Zhu Ming, Yi Yun, and other core foundation establishment cultivators, there were also a dozen or 20 unfamiliar foundation establishment cultivators from various sects following behind him. It can be said that nearly half of the foundation establishment cultivators of the Shenmu sect are on this eastern wilderness plateau. Meanwhile, on the eastern wilderness plateau, 80% of the Shenmu sect disciples were gathered in Yan Kingdom, listening to Zhu Ming's commands. Seeing Zhu Ming receiving so much help from others, Zhou Wangshan and Luo Zuer felt extremely aggrieved. If they had the manpower and resources to allocate, they would certainly not be slower than Iwakuni. After listening to their complaints, Chen Mobai compared the lineups of the two countries and realized that Zhu Ming's side seemed to be a bit too extravagant. The main reason is easy to understand after a little thought. It must be his pride. Chen Mobai couldn't interfere with this, since they were helping his disciples. Many foundation establishment cultivators even helped voluntarily without receiving any payment. However, it won't do if Bai Jiang's progress in Zhao Kingdom is too slow. Zhou Wangshan and Luo Zuer are also working diligently. In addition, they have found a place called King Musha for him this time, so we still need to find a way to help them. Later, I will have Minger select a few batches of well-trained cultivators from Yan Kingdom to come and help you dig river channels, cultivate spirit fields, and plant spirit rice. With the help of experienced people, Bai Jiang's progress will definitely be improved a lot. Chen Mobai was also thinking of balancing the progress of the two sides and having Zhu Ming lead the Yan Kingdom's main force to Zhao Kingdom's side. After all, the more you do, the more merit you accumulate. Thank you, sect leader. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, both Zhou Wangshan and Luo Zuer were overjoyed. At this time, they also arrived at the location of the Azure Wood Demon Cave. Zhou Bingyan and two other foundation establishment cultivators from the Divine Wood sect were guarding the place, setting up a simple formation to resist the attack of a group of wolf-shaped demonic beasts. At this moment, a bright orange-red light shone in the sky, instantly falling outside the formation and crisscrossing. Then all the demonic beasts turned into pieces of flesh scattered on the ground, and blood stained a large circle of green grass. The two cultivators beside Zhou Bingyan were witnessing Chen Mobai's sword aura for the first time, and they were all shocked. It should be noted that among this pack of blue wolves, there are two second-tier alpha wolves hidden. After they form a beast formation and charge together, the three of them can only form a formation to protect themselves. But under the dazzling light that descended from the sky, they were all powerless to resist and turned into minced meat. Greetings, sect leader. At this moment, colorful clouds descended from the sky. Zhou Bingyan took the lead in bowing to the gentle and refined young man at the front, followed immediately by the two foundation establishment cultivators behind her. Get up, all of you. I observed from the heavens with my spiritual eyes and discovered that one of the demonic beasts already has an inner core. Have someone pack it up and send it to the alchemy department in the name of your Zhao Kingdom by the end of the year. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Zhou Wangshan's eyes lit up, and he immediately directed one of the foundation establishment cultivators to search among the bits of flesh scattered on the ground. Each demon beast's inner core delivered to the alchemy department earns 10,000 sect contribution points. Chen Mobai no longer cared about these things, so he gave them to Zhao Kingdom as a favor. Zhou Wangshan would not keep them for himself. After Zhao Kingdom and the sect settled their contributions at the end of the year, he would distribute them to the cultivators under his command according to their merits. The quality of the green wood demon here is quite good, and there's enough of it. At this moment, Chen Mobai had already used his divine sense to examine this earthly fiend spirit cave, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. His extreme yang slash was only missing the final two golden flames. After condensing the fire seed with the Hayashan mirror, Great Sun Fire, has spent countless years cultivating a complete flower using the ignition technique, sparing no expense in the use of spirit stones. Once all 9 blazing sun slashes are gathered, they can be fused with the great sun fire. With Chen Mobai's core formation realm, extracting the azure wood fiend was naturally a piece of cake. He completed the condensation using the sealed spirit tube in just 3 days. At this moment, only Zhou Bingyan remained by his side. Zhou Wangshan originally wanted to stay, but Chen Mobai told him and Luo Zuer to take the people back first and instill in them the idea that opening up the river channel was the most important thing and could not be delayed for even a moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 670 Undercurrents. Chapter 670 Undercurrents. After obtaining the Azure Wood Demon, Chen Mobai stayed in the Xiao Kingdom for a while. Under his orders, the Yan Kingdom quickly dispatched its first batch of 200 qi refining cultivators, led by Yuan Chai. These are skilled river diggers trained over several years. However, they are all independent cultivators, hired long-term by the Shenmu sect in Beiyuan City. As instructed by Chen Mobai, since the 2 major rivers would be major projects that would take at least 20 or 30 years to complete, these independent cultivators would have to sign long-term contracts with the Shenmu sect for at least 10 years. At first, this long-term contract was naturally not accepted by the independent cultivators. After all, in the eastern wilderness, independent cultivators value freedom and ease. They usually stay at home to cultivate after completing a task, and only come out to find work again after they run out of spiritual rice and spiritual stones. But the conditions offered by the Shenmu sect are simply too good. Especially after Zhuo Ming led people to open up tens of thousands of acres of spiritual fields in Yan Kingdom and achieved freedom in spiritual rice, all the independent cultivators began to scramble to sign this long-term contract. Some even wanted to continue working for the Shenmu sect for decades or even centuries, dedicating their entire lives to it. After all, being paid with spirit stones and receiving spirit rice as a bonus is a rare and high level of treatment in the entire eastern wilderness. If it weren't for the fact that the Divine Wood sect was the #1 sect in the eastern wilderness and had a decent reputation, the independent cultivators would even suspect that it was a fraudulent scheme by the demonic path. Once some rogue cultivators who were too poor to afford spirit rice confirmed it was true, the rogue cultivators of Beiyuan City went crazy. After the news spread, cultivators from all over the eastern wilderness began to flock to the Yan Kingdom. In the past, if independent cultivators wanted to earn spirit stones, they either had to sell themselves to the major forces in the market or risk their lives in Yunmeng Marsh. But there's no danger to your life if you come to Beiyuan City to do hard labor. Although it was tough and tiring, and they had to accept the orders of the Shenmu sect cultivators and start and finish work on time, the long-term contracts at least guaranteed that by the time they were dismissed in 10 or 20 years, they would have accumulated a large sum of spirit stones. Perhaps I can earn back all the expenses incurred before reaching the foundation establishment stage. Those rogue cultivators in the eastern wilderness with a bit of sense, after a slight comparison, began to flock in droves to Beiyuan City, a place that was almost like a fairyland. Many shrewd sects and cultivation families discovered a business opportunity. Instead of selling magical artifacts, pills, and talismans, they led their disciples and clansmen to negotiate with the people of Beiyuan City to contract the excavation of a section of the river. Yun naturally agreed with this. At first, Zhuo Ming was a little worried that this would affect the quality of the project, but this method would undoubtedly save a lot of manpower for the Shenmu sect. After all, the rogue cultivators hired by conventional means would require the Shenmu sect to send capable people to direct and train them. If the contract is contracted out to other forces, they only need to complete the initial handover, provide the required objectives, and then come to inspect the progress every now and then. If the project is completed well and passes quality inspection, then Yun from Beiyuan City will pay this portion of spirit stones and spirit rice as progress payment. If Zhuoming is not satisfied, they should be asked to redo it until he is satisfied. If you're not satisfied, you won't receive spirit stones. All major sects and cultivation families that want to take on the contract must abide by this principle. This is why the Chen sect already holds a dominant position in the eastern wilderness. Furthermore, since the contracting forces actively sought to do this business, even with such stringent conditions, the Chen sect's risk-free contract was still highly sought after. The second batch of support personnel, led by Qi Rui, consisted of these contractors from Yan Kingdom. There were more than a dozen large and small cultivation families and second and third-rate sects, which together had a total of 500 Qi refining cultivators. Qi Rui and Luo Zuo discussed it and decided to hand over the simpler sections of the Mo River, which required less mountain clearing and earth breaking, to the group of contractors from Yan Kingdom to give it a try first. Zhou Wangshan, who was involved throughout the process, signed contracts with each of the 13 contractors in his capacity as the guardian of the Xiao Kingdom, stipulating various requirements for the acceptance of each section of the river. Why don't the cultivation families and sects in the Xiao Kingdom have such business acumen? After discussing this matter, King Zhou couldn't help but shake his head and say, "This is also thanks to the good reputation that junior sister Zhu established when she first provided spiritual rice to rogue cultivators and laborers. The one who first discovered this business opportunity was Hua Zhang, the patriarch of the Hua family. He was a visionary. After confirming that our sect was indeed going to carry out a major project on the eastern wilderness plateau for decades, he sent many disciples and clansmen to personally participate in the river excavation, spirit field planting, tree planting and soil stabilization, and to investigate and study all the technical difficulties. After 2 years of practical experience participating in various processes of developing the eastern wilderness plateau, and confirming that his family could complete the task and that it would be profitable, the Hua clan chief began to discuss with his fellow brother about contracting the construction of a section of the river. After the Hua family's example, other forces in Yan Kingdom began to flock to it. Now, almost all the cultivators in Yan Kingdom are involved in Beijiang's project. Qi Rui explained the key point, and Zhou Wangshan and Luo Zuo were deeply moved after hearing it. 6 more contractors will be coming over, specifically responsible for planting spirit fields and sowing spirit rice. They will be led by junior nephew Han. Senior brother Zhou, you should have the people from Xiao Kingdom assist with that. Qi Rui then mentioned the third batch of personnel sent from Yan Kingdom. Xiao Kingdom's spiritual fields are better than Yan Kingdom's. After all, it is next to Yunmeng Marsh, and even though the Mo River has not been fully developed, the annual rainfall is still good. However, most of the spiritual fields were lands on the shores of Yunmeng Marsh, which were basically occupied by local cultivation families. Zhou Wangshan obeyed Chen Mobai's orders and did not seize these lands, but instead led his sect disciples to reclaim them. However, the spiritual plant masters on the Xiao Kingdom side are definitely not as good as those from the Xiao Nan Mountain lineage. In addition, most of the manpower was sent by King Zhou to dig river channels, which resulted in the Xiao Kingdom being far inferior to the Yan Kingdom in terms of both the development of spiritual fields and the cultivation of spiritual rice. And who is this junior nephew Han? Zhou Wangshan asked Qi Rui. The previous 2 groups of people were led by Foundation establishment cultivators, so why is the third group suddenly led by Qi refining cultivators? What senior brother Zhou doesn't know, she is junior sister Zhu's disciple. Once she reaches the Foundation establishment stage, she will become the 3rd-generation eldest disciple of the Xian'anchen lineage. Upon hearing Qi Rui's words, King Zhou immediately understood. He had heard of Han Xiaoling's reputation. I sent Bingyan to greet her personally. Zhou Wangshan did not look down on Han Xiaoling just because she was only at the Qi refining stage. After all, being able to become a disciple of Xian'anchen must have been with the permission of the sect leader. And most importantly, Chen Mobai is still in Xiao Kingdom. After the 3rd batch of cultivators led by Han Xiaoling arrived, the Qi refining cultivators in Xiaoguo and Yangyuo were finally at peace. However, since those foundation establishment cultivators came to help Zhu Ming voluntarily, Chen Mobai couldn't easily command them. The only thing we can do is ask the Spirit Treasure Pavilion to make things easier for Zhou Wangshan by listing more missions from the Xiao Kingdom. Whether we can keep the foundation establishment cultivators when they come depends on Zhou Wangshan's methods. When Han Xialing arrived, Chen Mobai had just finished cultivating all the Azure Wood Fiends into Azure Flame Sword Fiends. As his chosen third-generation disciple, Chen Mobai naturally had to meet her. Not long after Han Xialing became a disciple of Xian Enchen, she went to Yan Kingdom with Zhu Ming. Her talent is undeniable, and with her hard work, she is now a second-tier spirit plant master, specializing in fire spirit rice. Zhu Ming asked her to lead the team this time because of this. When Chen Mobai met Han Xialing, he didn't examine her in that regard. Instead, he asked her if she had any questions about her cultivation. After all, he was no longer as good as Zhu Ming in terms of spiritual plants, so he should choose what he was good at. Han Xialing has already reached the 9th level of qi refining, but she feels that her cultivation is not deep enough and wants to wait another 2 years before trying to establish her foundation. This time, Chen Mobai personally inquired, naturally asking all the questions that had accumulated over the years. Chen Mobai, who was renowned as a great and virtuous teacher in the eastern wilderness, could easily guide a qi refining cultivator. After the explanation, Han Xialing no longer had any doubts about using the molten fire technique to build her foundation. She felt that as long as she completed her qi cultivation, she could take the foundation building pill. However, after reaching the foundation establishment stage, the molten fire technique will reach its limit. Next, Han Xialing will either cultivate the Earth Core True Fire technique of returning to Heaven Valley or switch to other fire attribute techniques. Chen Mobai also asked her for her thoughts on this. Han Xialing hesitated for a moment, then expressed her admiration for the divine power of her ancestors' swordsmanship and her great respect for the Crimson Flame sword technique. It's not impossible, but right now you should focus on foundation building. I'll take care of the subsequent cultivation methods for you. If Chen Mobai wanted to, creating a transitional incantation between the molten fire technique and the Crimson Flame sword art wouldn't be difficult, given that he had the formless puppet in hand. Therefore, he did not let Han Xialing switch cultivation techniques now. After all, she had cultivated the molten fire technique for most of her life, and it was already deeply ingrained in her bones. If she switched at the 9th level of qi refining, it would definitely affect her foundation establishment. It would be better to wait until after you've established your foundation before considering changing your cultivation method. With those words from him, Han Xialing was completely relieved. After finishing his conversation with his grand disciple, Chen Mobai left Xiao Kingdom. He didn't go to the Rainbow Kingdom again, but planned to go back first to master the extreme Yang Slash. Unbeknownst to Chen Mobai, his whereabouts were being monitored. Upon hearing that he had left the eastern wilderness plateau, Fang Xuanyang of the southern profound sect solemnly put down the letter that had just been delivered from the eastern barbarians. The above is the latest instruction given to him by the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. The negotiations between Jin Feng Laozu and Ku Zhu have broken down, and both sides are preparing to mobilize all their manpower for a major battle. As a core formation cultivator, Fang Xuanyang was naturally also transferred back. However, before returning, Ancestor Jin Feng also gave some instructions regarding the eastern wilderness. That is to use this place as a retreat route for the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. In the event that the war with Kongseng Valley is lost, the remaining members can retreat here to lie low and prepare for a comeback. The biggest problem in turning the eastern wilderness into a backup plan for the Xuanxiao Dao Palace is the Shenmu sect. After all, the original strategy of Xuanxiao Dao Palace was to personally take action after the destruction of Hanshan Mountain, gradually nibble away at Yan Kingdom and Xiao Kingdom, and occupy the eastern wilderness plateau that connects with the wilderness ruins, and build it into a branch of the sect. Unfortunately, The resistance that the Shenmu sect displayed exceeded the expectations of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Nan Xuanjing and Zhao Xuankang died one after another, and Xuan Shu, on whom they had placed high hopes, also returned severely injured. When Fang Xuanyang was sent over, he was also terrified, fearing that Chen Mobai and the other four core formation experts would come to his door and kill him. Fortunately, the reputation of the Golden Wind ancestor of Xuanxiao Dao Palace was still enough to keep things in check. However, from this, Fang Xuanyang also guessed one thing: Zhou Shenking definitely did not succeed in forming his nascent soul. A major sect with a nascent soul cultivator in charge would never allow any other nascent soul cultivator to establish a branch sect or separate residence within its territory. Having guessed this, Fang Xuanyang naturally wanted to find a way to verify it. So he founded the Restoration Society, summoning all the cultivators from the eastern barbarian lands whose sects had been destroyed by the Divine Wood sect. Using their connections in the eastern wilderness, he began to continuously gather intelligence. During this time, when he brought the Restoration Society to the Rainbow Kingdom, he encountered another secret organization. He personally tried to probe them, but returned with trepidation. However, this organization also has a deep-seated hatred for the Shenmu sect, and has even planted many spies of considerable status and position among the major sects of the eastern wilderness. Fang Xuanyang immediately cooperated with this organization, and indeed obtained more detailed and specific information about the Shenmu sect. Unfortunately, this organization acted carelessly and was discovered by the killing god of the Shenmu sect. He drew his sword and stormed up Liujia Mountain, resulting in the annihilation of another major sect in the eastern wilderness. Fang Xuanyang had mixed feelings about this. He was pleased that after the destruction of Liujia Mountain, the Foundation establishment cultivators led by Yu Changjian were not all killed, and he found them, hid them, and took them under his command. What worried him was the terrifying strength displayed by the Shenmu sect during its attack on Liujia Mountain, which made him dare not direct the Restoration Society to take any further action. If possible, Fang Xuanyang hoped that things would continue peacefully like this. Unfortunately, the order from Xuanxiao Dao Palace forced him to prepare to break ties with Shenmu sect. Fortunately, as a core formation cultivator, he still had some standing, and the letter sought his opinion. Before engaging in a decisive battle with Kongsang Valley, Xuanxiao Dao Palace planned to first clean up the eastern wilderness, at least eliminating the great enemy, Shenmu sect, to prevent them from attacking them in the future if they were defeated and retreated to the eastern wilderness. The key to supporting the Shenmu sect now is the young sect leader, Chen Gixian. Once we kill him, the rest will be no threat. For this reason, Fang Xuanyang mobilized all the secret agents of the Restoration Society to keep a close eye on Chen Mobai's whereabouts. He didn't consider himself a match for them, so he waited for the more powerful core formation cultivators from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace to arrive. It's a pity we didn't have time this time. Chen Mobai did not stay on the eastern wilderness plateau for long before returning. Fang Xuanyang remained calm about this. After all, his Restoration Society had a high-ranking informant in Giant Wood Ridge who could always find out when Chen Mobai would come to the eastern wilderness plateau next. When this sect leader Chen comes next time, he should also kill his precious disciple, and that one with the heavenly spirit root. Completely eliminate any possibility of the divine, with sect making a comeback. End of this chapter. Chapter 671, Extreme Yang Slash. Chapter 671, Extreme Yang Slash. In fact, according to Fang Xuanyang's original idea, it would be best to wait another 20 or 30 years, until the two great rivers were successfully excavated, and the entire eastern wilderness plateau was fully developed by the Divine Wood sect, before the army of Xuanxiao Dao Palace could come over. At first, Fang Xuanyang didn't understand what the sect leader Chen of the Shenmu sect was doing. Whether it's the Longevity Academy, the real estate development in Baiyuan City, or the development of the eastern wilderness plateau, in Fang Xuanyang's eyes, they are all just pointless endeavors. But now, the tangible results have forced him to admit that he had been short-sighted. The Restoration Society has the most informants in Baiyuan City. The property prices and shop rents in this premier immortal city of the eastern wilderness plateau are transparent. Therefore, Fang Xuanyang could easily calculate how many spirit stones the Divine Wood sect had earned from Baiyuan City. Then he became envious and couldn't help but imitate him, starting Nangshuan real estate in Baosefeng Market. To be honest, by fooling some rogue cultivators who needed foundation establishment pills, he also earned quite a few spirit stones. At least his pockets were fuller than when he was in Dongyi. But compared to the Shenmu sect, it's not quite up to par. Fang Xuanyang didn't understand the later massive project of excavating the two rivers and developing the eastern wilderness plateau at first, but he learned to read it slowly. Now, more than 5 years later, Fang Xuanyang finally understood. If the entire eastern wilderness plateau were developed according to the plan of that sect leader Chen, it would be a treasure trove, equivalent to a large-scale spirit stone mine that could be mined indefinitely and would never run dry. After understanding it, Fang Xuanyang admired Chen Mobai even more. This guy is not only exceptionally talented in cultivation, but also a man of great ability in managing his sect. It's a pity that in this rural place called Donghuang, one's vision and perspective are still limited. Fang Xuanyang still believed that the most important thing for cultivators was to improve their strength and realm. With Chen Mobai's talent, doing these things was a pure waste of time and energy. The rise of any major sect is due to the emergence of high-level cultivators. No sect has ever risen to prominence simply because it has abundant spiritual fields, spirit stones, or a large territory. Even these are the root of the disaster. Without the protection of powerful cultivators, no matter how much spirit stone wealth they possess, it will eventually become food for the major sects and be devoured. Fang Xuanyang now has this mindset. He admits that he misjudged the situation before, but now he feels that it's actually better this way. Because the fruits of the Shenmu sect's hard work and development over the years on the eastern wilderness plateau will soon all belong to their Xuanxiao Dao Palace. If it weren't for the impending great battle with Kongseng Valley, and the accurate intelligence he had just received from the Shenmu sect's inside sources, Fang Xuanyang would have even wanted to write a letter to Jin Feng Patriarch to give the Shenmu sect some more time to develop, so that their harvest would be even more abundant. Thinking of this, Fang Xuanyang took out the treasured intelligence document again, glanced at it once more, and confirmed his thoughts. The Restoration Society's spies in the Divine Wood sect mentioned a few days ago that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Giant Wood Ridge suddenly surged towards the location of the 3 immortal trees. This is clearly a sign that someone has broken through a cultivation level or mastered some powerful supernatural ability or magic. Subsequently, the informant, through extensive investigation, finally obtained definitive intelligence. The surge of spiritual energy in the world was a sign triggered by sect leader Chen's breakthrough to the mid-stage of core formation. When Fang Xuanyang saw this information, he was initially very surprised. After all, Chen Mobai had only been in the core formation stage for 16 years. It should be noted that when he was in the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, he was a genius second only to Xuan Shu, but even so, it took him nearly 30 years to break through to the mid-stage of core formation. In comparison, one can see just how amazing the talent of this sect leader Chen of the Divine Wood sect is. It was for this reason that Fang Xuanyang made up his mind to stop waiting and prepare to lure people from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace to kill this most amazing sword genius in the eastern wilderness in 1,000 years. Chen Mobai was unaware that someone was already watching him. He has returned to Giant Wood Ridge and begun to condense the 9 blazing sun slashes, preparing to unify them into the extreme sun slash. At the Longevity Wood Dojo, Chen Mobai floated in midair, with 9 fiery sun slashes hovering behind him under the control of his divine sense, forming a perfect circle. Amidst the shimmering golden light, his entire figure was partially obscured, making him appear like a sun floating in the sky, shining brightly. If he hadn't been so discreet, the disciples of the giant tree ridge sect would probably have been able to look up and see two large and one small suns appearing in the sky. It was precisely because there was some noise during the practice that Chen Mobai chose to stay at Giant Tree Ridge instead of returning to the more suitable Dangxia Mountain. A blazing white flame burned in his palm. This was the Great Sun Fire. As he uttered the command, 9 golden flames began to slowly rotate around the Great Sun Fire. Soon, wisps of fire emerged from the golden flames and were infused into the Great Sun Fire. Having already mastered the extreme Yang slash, Chen Mobai immediately infused it with his pure Yang spiritual power. This refining process originally required the power of crimson flames. According to the records in the Crimson Flame Sword Manual, to sublimate the blazing sun slash into the extreme sun slash, it requires at least 3 years of uninterrupted use of alchemical fire and spiritual essence. However, Chen Mobai's pure Yang spiritual power was of higher quality and also contained all the characteristics of the Crimson Flame spiritual power, so this step was greatly shortened. The two previously incompatible and distinct energies in his palm began to slowly merge. 1 year later, a faint white light, so bright it seemed to distort the very void, leaped out. A white light flashed like lightning, its brilliance dazzling. Chen Mobai couldn't help but reach out and grasp it. The white light flashed instantly, and the terrifying sharpness and heat made him lose control. He had no choice but to let go and wave it to the side. With a hiss, a branch of the 4th-tier evergreen tree was cleanly cut off and fell toward the ground. The power of that white light was clearly not yet fully released, and it cut straight into the trunk of the longevity tree, almost piercing through the thick trunk in Chen Mobai's shocked gaze. However, at this moment, the power of that white light was also exhausted. Chen Mobai flew to the wound on the tree trunk and saw the blazing white sparks still burning on it. However, the longevity tree is, after all, a 4th-tier spiritual plant, and a spiritual tree that has been tempered by the azure sun fire for thousands of years. It has extremely high resistance to flames. Streams of greenish-blue airflow, accompanied by the vitality-filled sap of the longevity tree, quickly covered and extinguished the sparks. This also made Chen Mobai realize the power of his extreme Yang slash. In the eastern wilderness, spirit talismans and magical artifacts below the 4th rank can be ignored. As for the 4th rank, unless they can counter the extreme Yang slash attribute, they will probably be difficult to withstand. Just as Chen Mobai was contemplating how to improve his control over the extreme Yang slash, a graceful and beautiful female cultivator flew up. Sect leader. Gu Yan looked respectful, her slender, snow-white hands holding a broken, charred branch, the very branch she had just severed with the extreme Yang slash, which she had picked up while extracting the sap of the longevity tree below. This is a 4th-grade spiritual material, extremely precious, so she immediately brought it up. Practicing the sword technique, its power is somewhat beyond imagination. When Chen Mobai saw that it was Gu Yan, he didn't hide anything and spoke up. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan looked up and saw the arm-length cut on the main trunk of the everlasting tree next to Chen Mobai, and couldn't help but show a look of shock. You should know that even if these foundation establishment cultivators went all out, they wouldn't be able to pluck a single leaf from this 4th-tier divine tree. So even though they know that the sap of the immortal tree is full of sap once the bark is cut open, a secret method is still needed to extract it. Even a core formation cultivator cannot break the bark of this 4th-tier spiritual wood. At most, we can only cut off some small branches and take a few leaves. But now, Gu Yan saw that this 4th-order spiritual tree, which was revered as a divine tree in the sect, not only had its bark cut open, but its trunk also seemed to have been deeply cut into. The sap from the charred wounds on the tree trunk filled Gu Yan with worry, wondering if she would no longer be needed by the sect leader in the future. Has anything major happened in the sect recently? Chen Mobai asked. When I was in seclusion, only Gu Yan and the disciples of Zaya Onanshan were allowed to enter this longevity wood dojo. Gu Yan is the only one who stays here long-term, so when Yue Zhudao, Liu Wenbai, and others come over, they usually tell her about the situation first. Every time Chen Mobai finished practicing his technique and went down for some fresh air, Gu Yan would meet him and tell him something important. Senior brother Liu has come over several times, but he hasn't said what it's about. After hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly and then asked Gu Yan to go down and inform the sect that he had emerged from seclusion. A short while later, Yue Zhudao came over first. During the year that Chen Mobai secluded himself to practice the extreme Yang slash, nothing significant happened in the eastern wilderness that warranted his attention, but Yue Zhudao still reported something that pleased him. That is, Zhang Deming, a Foundation establishment cultivator who had long guarded Yunmings, exchanged for a third-tier immortal peach and cultivated to the peak of Foundation establishment. Chen Mobai naturally knew this person, after all, when he first came to the eastern wilderness and went to Yunmings to earn spirit stones. He was on Qingguang Island under his command. Chen Mobai, how old is Zhang Deming? Yue Zhudao, this year marks my 170th birthday. Hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel a little regretful. According to the theories of the immortal sects, a Foundation establishment cultivator before the age of 150 is considered to be at the peak of his essence, energy, and spirit, and has a higher possibility of breaking through to a higher realm. Zhang Deming reached the Foundation establishment stage at the age of 170, but he wasn't cultivating the Longevity Sutra, so his chances of forming the core formation are probably slim. However, it is definitely a good thing for the sect to have another cultivator who has reached the Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, Zhang Deming has been stationed in Yunmings for many years, slaying demonic beasts. His accumulated contributions to the sect can be said to be the highest among those who have reached the Foundation establishment stage. However, because he does not have the background of Zhou and Fu, the contributions he received were previously exchanged for cultivation resources in the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Now that he has completed the Foundation establishment stage, his only goal is to form the core. For this reason, they will definitely kill more demonic beasts, which will motivate the other Foundation establishment cultivators of the Divine Wood sect who want to form their core and obtain spiritual medicine to become even more eager. It's just a pity that Zhang Deming cultivates the yellow sand sword technique, which has different attributes from my technique. Chen Mobai, who loved to teach, was somewhat disappointed that he couldn't give him any guidance. Zhang Deming started as a rogue cultivator and did not change his cultivation method after joining the Shenmu sect, so if he wants to form his core in the future, he will probably have to rely on himself more. Even so, Chen Mobai still asked Yue Zhudao to inform Zhang Deming to return to the sect, intending to pass on the Divine Wood sect's core formation experience to him, which would save him from many detours. Sect leader, shall we test you again? Yue Zhudao hesitated for a moment, but with his local mindset, he couldn't help but speak up. Why? Elder Zhang is, after all, a rogue cultivator who has just begun his training, and is not a direct descendant of our Divine Wood sect. Before Yue Zhudao could finish speaking, he saw Chen Mobai shake his head in disappointment, and he couldn't say anything more. I also joined the sect as a rogue cultivator. According to your logic, shouldn't senior brother Fu have tested me before imparting his teachings? Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yue Zhudao turned pale and was speechless. However, this is not his fault. This is the custom in the eastern wilderness. The insights gained from breaking through to a higher realm are the very essence of what makes a major sect a major sect. Because of this lack of these things, although there are many who have worked their way up to the Qi refining perfection stage, only 1 in 10,000 can break through to the Foundation establishment stage. As for rogue cultivators who have reached the core formation stage, not a single one has appeared in the eastern wilderness to date. Zhang Deming couldn't really be considered someone trained by the Shenmu sect. He basically fought for his cultivation resources in Yunmings, unlike Zai Yunchen and the others who had impeccable lineage. So when Yue Zhudao heard that Chen Mobai was going to impart his insights on core formation, he couldn't help but chime in with a comment. Before each cultivator in the sect receives the teachings, they will swear an oath of Tao Heart, so there is no need to worry about it being leaked. Moreover, by teaching it to him in advance, you can better cultivate his recognition and sense of belonging to the sect. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yue Zhudao suddenly realized what was happening. However, this was because he had never experienced such a thing before, since he wasn't qualified to participate when the insights on core formation were being imparted. Just as Yue Zhudao went to Yunmeng's to inform Zheng Deming, Liu Wenbai, who had received news of Chen Mobai's exit from seclusion, also returned. "Greetings, Master." Liu Wenbai came over, greeted him first, and then said two things. The first thing was that during the year that Chen Mobai was in seclusion, cultivating the extreme yang slash, Zhuo Ming's 9-ren body broke through to the 4th level. This means that her physical strength is equivalent to a second-tier, high-grade defensive magic weapon. With the help of the all-encompassing virtue cauldron, Foundation establishment cultivators are basically unable to break through her defenses. That's great. If Minger can cultivate the 9-ren body to the 5th level before forming her core, then forming her core should be no problem at all. Chen Mobai was also very happy about this. He did some quick calculations and realized that Zhu Ming's 9-ren body had broken through along with her cultivation level, which was exactly 10 years ago. This speed is already considered very fast. The influence of spiritual roots on body tempering techniques is not as important as spiritual power. The reason why Zhuo Ming was able to break through so quickly is mainly because, like his master, he had no shortage of resources. The Tier 3 pure bamboo spirit rice she cultivated was originally intended for core formation cultivators, but Chen Mobai didn't care for it and kept it all for her to use for body tempering. The rare 3rd-grade spirit rice, along with a sufficient amount of 2nd-grade superior spirit rice, the continuous supply of demon beast meat from Yunmeng's, and the sap of the longevity tree bestowed upon her by Chen Mobai, enabled Zhu Ming to break through to the 4th level of the 9-ren body so quickly without taking any pills. After delivering the good news, Liu Wenbai solemnly addressed the second matter. End of this chapter. Chapter 672, All Parties Appear, bonus chapter for 17,600 monthly tickets. Chapter 672, All Parties Appear, bonus chapter for 17,600 monthly tickets. Song Huangda said that person contacted him again. This time, he asked him to keep a close eye on your schedule, Master, and to notify you immediately if there is any sign that you are going out. Upon hearing Liu Wenbai's words, Chen Mobai raised an eyebrow slightly and sneered. They're monitoring his movements. They're planning to take action against him. Just as he had mastered the extreme yang slash, he wanted to kill a few people to test its power, and someone delivered himself to his doorstep. There are only a few core formation cultivators in the eastern wilderness right now. If they want to deal with me, they'll need at least 3 nascent soul cultivators, if not nascent soul cultivators. I wonder where the Restoration Society got so many people. It seems the Xuanxiao Dao Palace is about to make a move. Through Song Huangda's insidious infiltration over the years, Chen Mobai has discovered that the Restoration Society's command terminals are aggregated at Nangshuanzang on Bayas Mountain. In the eastern wilderness, there's no need to be as particular about evidence as in the immortal sect. With this discovery, Chen Mobai directly attributed the Restoration Society to the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. After all, in the eastern wilderness, after the destruction of Mount Hanshan and Mount Liujia, no one or any force dared to spy on the Divine Wood sect in this way. The Xuanxiao Dao Palace, which has nascent soul cultivators, is different. Although Fang Xuanyang is alone and isolated in the eastern wilderness, he has the Golden Wind ancestor behind him. He probably still looks down on the eastern wilderness and is the most likely and most motivated person to create the Restoration Society. Upon discovering this, Chen Mobai's first thought was to lead Mo Duguang and Fu Zhangju to Bayas Mountain and kill Fang Xuanyang as well. However, he was not so arrogant as to look down on everyone. Although the Shenmu sect and the Nangshuan sect had fought a major war, the Nangshuan sect was in the wrong at that time. If they were to kill Fang Xuanyang without any reason, Then if ancestor Jin Feng wanted to continue living in the eastern region, he would definitely take action and mobilize all the cultivators of Xuanxiao Dao Palace to seek revenge in the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai's plan was to wait until Zhou Shenqing had reached the nascent soul stage before dealing with Fang Xuanyang and the Restoration Society. But then they encountered the unexpected event of the return of the bitter bamboo's nascent soul. To avoid alerting the enemy, they could only let Fang Xuanyang live a few more years. However, to his surprise, Fang Xuanyang did not appreciate his good intentions at all, and now he even wanted to attack him. After realizing this, Chen Mobai silently took out the talisman that Zhou Shenqing had left him. Although after mastering the extreme Yang Slash, virtually no core formation cultivator could rival him, the ever-prudent man decided to be cautious and summoned Zhou Shenqing as well. Have Song Huangda tell the Restoration Society that I will be going to inspect the eastern wilderness plateau at the end of next month. Yes, master. Liu Wenbai nodded in agreement, but as he was leaving, a look of hesitation suddenly appeared on his face. Is there anything else? Seeing his eldest disciple's expression, Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask. Master, after the Restoration Society is destroyed, Du Feng, who was in contact with Song Huangda, will no longer be of any use. Should we get rid of him? Because Song Huangda accurately transmitted intelligence several times, he gained almost complete trust from the Restoration Society. When Zhou Shenqing broke through to the nascent soul stage last time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was vast, and the aura was magnificent. In order to explore the reason, Du Feng once again used the method of contacting Song Huangda to let this third-generation disciple of Zion Enshin explore the truth. Having long since abandoned darkness and embraced light, Song Huang immediately told his master Liu Wenbai about the matter, who then reported it to Chen Mobai. It was Chen Mobai who took the initiative to let Song Huangda reveal that he had broken through to the mid-stage of core formation, in order to cover up Zhou Shenqing's cultivation of the nascent soul Dharma body, and at the same time, to use this as bait. Clearly, the information that Chen Mobai had broken through to the mid-stage of core formation was of immense value. After Du Feng obtained it, he couldn't wait to spread the word, but Chen Mobai, who was prepared, discovered the traces. However, after Song Huangda uncovered this spy, Chen Mobai did not deal with him immediately. The purpose, of course, was to convey accurate intelligence, to capture Fang Xuanyang and the entire Restoration Society in one fell swoop. That's exactly what Liu Wenbai means now. Chen Mobai thought that since he and Zhou Shenqing had definitely broken ties with Xuanxiao Dao Palace this time, there was no need to keep Du Feng, the undercover agent, around. So he nodded. Du Feng is a cultivator who experienced the 5-element sects division war, and his cultivation level is also at the mid-foundation establishment stage. You are no match for him. I will arrange another expert for you. However, Chen Mobai was not entirely at ease with Liu Wenbai's fighting skills. Fortunately, Zhang Deming was about to return and would impart his insights on core formation to him. So, he decided to have Liu Wenbai and Liu Wenbai go and take care of Du Feng together. Wind and rain dock. Zhou Shenqing and Nujiang were playing chess, while Mo Duguang was drinking tea on the side. Just then, Zhou Shenqing's expression froze for a moment. He then took out a talisman from his storage bag, received the information within, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Second senior brother, what's wrong? After Nujiang placed the white piece in his hand, he saw Zhou Shenqing's expression and couldn't help but ask. Someone who's been playing the subservient card is getting tired of it and wants to bite. Zhou Shenqing sneered and placed the chess piece in his hand. Oh, so senior brother has finally shown his skills after reaching the nascent soul stage. This might affect our future plan to reclaim the 5-element sect. Nujiang, however, thought of another problem. After all, once Zhou Shenqing's nascent soul formation was exposed, Zhou Yi would definitely be highly nervous, and the matter of entering the Hunyuan immortal city might change. I was just there to cover for junior brother Chen, and if I were to make a move against a core formation cultivator, I wouldn't let him make a sound. Zhou Shenking said something very confident, and Nujiang nodded repeatedly after hearing it. The vast difference between the nascent soul and core formation realms is indeed true. However, there was one thing Zhou Shenking didn't tell Nujiang. His main reason for going there was to prevent the shameless Golden Wind ancestor from coming in person. With junior brother Chen's swordsmanship level, if the opponent is only a core formation cultivator, we don't need to take action at all. Mo Duguang, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but say something after hearing this. With a fourth-tier sword in hand, Chen Mobai is probably the only one among the core formation cultivators in the entire eastern wilderness who can put up a fight based on his sword fiend thunder sound realm. In a one-on-one fight, no one can beat junior brother Chen, but what if there are more than one? Zhou Shenking said something that surprised Mo Duguang and Nujiang. In the eastern wilderness, there are only 3 core formation cultivators outside their faction, and given Zhou Yi's personality, he certainly wouldn't leave the Hunyuan immortal city. Chungxiao Dao Palace. Nujiang had a sudden flash of inspiration and guessed the truth. Haha, third junior brother is indeed clever. I hope old ghost Jin Feng won't send too many core formation cultivators over, otherwise they'll all be lost at junior brother Chen's hands. I'm afraid he'll surrender to Kongseng Valley in Dongyi right away. Amidst Zhou Shenking's loud laughter, he had already made the final move, slaying the dragon-like creature in the Nujiang River. Dongyi Mingjing Mountain. Inside the main hall of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, Ancestor Jinfeng sat upright in his seat, flanked by 6 core formation cultivators with different appearances and wearing golden robes. Xuan Shu and Xuan Qi, you two should go and besiege Chen Gixian of the Divine Wood sect. Make sure he doesn't escape. Cooperate with Xuan Yang to kill him on the spot, then clear out the entire eastern wilderness plateau and build it into our sect's retreat area. With a stern expression, Ancestor Jin Feng pointed at 2 people. Xuan Shu and another old man with an unusual appearance stepped forward and bowed respectfully to him. Ancestor, Chen Gixian has a 4th-tier sword. Now that his cultivation has broken through to the mid-stage of core formation, he will obviously be even more troublesome. I am afraid that a situation like that of Kuzhu will occur. Why don't we add junior sister Xuanyi and junior brother Xuanwo? If the 5 of us work together to set up a golden light array, it will definitely be foolproof. The old man named Xuanqi was clearly composed. He had already read the intelligence sent by Fang Xuanyang and immediately offered his opinion after being called upon. I'm enough to handle Chen Gixian alone. Senior brother Xuanqi will be there to support me. But before Ancestor Jinfeng could speak, Xuan Shu calmly uttered a very arrogant statement. Junior brother, if I remember correctly, you fought against Chen Gixian who had just formed his core when you went to the eastern wilderness last time. With your cultivation at the late stage of the core formation, you were only on par with him. Xuanqi frowned and said something that made Xuanchu's face turn cold. During that duel, Chen Gixian was backed by the myriad wood array, so I dared not pursue him, which is why we remained evenly matched. Moreover, I had already figured out his limit during that fight. At most, he could only wield that 4th-tier sword 3 times. Although he has now broken through to the mid-stage of core formation, I have also broken through and rebuilt myself in these 16 years, breaking through to the strongest realm below nascent soul. As Xuan Shu spoke, his eyes shone like 2 golden stars, radiating dazzling light. Then, a powerful and perfect aura that shocked all the core formation cultivators in the hall erupted from his body. This is. As the oldest core formation cultivator in the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, Xuanqi immediately sensed Xuanchu's current realm, and his eyes widened in surprise and delight. Zhou Shenking did not kill me, but instead helped me reach the peak of core formation. I will repay this kindness with Chen Gixian's head and the destruction of the Shenmu sect. Xuan Shu's burst of perfect realm, and his confident words brought smiles to the faces of the core formation cultivators of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, who had been hiding in the shadow of the bitter bamboo in Kongseng Valley for some time. Even those 2 who were at odds with Xuan Shu sincerely hoped that this Taoist could go to the eastern wilderness to resolve his inner conflicts. Once you've cleared out the eastern wilderness, I'll prepare the resources for you to reach nascent soul stage. I hope you won't disappoint me again. The Golden Wind ancestor spoke and made a promise. Upon hearing this, Xuan Shu immediately turned around and bowed respectfully. Yes, master. End of this chapter. Chapter 673, Re-encounter with Xuan Shu. Chapter 673, Re-encounter with Xuan Shu. That year marked Chen Mobai's 60th birthday. Before heading to the eastern wilderness plateau, he made a special trip back to the immortal sect because many relatives and friends sent him messages of congratulations. The immortal sect attached great importance to the Jiazi birthday banquet. Originally, Tang Pankui wanted to hold a grand celebration, but Chen Mobai was low-key by nature and simply invited relatives to a family dinner. After having dinner with his family, Chen Mobai had another meal with Yan Bingxuan and other friends. Unfortunately, many people are too respectful towards him. This made Chen Mobai feel a sense of loneliness and desolation. After the dinner, he had a late-night snack with Yan Bingxuan, the only person he could still get along with normally, and expressed his feelings about having fewer and fewer close friends. The next morning, Chen Mobai and Qingnu, along with other friends who couldn't come, returned to Jumu Ridge after making phone calls to each of them. In Zhou Shenking's Longevity Wood Dojo, he calmly brewed tea and poured it for Chen Mobai, Mo Duguang, and Fu Zhanju. Junior brother Mo should return to Golden Light Cliff tomorrow. It would be best to make a commotion when you go back, so that people know. Mo Duguang is now the top core formation cultivator in the eastern wilderness, and also a sword cultivator with formidable combat power. He is the person that the Divine Wood sect's opponents fear the most. If Xuanxiao Dao Palace wants to kill Chen Mobai, they will definitely find out his whereabouts to avoid suddenly encountering him when they make their move. Although Mo Duguang was surprised by Zhou Shenking's arrangement, he did not object and nodded in agreement. Junior brother Fu should stay in the sect as well. Let the people there think that junior brother Chen just had a sudden whim and wanted to go to the eastern wilderness plateau to inspect the progress of the project. Fu Zhanju nodded in agreement, with Zhou Shenking accompanying them, as long as the Golden Wind ancestor didn't come. Even if all 6 core formation cultivators besides Fang Xuanyang came to the eastern wilderness, they would be easy prey for the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Zhou Shenking, before we leave junior brother Chen, please have someone deal with Du Feng. He's no longer of any use. Chen Mobai, yes, I've already made the arrangements. Zhou Shenking, this is a 4th order spirit leaf talisman I refined. Since you are going to risk your life, junior brother Chen, take it first, so that the core formation cultivators from Xuanxiao Dao Palace will have something to fight for before they die. Chen Mobai, thank you, senior brother. The 4 of them also mentioned that if Xuanxiao Dao Palace lost too many core formation cultivators in the eastern wilderness, it might not be able to compete with Kongsang Valley in the eastern barbarian lands. Even if Ancestor Jin Feng personally leads all the cultivators of Xuanxiao Dao Palace here now, we are confident that we can hold out by relying on the great formation and the terrain. After senior brother Zhou formed his nascent soul, we no longer need to be afraid. Moreover, the eastern barbarians have the foundation that Xuanxiao Dao Palace has accumulated over thousands of years. Ancestor Jin Feng will not have the courage to give up unless he is desperate and his sect is destroyed. Chen Mobai shared his opinion, which drew nods of agreement from Zhou Shenking and the other 2. This time, it was Xuanxiao Dao Palace that took the initiative to attack junior brother Chen, so we definitely can't tolerate it any longer. After killing Fang Xuanyang and the others, the entire sect began to mobilize and prepare for a major battle with Xuanxiao Dao Palace. If the Xuanxiao Dao Palace really comes from the eastern Yi, the first battlefield where we will fight them will be on the eastern wilderness plateau. The Sumeru 9 Palaces formation of Baiyuan City is only at the 3rd level. If it cannot be upgraded to the 4th level, it may not be able to withstand a battle between nascent soul-level cultivators. In order to achieve a great victory in the overall strategy, and to ensure that the eastern wilderness inland is not affected by the war, We need to keep the war on the plateau as much as possible and prevent the Xuanxiao Dao Palace army from taking a single step off the plateau. Inside the room, there was also a three-dimensional topographic map representing the entire eastern wilderness territory, which Chen Mobai had commissioned the Spirit Vein Department to create. Zhou Shenking pointed to the locations of Xiao Kingdom and Yan Kingdom and explained their response plan should a war break out. Could we take the initiative and stop the Xuanxiao Dao Palace's army in the desolate ruins? Chen Mobai then uttered a statement that made Zhou Shenking and the other two ponder deeply. Although the desolate ruins were fraught with danger and were said to contain fourth-order demons, if the battlefield could truly be moved there, it would be more beneficial than harmful to the Divine Wood sect and even the entire eastern wilderness. After all, the eastern wilderness plateau has been developed for so many years, and it's about time to reap the rewards. If a major battle were to break out here, most of Zhuo Ming and the others' hard work would probably be destroyed. Moreover, if a battle between nascent soul-level beings were to actually occur, Beiyuan City, with only a third-tier grand formation, could very well be razed to the ground. After killing the people from Xuanxiao Dao Palace, I will personally go to the desolate ruins to see if there are any dangerous monsters or evil creatures. Zhou Shenking spoke up. He was now at the nascent soul stage and cultivated the longevity scripture, which had a strong defensive effect. Even if he really encountered a fourth-order demon, he could find a way to escape. After everyone had made their decision, they dispersed. The next day, Mo Duguang left Giantwood Ridge via a teleportation array right in front of many disciples of the Divine Wood sect. This news was naturally learned by Du Feng immediately, and he used the same seal talisman to transmit it to the Restoration Society's secret agent located outside Giantwood Ridge. Thank you for your guidance, sect leader. Inside the Divine Tree Hall, Zhang Deming bowed respectfully to Chen Mobai before him. There is a traitor in the sect who has leaked a lot of important information. Would you be willing to take action and kill him for me? After Chen Mobai finished imparting his insights on core formation, he asked a question. Sect leader, please give your orders. Zhang Deming had guarded Yunmeng's for nearly 100 years and could be considered the most bloodthirsty foundation establishment cultivator in the Shenmu sect, so he did not hesitate at all. Wenbo is waiting for you at the door. He will tell you who the traitor is. Chen Mobai nodded and waved, and Zhang Deming immediately got up and left the Divine Wood Hall. At the entrance of the main hall, Zhang Deming noticed that besides the sect leader's eldest disciple, there was also a slightly chubby qi refining cultivator. Although he didn't recognize him, he knew that since he was here, he must be an important person. After greeting Liu Wenbai, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. This is my disciple, Song Huangda. He has some questions about cultivation, so I asked him to come and ask his master for guidance. After Liu Wenbai introduced him, Zhang Deming looked enlightened upon hearing that he was a third-generation disciple of Zion Enshin. After bowing to Zhang Deming, Song Huangda took the folded seal he had just written and entered the Divine Wood Hall. Senior brother Zhang, please come with me. The trader is an elder of the transmission department. Today he received a mission to purchase a batch of fine jade outside the sect to make jade slips. He has now taken the teleportation array to Jade Pot Market. Liu Wenbai greeted Zhang Deming warmly, and the latter nodded, thinking that this was a good opportunity for him to get in touch with the sect leader's lineage, and he must do this matter perfectly. Du Feng frowned slightly. The Jade Pot Market, which was famous for its fine jade, was unable to purchase jade that met the sect's requirements. This made him somewhat unhappy, as he had originally thought he could complete the task that day. However, since the Jade Pot Market is managed by old Master Fu's family, even if he has a temper, he doesn't dare to show it. Elder Du, the latest batch of jade ore is still at the mine and hasn't been transported over yet. Why don't you wait a few more days? I'll immediately send someone to dispatch spirit beasts to carry these back. The manager of the Fu family said apologetically to Du Feng that there was no teleportation array at the mine, and the only way to transport the jade ore was by relying on spirit beasts. No need, I'll go myself. The storage bags of Foundation establishment cultivators are large enough that if Du Feng is willing to fly there, he might be able to return before dark. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Du. This is the contract. Just show it to the person in charge at the mine and he will deliver the goods to you. The shopkeeper of the Fu family immediately handed a piece of paper stamped with a spirit seal to Du Feng with both hands. The latter casually took it and put it in his sleeve before leaving the shop. After walking out of the market with a normal expression, Du Feng used his escape technique to fly away. An hour later, he landed on a desolate mountain devoid of spiritual energy midway through his journey. On the hilltop stands a tall locust tree with holes of varying sizes in its trunk. Legend has it that these are the dwelling places of wandering ghosts, which is why the locust tree is also known as the ghost tree. On one of the branches stood a crow-shaped puppet. Du Feng took out the spirit stones that had been depleted from the puppet and put a new one in. The puppet is left here for only one purpose, to activate the seal talisman when Song Huang sends a message. There were 6 similar setups near Giantwood Ridge, including 4 puppets and 2 monks from the Restoration Society. Du Feng took out a piece of yellow paper from one of the holes in the locust tree. The inscription contained information conveyed by Song Huang Dayang's seal, and it contained a message that Du Feng considered very important. Zheng Deming achieved the peak of Foundation establishment after consuming a 3rd-tier immortal peach. The sect leader summoned him back to impart his insights on core formation. After reading it, Du Feng's expression changed slightly. The Shenmu sect has gained another potential core formation seed, which makes him, the undercover agent, very uncomfortable. This matter should also be immediately reported to the Restoration Society to see if there is any opportunity to kill Zheng Deming and Yunmeng's. Just as Du Feng was about to escape on his escape light, a yellowish-brown flying sword appeared out of nowhere and forced him to stop. Who dares to attack me, an elder of the Divine Wood sect? Du Feng took out a Xuan turtle shield from his storage bag, blocked the flying sword, and shouted angrily at the 2 streaks of light flying from the horizon. But when the streaking light flew right in front of him, Du Feng's face turned deathly pale. Senior brother Du, I am acting on Master's orders to take your life. Liu Wenbai spoke calmly to Du Feng, while Zheng Deming remained silent, once again activating his flying sword and unleashing an even more terrifying and powerful sword light slash. Has this day finally come? When Du Feng saw Liu Wenbai, the sect leader's eldest disciple, he knew that there was no point in arguing. He had foreseen this day long ago, but he had always held onto a sliver of hope, so even after the destruction of Mount Rocco, he still did not leave. Driven by the instinct for survival, Du Feng pulled out all the trump cards in his storage bag and desperately parried Zheng Deming's flying sword. Soon after, he was knocked down into the air and fell to the top of the mountain. Du Feng struggled to get up and saw the crow puppet on the tree branch. He suddenly thought of Song Huangda, who had risked his life to deliver the message to him, and felt that even if he died, he should leave a spark for the Restoration Society against the Divine Tree sect. Du Feng took out his trump card, a 3rd-tier spirit talisman, and launched it at Zheng Deming and Liu Wenbai in midair. Then, as the 2 dodged, he used the crow puppet to activate the same seal talisman and send a final message to Song Huangda. I've been spotted, stay hidden. After sending the message, Du Feng smashed the puppet with a palm strike, then kicked the locust tree in half. He then used his flying sword and shield to escape in a random direction. Unfortunately, his strength was far inferior to Zheng Deming's, and he was caught up after fleeing for 10 miles. As the flying sword slashed past, Du Feng, whose qi and blood were exhausted, could no longer stop it, and his head was severed. At the same time, 2 qi refining cultivators from the Restoration Society who were hiding near Giantwood Ridge were also killed by Yue Zhudao and his men. Sect leader, I have not failed you. Inside the Divine Wood Hall, Zheng Deming, carrying Du Feng's head and storage bag, spoke to Chen Mobai. You've worked hard. Consider this mission worth 3,000 contribution points. I'll have Yue Zhudao added to your account. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, he pointed and took Du Feng's storage bag in his hand. He easily erased the divine sense imprint inside and handed it to Song Huangda beside him. You have done a great job in this matter, so I will give it to you. The contents inside will be useful to you. Song Huangda immediately accepted the gift with both hands and thanked him. Then, after hesitating for a moment, he handed the newly obtained talisman to Chen Mobai. After reading it, the latter couldn't help but smile slightly. That's good, at least you haven't been exposed yet, and you might be able to use this identity in the future. On the other side, Chen Mobai's true form and Zhou Shenking had already arrived at the location of Yan Kingdom via a teleportation array. The one currently staying at Shenmu sect to oversee the overall situation is Chen Mobai's formless puppet. It was still the same desolate Changyuan mountain market. The two had only walked out of the teleportation array for a short while when they found two core formation cultivators dressed in golden robes waiting for them. The one on the left is Xuan, whom Chen Mobai knows very well. Why are there only two of you? Where's Fang Xuanyang? Chen Mobai was surprised to see that the person next to Xuan was an old man and asked him a question. Oh, so you knew we were coming to kill you? Seeing his composed demeanor, Xuan glanced at Zhou Shenking, who was walking out with Chen Mobai and wearing a wooden mask, with some surprise. Is he your only support? It's Mo Duguang, isn't it? Xuan spoke calmly. He had already reached the peak of core formation and was invincible below the nascent soul stage. He was confident that even if Mo Duguang and Chen Mobai joined forces, they would not be his match. You haven't answered my question yet. Chen Mobai wanted to test the power of his newly mastered extreme yang slash, so he didn't let Zhou Shenking make a move. However, he was somewhat surprised that Fang Xuanyang, a core formation cultivator from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace who had been operating in the eastern wilderness for over a decade, wasn't there. Junior brother Xuan Yang is kind-hearted and did not want sect leader Chen to be alone on the road to the Yellow Springs, so he went to kill sect leader Chen's beloved disciple and send her on her way first. End of this chapter. Chapter 674, Luo Yixuan makes a move. Bonus chapter for 18,400 monthly tickets. Chapter 674, Luo Yixuan makes a move. Bonus chapter for 18,400 monthly tickets. That day Zhuo Ming led Luo Yixuan, Yin Qingmei, and others to a place called Lanchuan Mountain. When Beijiang opened up to this point, it suddenly got stuck. The Hua family, who contracted this section of the project, unearthed Lanliu stone during the excavation. This is a type of ore that is very suitable for refining and condensing true fire. Moreover, adding a piece during weapon crafting or alchemy can raise the flame temperature by a level. After this mineral was mined, the Hua family's first thought was whether they could keep it all for themselves. However, after 2 days of deliberation, Hua Zhang, the patriarch of the Hua family, and Hua Fan, the foundation establishment ancestor, came to investigate the matter on site. They could only sigh helplessly and report the matter to Beiyuan City. The discovery of the Lanliu stone vein could not be kept secret. The ore vein is located right on the excavation route in Beijiang. The Hua family contracted this section, and every 10 days or so, cultivators from the Shenmu sect would come to inspect the progress. Even if they can fool everyone for a while, when Zhuo Ming comes to inspect and take over the project after the contract is signed and the project is completed, it will definitely be exposed. Even if the Hua family manages to mine a lot of Lanliu stone during this time, they will have to give it all back to the Shenmu sect if they still want to survive in the eastern wilderness. Moreover, it's easy to imagine that if the Hua family did such a thing, it would definitely anger the ruthless sect leader Chen. So after much deliberation, the two leaders of the Hua family felt that this precious Lanliu stone was not worth the price they were paying, so they gritted their teeth and reported it. Perhaps the Shenmu sect would consider their contribution in making the discovery and let them take on more projects. Furthermore, there is another problem. After the mineral vein was discovered, the progress of the ordinary qi refining cultivators of the Hua family in excavating the river channel has fallen far behind the time of the contract signing. They need people from Baiyuan City to come and discuss how to solve this problem. Upon hearing that the Lanliu stone had been unearthed, Zhuo Ming immediately brought his people over. If I were to intervene, it's not impossible to forcibly open it up, but that would damage the mine. Luo Yixuan was the first to express her opinion. She used her avatar and the fourth-tier moonblade, and she could even flatten this mountain without any problem. That's such a waste. This Lanliu stone mine is quite large. If it were completely mined, it would be worth at least 1,000,000 spirit stones, which is equivalent to the annual income of spirit rice in Yan Kingdom. Zhuo Ming had already used the all-encompassing spiritual connection to briefly communicate with the earth veins of Lan Chuan Mountain and roughly understood the value of this mineral vein. After hearing Luo Yixuan's words, he immediately shook his head. Then we'll have to change our route. Yin Qingmei, who was standing to the side, spoke indifferently after hearing this. While the plans on the blueprints were 99% consistent with the actual surveys, some unexpected situations arose that forced a change in the original plan. Before Lanchuan Mountain, they had also discovered a valley containing a third-order spiritual vein, with a red willow forest inside and 5 third-order green and red willows in the center. This grove of red willows forms a natural array, capable of concealing spiritual energy, which is why it wasn't discovered by the geomancers of the Divine Wood sect at first. Forcibly excavating it would inevitably damage the spiritual veins and even affect the growth of this large area of spiritual plants. After much deliberation, Zhuo Ming decided to take a roundabout route to avoid it. The same thing happened with the Lanliu stone vein in Lanchuan Mountain. After weighing the options, they also chose to change course. After making the decision, Zhuo Ming summoned the 2 foundation establishment cultivators from the Hua family. Let's make some changes to this part of the project, but I'll need to do the specific changes after I've surveyed the surrounding area. Zhuo Ming stopped speaking before she could finish, because a powerful spiritual force surged in and landed in front of them in an instant. Wearing a long golden robe and possessing sharp, eagle-like eyes, Fang Chuanyang arrived bathed in golden light. Under the blinding sunlight, he radiated a dazzling brilliance, and his powerful core formation aura caused the 2 foundation establishment cultivators from the Hua family beside him to change their expressions drastically. Who goes there? Luo Yixuan stepped forward without hesitation, blocking Fang Chuanyang's path. Nangshuan sect, Fang Chuanyang, have come specifically to take the lives of the 3 of you, so that sect leader Chen won't be lonely on his way to the Yellow Springs. As Fang Chuanyang spoke, he already held a golden halberd in his hand, casually infused it with some spiritual power, and threw it at Luo Yixuan, who was standing in front of him like a mantis trying to stop him. In his eyes, this sun-shooting divine spear technique could skewer the 3 foundation establishment cultivators in front of him and kill them all. But something unexpected happened. A cold smile appeared on Luo Yixuan's lips. A chilling aura surged from the shadow beneath her feet, suddenly transforming into a graceful figure that merged into her body. Then she raised her slender, snow-white right hand and directly grasped the golden halberd that Fang Chuan had thrown. With a bang, with a slight exertion of her right hand, Luo Yixuan snapped the golden spear in 2 and tossed it back onto the ground in front of Fang Chuanyang with a hint of disdain. Who are you? Fang Chuanyang's eagle eyes narrowed suddenly, and he frowned, looking at the strangely beautiful female cultivator in front of him, dressed in palace attire with snow-white, almost transparent skin, with disbelief. Shenmu sect, Zionan Mountain, Luo Yixuan, didn't you come here for us? Luo Yixuan, with a slight sneer on her lips, revealed her name. When did you reach the core formation stage? Fang Chuanyang found it hard to accept that there must be a heavenly tribulation for those who form their core. He couldn't believe that his restoration society couldn't even find out this much information. But now the facts are right in front of him, leaving him no choice but to believe them. It must have been 6 years ago. Luo Yixuan said calmly, and Fang Chuanyang felt slightly relieved upon hearing this. Even if she had the same amazing talent as her master Chen Gixian, she would only be at the early stage of core formation after 6 years of core formation. With his peak mid-stage core formation realm and a century of experience in cultivation and combat, he would definitely be able to defeat her easily. At this moment, Fang Xuanyang was also glad that he waited until Luo Yixuan and the other two came out before coming to intercept them. Otherwise, if they were in Baiyuan City, she would have been able to do nothing with her third-tier Sumeru 9 Palaces formation. What a pity, such a talented master and disciple. They will both die at the hands of my Xuanxiao Dao Palace today. Before Fang Xuanyang could finish his harsh words, he saw Luo Yixuan pull out a pure white crescent blade from her storage bag. The moment the moonblade appeared, its powerful aura caused Fang Xuanyang's eyes to widen in surprise. Fourth-tier magical artifact. How come there are apprentices too? Chen Mobai possesses a fourth-tier sword because he is the holy son of the longevity sect. What gives Luo Yixuan the right to do so? As Fang Xuanyang hesitated about whether to continue fighting, Luo Yixuan had already swung her moonflower blade, unleashing a beautiful, pure white arc of light towards him. As the terrifying aura of a fourth-tier expert descended upon him, Fang Xuanyang finally realized what he was facing. He waved his hand and scattered a shower of golden beads, which formed a golden light screen in the form of an array. Then he immediately used the golden light escape technique, and his figure retreated explosively. As expected, the golden light barrier was shattered after only 2 breaths against the pure white arc of light. However, Fang Xuanyang had already taken the opportunity to leave the original place, and even flew far away, and then ran away without looking back. Luo Yixuan felt that nearly 30% of the yellow spring spiritual power in her body had been depleted, and she couldn't help but click her tongue slightly in surprise. This was the first time she had unleashed the power of a fourth-tier magic weapon. Go after him. At this moment, Granny Ming's voice rang in Luo Yixuan's mind. At first, she was a little confused, but she quickly understood the reason. As a core formation cultivator, Fang Xuanyang's blatant bullying of the weak clearly indicates that the Xuanxiao Dao Palace is about to launch a full-scale attack on the Shenmu sect. He had mentioned before that, besides him, there were other people who were also attacking Chen Mobai at the same time. As for Luo Yixuan, whom her master trusted most, she knew, with Granny Ming's reminder, that all she could do now was to stick with Fang Xuanyang, a core formation cultivator from the opposing force. This way, he could be kept at bay to prevent Fang Xuanyang from attacking Chen Mobai, and also prevent Fang Xuanyang from attacking the Shenmu sect cultivators who were carrying out construction all over Yan Kingdom in a fit of rage. After realizing what had happened, Luo Yixuan said something to Zhuo Ming and Yin Qingmei, then gripped the moonblade and followed Fang Xuanyang, whose silhouette was now just a tiny dot on the horizon. Let's head back to Baiyuan City first. Having learned a great deal from Chen Mobai, Zhuo Ming immediately decided to take Yin Qingmei back to a safe place under these circumstances. Yin Qingmei only recovered from the shock of Luo Yixuan actually forming her core at this moment. Only the Xiaonanchan lineage and Zhou Fu knew about this matter in the Shenmu sect. But at this moment, the fact that she was about to have a great battle with Xuanxiao Dao Palace made Yin Qingmei very anxious. That was a major sect of nascent soul cultivators. However, my godfather will hold the fort if things go wrong, so let's avoid this situation for now. Okay, thank you for your trouble, junior sister. Yin Qingmei nodded and fell directly into the cauldron of all things and great virtue. Zhuo Ming then retrieved the magic artifact and disappeared from the spot using the earth escape technique. In the blink of an eye, only the bewildered Hua family cultivators remained. Hua Zhang and Hua Fan, both Foundation establishment cultivators, exchanged a glance and simultaneously gasped. Quickly, gather all the clansmen, put down the projects you are working on, and rush back to the clan territory as fast as possible. With their experience, the two of them naturally realized that the great battle between Xuanxiao Dao Palace and Shenmu sect was inevitable the moment Fang Xuanyang came over to make his move. Even at their level, they dared not predict who would win or lose in this war. After all, one is the overlord of the Eastern wilderness, while the other is a major Eastern Yi sect with a nascent soul cultivator in charge. But they knew that any force could easily wipe out the Hua family. Therefore, as the first people to know about this, the two of them could only pin their hopes on the family's third-tier formation, which would protect their family through this battle that was bound to be extremely fierce. I never expected that sect leader Chen's third disciple had already formed her core. As expected of the fairy of Nanshan, who is most like sect leader Chen, the Divine Wood sect did not hold a core-forming ceremony for her. They kept it so well hidden. It seems that they had long anticipated a great battle with the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. When Chen Mobai led his family disciples away, the two foundation establishment cultivators from the Hua family were impressed by his foresight. End of this chapter. Chapter 675, Battle of Changyuan Mountain. Chapter 675, Battle of Changyuan Mountain. At the Changyuan Mountain Market, Chen Mobai was slightly taken aback by the words of the old man beside Xuan Shu. Go find Minger and the others. With the moonblade in hand and the old ghost Granny Ming keeping an eye on her, Xuaner should be able to kill Fang Xuanyang, right? Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, Xuan Shu's figure suddenly blurred, and then a cyan gold light suddenly appeared in front of him, slicing across his neck with lightning speed. Amidst the flickering flames, Chen Mobai's body, whose neck had been slashed by Xuan Shu Tianfeng's finger, suddenly disintegrated into a shower of sparks. Xuan Shu frowned slightly, his figure blurred again, and he disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Chen Mobai's true form appeared behind Xuan Shu using the flame light escape technique. A ball of golden flame suddenly erupted in his palm, like a sword beam, slicing past the afterimage left by Xuan Shu in the original place. The two exchanged blows in the blink of an eye, so fast that Zhou Shenking, standing to the side, almost didn't see it clearly. The speed of wind release is indeed graceful, Chen Mobai said to Xuan Shu, who had returned to his original position, with some surprise. He reached out and touched his neck, where there was a line of blood, which was the wound that Xuan Shu had just made with the heavenly wind finger. If his flame light escape technique hadn't been cultivated to the point where it could be executed at will, it probably wouldn't have just been a scratch on his skin. The legacy of the longevity cult is not bad. Xuan Shu saw the faint green glow appear on the bloodline on Chen Mobai's neck, and the wound completely healed within a few breaths, and couldn't help but nod in approval. Junior brother, should I make a move? Zhou Shenking, who was wearing a mask not far away, asked. Fellow Taoist, let my junior brother fight sect leader Chen alone. If you're itching for a fight, I can keep you company for a while. Xuanqi smiled and took out a golden halberd from his storage bag, pointing it at Zhou Shenking, reminding him that it would be best for him to stand aside and watch. As the oldest core formation cultivator in the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, he had also reached the late core formation stage. Although his energy and spirit were declining, his combat experience was the most abundant, and he also had 2 trump cards of 4th-tier spirit talismans. He believed that even if he faced Mo Duguang, the #1 sword cultivator in the eastern wilderness, he could easily hold him off. Upon hearing Xuan Qi's words, Zhou Shenking's eyes narrowed slightly beneath his mask, but then he suddenly burst into laughter. In his more than 300 years of life, he had never found anything as funny as this. Don't worry, Xuan Shu will die by my hand today. At this moment, Chen Mobai said something that made Xuan Shu and Xuan Qi's expressions change. Arrogant. Xuan Shu sneered, deciding to hold back no longer. With a deafening roar, a cyan gold whirlwind formed between heaven and earth, centered on him, and then began to sweep away the spiritual energy from all directions. With a whooshing sound, streaks of brilliant golden spears, carrying a sharp gleam, shot towards Chen Mobai like a volley of arrows. Chen Mobai had lost count of how many times he had encountered this sun-shooting, divine spear technique. However, there is no doubt that Xuan Shu's spell is more terrifying, than any of the previous Nangshuan sect members. With the blessing of his perfected core formation realm, every golden spear that shot out from the raging storm possessed the power of a peak third-tier weapon. Even if it were Mo Duguang, he could only rely on the speed of the sword fiend thunder sound to dodge it. But Chen Mobai stood still, motionless. An ancient mirror flew out from his sleeve and hovered above his head. In an instant, a golden flame shield burst forth, enveloping his entire body. All the flying golden spears, upon encountering the fiery shield, were like gold nuggets placed into magma, instantly melting into liquid gold that slid down and formed a perfect golden ring on the ground. This ancient mirror is naturally Chen Mobai's Haitian mirror. In preparation for this battle of wits, he had already had Yin Qingmei return the glasses in advance, and even replaced the original frames with fourth-tier longevity wood. The power of the Haitian mirror was fully unleashed. However, since this mirror is the foundation of the 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror, the 2 pure Yang spells that were originally embedded in it were used to block the sun-shooting Divine Spear technique. Pure Yang Fire and Profound Yang Divine Light. When upgrading to the Haitian mirror, Chen Mobai also consulted Hong Mengqi and reserved a setting to combine the 2 spells into a Great Sun Stem Yang God Fire cover that integrates offense and defense. The key to fusing these 2 spells is the Great Sun Fire. Pure Yang Fire and Great Sun Fire, when refined with pure Yang spiritual energy, can be sublimated into Great Sun Yang Fire, one of the 6 great treasure flames of the immortal sects. The inspiration for this Great Sun Stem Yang God Fire cover comes from this. On its first attempt, it easily blocked Xuan Shu's rain of sun-shooting divine spears. Another powerful magical artifact from the longevity cult. What good luck! Xuan Shu frowned upon seeing this scene, but since he dared to come to the eastern wilderness to ambush Chen Mobai, he must have thought of this. After all, even he had searched for fourth-tier magic artifacts in the ruins of the Sea Gate. However, his golden orchid pearl was specifically reserved to fight against Chen Mobai's purple lightning sword. So, facing the Great Sun Yang God Fire cover, which combined offense and defense, Xuan Shu used the spell he was most proud of after achieving the perfection of core formation. With a flick of his finger, the raging storm that had been centered on him began to shrink instantly, gradually condensing into a spiral that shimmered with azure gold light. Xuan Shu's figure blurred in place and landed in front of Chen Mobai. He reached out and raised his index finger, guiding the cyan gold spiral beam of light, gently touching the flame shield. Chen Mobai's expression changed slightly as he poured the pure Yang spiritual power from his Danshan into the Haitian mirror, maximizing the power of the Great Sun Yang Divine Fire cover. However, the golden flame shield beneath the cyan gold spiral twisted and shrank incessantly, inch by inch, heading towards Chen Mobai's brow. A fourth-tier spell. After holding out for a few breaths, Chen Mobai finally realized why Xuan Shu dared to use a single finger to directly attack his Haitian mirror. With a loud bang, under the fourth order heavenly wind finger, the Great Sun Stem Yang God Fire cover finally could not withstand it and dissipated into a sky full of sparks. However, after Xuan Shu shattered the flame shield, he did not see the despair on Chen Mobai's face that he had expected. I will shatter your most prized swordsmanship and completely destroy your Dao heart. Xuan Shu spoke in an icy tone and mercilessly pointed his right index finger, a cyan gold spiral, at Chen Mobai's brow. Then he saw a faint white light that distorted the void leap out from Chen Mobai's mouth. The white light flashed like lightning, dazzling and brilliant. But what made Xuan Shu's eyes widen in disbelief was that this white light was incredibly swift, arriving after him and actually blocking his heavenly wind finger. He then felt his index finger begin to burn. In the blink of an eye, the skin was burning and the flesh was boiling. It looked like the finger bone was about to be exposed. He immediately stopped his wind escape and then suddenly retreated. But Chen Mobai unleashed his extreme Yang slash and naturally wouldn't let him off easily. At the same time, he used the flame escape technique to rush to Xuan Shu's front, who was retreating after using the wind escape technique. Under Chen Mobai's divine sense, the faint white light, like a flash of lightning in the void, pierced through the wind walls, blocking its way in the blink of an eye. However, Shu also took this opportunity to spread out again. At the same time, he raised his other finger, his brows furrowed with anger, and unleashed the power of his fourth-level heavenly wind finger to its limit. Chen Mobai's mastery of the Fourth Order Extreme Yang Slash was indeed beyond Shu's expectations. Moreover, his wind spiritual power was naturally restrained by the opponent's fire spiritual power. However, Shu believed that with his abundant spiritual power at the peak of core formation, it would definitely far surpass that of Chen Mobai, who had just broken through to the middle stage of core formation. Shu knew all too well how much spiritual energy Fourth Order spells required, so upon discovering the Extreme Yang Slash, he immediately adopted a new combat strategy. A storm of cyan and gold raged once more. Shu directly clashed with the faint white light that flashed towards him, engaging in a head-on battle once again. Although Chen Mobai was somewhat surprised, this was exactly what he wanted, and faint golden lines appeared in his left eye. Amidst the resounding booms, two fourth-tier spells clashed head-on, unleashing terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy that caused Shu's expression to change slightly. This sect leader Chen from the remote eastern wilderness possesses a talent even more terrifying than the rumors suggest. You should know that the primordial ancestor once made a name for himself in the 6 regions of the East, and one of his skills was the Extreme Yang Slash, which could cut down anything. Fortunately, Shu also mastered the 4th-level Heavenly Wind Finger this time. Otherwise, Chi would have run away to the Eastern barbarians without looking back the moment he saw the Extreme Yang Slash. Just as Xuanqi was thinking this, Chen Mobai and Xuanchu had already changed and collided more than 10 times in midair, their speed so fast that they left behind one afterimage after another. The two fought and circled, and before they knew it, the sky above Changyuan Mountain was filled with their figures. Finally, they crashed into the mountain wall, accompanied by terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations. With a deafening roar, half a mountain was blasted apart by the two of them. Amidst the swirling dust, the azure gold whirlwind and the faint white light, like two bolts of lightning, collided and struck each other, unleashing an even more vast and terrifying spiritual pressure. This sect leader Chen of the Divine Wood Sect is quite resilient. Xuanqi, standing to the side, watched as the extremely bright white light was suppressed by the cyan gold spiral several times, but each time it was about to be completely extinguished, it would burst into a blazing light again as if it had been doused with oil, and he couldn't help but admire it. But what he didn't know was that Shu, who was fighting Chen Mobai head-on, was becoming more and more alarmed as the fight went on. He didn't know how much potent medicine Chen Mobai had taken beforehand. Every time he managed to bring Chen Mobai's spiritual power down to near exhaustion, Chen Mobai would suddenly recover to his peak. After doing this 3 times in a row, Shu cursed inwardly and took out a golden red pill from his storage bag and swallowed it. He just wouldn't believe it. After taking the powerful medicine to restore his spiritual energy, Shu's expression hardened. He once again activated the 4th Order Heavenly Wind Finger, persisting with his fighting strategy, determined to exhaust and crush Chen Mobai's spiritual energy. After 2 more times, Shu, who felt that his danchin were half empty again, suddenly realized something. Looking at Chen Mobai before him, whose spiritual power was still at its peak but whose spiritual consciousness had declined slightly, and whose Extreme Yang Slash was not as accurate or responsive as before, he knew that his strategy might be wrong. Faced with the faint white light flashing and slashing towards him again, Shu finally couldn't hold back and spat out the 4th-tier magic weapon, the Golden Orchid Pearl, which he had reserved for the Purple Lightning Sword. Chen Mobai had seen this magical artifact of the overturning sea sect a long time ago, but he still couldn't help but use the Extreme Yang Slash to strike it down. With a burst of dazzling light, the Extreme Yang Slash failed to pierce the 4th-tier magic weapon. Then Chen Mobai felt a terrifying, invisible binding force coming from all directions, pressing down on him relentlessly. He tried again, and finding that he couldn't break through using conventional methods, he reached out and made a grasping motion in the air. Amidst the crackling and trembling thunder, the purple lightning sword fell from the realm and was held in Chen Mobai's palm. Then, this fourth-grade high-quality sword, which had long been in harmony with his mind, shone with a bright purple lightning. With a boom, Chen Mobai, sword in hand, broke free from Jin Lanju's whirlwind restraints. After unleashing their fourth-tier magical artifacts, the two of them were no longer holding back at all. Each of them was full of confidence in their own magical artifacts, and they used their escape techniques to rush straight up. A terrifying storm. Shu unleashed the treasure-controlling technique he had cultivated for many years, which allowed him to unleash the true power of the golden orchid pearl. He was like a golden storm, holding the pearl in his palm, and blasted it towards Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai, who had not yet tested the upper limit of the power of the purple lightning sword, was also fearless and raised the sword to strike. The broad blade clashed with the golden orchid. In an instant, the entire long mountain was reduced to only purple and gold. Xuanqi stared wide-eyed, wanting to witness the outcome of the two's battle, but under the impact of the two fourth-tier ferocious forces, he could only retreat continuously to avoid being caught in the crossfire. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the guy with the wooden mask hadn't retreated an inch, letting the fourth-order aftershock engulf him. Are all sword cultivators reckless, or are they trying to save Chen Gixian? In Xuanqi's eyes, Zhou Shenqing was the #1 swordsman in the eastern wilderness, Mo Duguang. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head. At this moment, the clash between the purple lightning sword and the golden orchid pearl reached its most terrifying climax. Chen Mobai felt the skin on his arm begin to crack inch by inch, bleeding profusely. This was because his body could not withstand the power of the purple lightning sword at this moment. "Master, please let me go." Chen Mobai obediently let go, and Shu smiled upon seeing this. He then pressed the golden orchid pearl forward again. He won. However, at this moment, he saw a huge, semi-transparent skeletal hand appear behind Chen Mobai. Amidst the swirling five-colored light, flesh and blood materialized in the giant hand, which directly grasped the hilt of the purple lightning sword. End of this chapter. Chapter 676, Two Heads Slain. Chapter 676, Two Heads Slain. After Chen Mobai received the empowerment from his external avatar, he had already reached the heavenly star realm. Although he lacked the corresponding essence and evil energy, his arm, formed from the five-element sword evil, possessed some of the characteristics of a fourth-tier weapon. By grasping the purple lightning sword, Chen Mobai was truly giving it his all. After the purple lightning sword was controlled by the huge, transparent arm that shimmered with multicolored light, it no longer needed to worry about its explosive power harming Chen Mobai's body. Amidst a deafening roar, a blindingly bright purple bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, only to be swallowed by the straight, unadorned, and majestic sword. Then the purple lightning sword, which had been pressed down inch by Jin Lanju, suddenly lit up with a layer of dazzling light, radiating light in all directions, like a bolt of lightning exploding in the sky, instantly piercing through all the surrounding darkness. Under Xuan's incredulous gaze, his right hand, which was holding the golden orchid pearl, cracked open, revealing 5 stark white finger bones. He wanted to release Jin Lanju, but the magical artifact held him tightly at this moment. Then in the blink of an eye, Xuan's hand and finger bones shattered completely, and finally, accompanied by a hazy blood mist, his entire right hand was broken and flew in all directions. Xuan's physical body could not withstand such terrifying fourth-order power. As the golden orchid pearl sensed the increasingly terrifying power of the purple lightning sword slashing towards it, it instinctively unleashed an even stronger force to resist in order to avoid being cut apart. Then Xuan ended up with almost all the spiritual energy in his dantian being drained, and his right hand shattering. However, with his right hand gone, Xuan was finally free from the constraints of the golden orchid pearl. His eyes were bloodshot, He took out a handful of pills from his storage bag and stuffed them into his mouth. Then, he unleashed his wind escape technique to its maximum and fled away from Changyuan Mountain without looking back. With a hiss, a cyan needle of light shot out from nowhere, piercing through Xuan-Shu's protective wind barrier and stabbing into his dantian. Just as Xuan-Shu was about to be crippled, a jade pendant hanging on him suddenly flashed with a bright spiritual light. With a bang, the jade pendant shattered, but the cyan light needle was stopped and then vanished. A substitute death talisman. You've got quite a lot of good stuff. As Zhou Shenking spoke, his figure blocked Xuan-Shu's path in midair. The moment he appeared, all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was floating in the void around Changyuan Mountain swarmed towards him. Nascent soul, that's impossible. Upon witnessing such a landmark scene, Xuan-Shu blurted out in disbelief. He couldn't believe that someone could condense a nascent soul in this remote rural area of the eastern wilderness. When I first formed my nascent soul, I wasn't yet familiar with controlling my power, which is why you escaped. I never expected you'd come back to die a second time. Zhou Shenking smiled and slowly removed the wooden mask from his face. According to their previous agreement, he had designed himself to appear as a normal nascent soul cultivator breaking through, rather than a nascent soul cultivator with a Dharma body. You actually succeeded in forming your nascent soul. Having seen with his own eyes that it was Zhou Shenking, Xuan-Shu could only wear a bitter expression, no matter how much he didn't believe it. Xuan-Chi, who was observing the battle results of Chen Mobai and Xuan-Shu not far away, couldn't help but gasp when he saw Zhou Shenking, whose spiritual energy was circulating in midair. He thought about what he had just said and finally realized how lucky he was. He had already been on the verge of death several times. Without any hesitation, Xuanqi quietly moved and hid in the shadows. He took out a silver talisman from his storage bag and immediately made his escape. Senior brother Xuanqi, I'll hold him off for you. After you return to Mingjing Mountain, you must tell Master this news and avenge me. But at that moment, Xuan-Shu in the sky suddenly shouted loudly at Xuan-Chi, who was casting the escape talisman, and then took out an ancient, deep blue talisman. Damn it, Xuan-Shu, you'll die a horrible death. However, Xuanqi immediately started cursing. As expected, Zhou Shenking, who was in midair, immediately looked over. Locked on by the nascent soul's divine sense, Xuan-Chi bit his tongue and used his essence blood to activate his trump card, the fourth-tier golden light divine talisman, which he then unleashed upon Zhou Shenking and Xuan-Shu in the sky. At the same time, a silver light flashed, and the heavenly escape talisman had been activated, ready to send him away immediately. But Xuanqi suddenly felt a surge of heat on his back, and a figure appeared behind him, accompanied by flickering flames. Then, a faint white light slipped in before the heavenly escape talisman's protective barrier completely closed. Blood flashed. The over 400-year-old Xuanqi displayed his combat experience, using a self-defense technique he had painstakingly cultivated for many years. He tore off his left hand, transforming it into a blood-red shield that actually blocked the extreme yang slash. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but nod slightly. As expected of cultivators from the heavenly river realm, they have endless ways to protect themselves. Taking advantage of this moment, the heavenly escape talisman has been fully activated. A silver light shield enveloped Xuan-Chi's entire body. He clutched his severed arm in pain and glared at Chen Mobai with a ferocious expression. Just as he was thinking about how to say a few harsh words, a beam of azure divine light that reached the heavens and the earth descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the shield of the escape talisman. Zhou Shenking used his longevity true chi to unleash the heavenly wood divine light, which directly tore a hole in the light shield. Chen Mobai, who was just about to activate the void blade, decided not to waste any more time, lest Xuan-Chi still have a way to save his life, and things could get complicated if he delayed any longer. He immediately activated the myriad Dharma body to deliver the purple lightning sword, which pierced into the gap. Although Xuanqi was severely injured, he still had a strong will to live. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden seal, which was obviously his natal magic weapon. Although it was of a lower grade than the purple lightning sword, it still managed to block the incoming blade through his desperate efforts. However, the golden seal also developed small cracks, but as long as it could hold on for even a second, Xuanqi would be able to wait for the heavenly escape talisman to send him away. However, at this moment, a faint white light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and then he felt a chill on his neck. The entire head had flown off. The bloodlight shield he cast with his crippled body had been cut open by the extreme yang slash at some point. Xuanqi, unaware of this, was immediately decapitated. After killing Xuanqi, Chen Mobai once again used the ground-leaving flame light escape technique and flew into the air. Taking advantage of the moment when Zhou Shenking's attention was drawn, Xuanqi also activated the escape talisman. Xuanqi then used a fourth-order golden light talisman, which bought him even more time. Although Zhou Shenking had already reached the nascent soul stage, a fourth-tier talisman could still harm him, so he had to use the spirit leaf technique to defend himself. Then he saw Xuanqi trying to escape using the escape talisman, so he immediately unleashed a beam of heavenly wood divine light from afar. But at this moment, Xuanqi's fourth-order river-turning talisman also erupted towards him. To Zhou Shenking's surprise, this talisman and the fourth-order golden light talisman could actually form a linkage. With the mutual generation of gold and water, dark blue waves of the river and sea swept through the air, carrying countless golden swords and blades, shattering his defensive spirit leaves. Upon seeing this, Zhou Shenking immediately condensed 9 more spirit leaves. What is a fourth-tier spell that is a trump card for core formation cultivators is just a common technique in the hands of nascent soul cultivators. As soon as the 9 spiritual leaves appeared, although the waves of swords and sabers continued to bombard Zhou Shenking, they could no longer shake him in the slightest. However, by this time, Xuanqi's heaven escape talisman had been fully formed. The silver light formed a dome, enveloping his pale face. Upon seeing this, Zhou Shenking frowned, raised his right palm, and a bright blue light needle condensed into shape once again. This is the heavenly wood divine needle, which is currently Zhou Shenking's most powerful attack method. Hopefully, this guy only has one scapegoat. However, just as Zhou Shenking was about to make a move, he suddenly noticed that flames appeared in front of Xuanqi, blocking his view. Xuanqi's gaze turned icy as he saw Chen Mobai appear before him. The next time I come to kill you, it will be when I've reached the nascent soul stage. Although Xuanqi was pale, exhausted of spiritual power, and his aura had weakened to an unprecedented low, he still refused to admit defeat when the escape talisman teleported him away. Chen Mobai smiled slightly upon hearing this. Then a sharp, slender, flat blade extended from his fingertip and gently grazed the silver light shield covering Xuanqi's entire body. It's useless, this heaven escape talisman. Xuanqi had only spoken halfway when he saw the void blade and the silver light shield merge seamlessly and slash in without any obstruction. The silver light shield was even absorbed by the sword at Chen Mobai's fingertip, suddenly becoming thin and transparent. Instinctively, Xuanqi wanted to take out a defensive talisman from his storage bag, but before he could even finish half of his action, the void blade had already slashed across his neck. The head fell, and the dripping blood splattered all over the inner wall of the heavenly escape talisman's protective shield. Once activated, the escape talisman would not stop operating. After Chen Mobai used the void blade to take out Xuanqi's storage bag, he saw Xuanqi, who had already turned into a corpse, disappear before his eyes. Mingjing Mountain. The Golden Wind ancestor, who was practicing his magic in seclusion in his stone house, suddenly frowned and opened his eyes. He arrived at the entrance of the stone house and saw Xuan Guang, the sect leader of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, kneeling fearfully on the opposite cliff. To be chosen as the sect leader, one must possess exceptional character. Such a loss of composure caused old ancestor Jin Feng's heart to sink. What is it? Has the army from Kongsing Valley attacked? In the heart of the Golden Wind ancestor, only this matter could make Xuan Guang show such an expression. Master, the bodies of junior brother Xuan Shu and senior brother Xuan Qi have returned. Xuan Guang spoke in a sorrowful tone and with a tragic expression, uttering words that made old ancestor Jin Feng widen his eyes in disbelief. Inside the main hall of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, the Golden Wind ancestor who had flown over looked at the two decapitated corpses side by side and trembled all over, clenching his fists. Xuanqi is one thing, but Xuanchu is the disciple under his tutelage most likely to reach the nascent soul stage. In the eyes of the Golden Wind ancestor, although this disciple was a bit arrogant, his talent and resilience were no less than those of the bitter bamboo. He was the only candidate who could lead the Xuanxiao Dao Palace to continue the glory of the great sect after his death. However now, his head has been cut off, and he lies silently on the blue brick floor of the main hall. Who is it? The suppressed fury of the Golden Wind ancestor rang out, and the four-core formation cultivators in the hall all looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, Xuan Guang, as the sect leader, stepped forward and expressed his opinion. Reporting to Master, we examined the bodies of senior brother and junior brother, and found that senior brother Xuanqi's head wound was charred black, obviously caused by fire spiritual power. Junior brother Xuanchu's head cut was smooth and clean. Although there were no traces of spiritual power left, it can be seen that it was cut by sword light. It was clear that they had died in an extremely fierce battle, and the only thing that could have driven them to such a state was a nascent soul cultivator. There are no cultivators of this level in the eastern wilderness. Although my senior brother and junior brother went to kill Chen Gixian of the Divine Wood sect, I suspect that it may have been the nascent soul cultivators from the other two sects of the eastern barbarians who made the move. As soon as Xuan Guang finished speaking, old ancestor Jin Feng's expression suddenly calmed down. He had already examined the two bodies. The fire elemental power in Xuanqi's wounds was extremely domineering. The only one he could match in his mind was the white crow ancestor of the sun-bathing sea. The only one who could kill Xuan Shu, a sword cultivator who had reached the peak of core formation and whose escape talisman was useless, and who also had a deep-seated hatred for their Xuanxiao Dao Palace, was that fellow Ku Zhu. Able to slice through the void, could this guy have already mastered swordsmanship to the point of being able to create threads? How hateful! Why is it that our rival sect can produce such an extraordinary successor, while I, an old man, have to bury my young? Despite being over 800 years old, the Golden Wind ancestor was extremely angry. He had not lost his mind in this situation. He was pondering whether his Xuanxiao Dao Palace's 1,000-year foundation could be preserved if Yu Rai Hai really joined forces with Kong Sang Valley, or even killed his own disciples to form an alliance. Where's Fang Xuanyang? Aren't the three of them together? At this moment, ancestor Jin Feng suddenly remembered the core formation elder that the sect had sent to the eastern wilderness. He had sent a message to inform Xuan Shu and Xuan Qi once when they arrived in the eastern wilderness. If he hadn't died, he might have been able to find out the truth about Xuan Shu and Xuan Qi's deaths. Junior brother Xuan Yang's soul tablet is still intact. I have also dispatched disciples to the eastern wilderness through the desolate ruins, hoping to find him. Xuan Guang had already thought of this, but there was no large teleportation array between Dongyi and Donghuang, so the transmission of messages had to be done manually through the desolate ruins. We must find him. Ancestor Jin Feng gave the order, then turned his gaze to the remaining core formation cultivators in the hall. Xuan Guang and the other three immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. They were terrified that the Golden Wind ancestor would send one of them to the eastern wilderness to search for Fang Xuanyang. However, in the end, under the threat of a formidable enemy, and considering the need to activate the sect's fourth-order grand formation, ancestor Jin Feng did not send out the remaining four core formation cultivators. Above Iwa, Fang Xuan looked up at Luo Yixuan, who was following closely behind him, and gritted his teeth. He also tried to stop and fight Luo Yixuan. But Luo Yixuan turned the tables and ran away. With a fourth-tier magic weapon in hand, Fang Xuanyang was afraid of being ambushed by her and dared not pursue her. However, just as he was about to leave, Luo Yixuan stopped running and stayed close behind him. At first, Fang Xuanyang was filled with anger, but soon, his experience calmed him down and he came up with a brilliant solution. HMPH, I'll fly to Changyuan Mountain right now. My senior and junior brothers are there. If she dares to chase after me, even with a 4th-tier magic weapon, she'll be doomed. End of this chapter. Chapter 677, The Demise of the Southern Qiuan Sect. Chapter 677, The Demise of the Southern Qiuan Sect. Senior brother, I haven't congratulated you on your nascent soul formation yet. Consider this precious pearl a congratulatory gift. Above Changyuan Mountain, Chen Mobai handed the golden orchid pearl to Zhou Shenking, who naturally declined. Junior brother, this can also be considered your spoils of war. Senior brother is a nascent soul cultivator. Only when this item is in your hands can it unleash its true power. After killing these two, a great battle between the sect and the Xuanxiao Dao Palace will be inevitable. Only you will be able to stand against the Golden Wind Ancestor. Senior brother, please do not refuse. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, Zhou Shenking, who was already very interested, immediately accepted without hesitation. Thank you very much, junior brother. With a delighted expression, Zhou Shenking accepted the golden orchid pearl and, reluctant to put it down, infused it with his spiritual power, beginning his attempt to refine it. The magical artifacts of the heavenly river realm have no interest in things like spirit stones. These things have been passed down through generations of owners. Jin Lanju is a mid-grade 4th-order item with only a weak spirituality. Although she was just hit by the purple lightning sword, she still stubbornly closed herself off and resisted Zhou Shenking's refining. This magical artifact has been refined by Qu and Shu for over 100 years. Without the correct refining technique, I can only utilize its most basic functions in a short period of time. After trying it out, Zhou Shenking was both happy and worried, looking at the precious pearl in his palm. He is a nascent soul cultivator. As long as he perseveres, he will one day be able to completely remove the traces of Qu and Shu's divine consciousness and replace them with his own. However, for a magical artifact to unleash its full power, it also requires the accompanying incantations and techniques for refining and controlling it. At this point, Chen Mobai recalled the falling treasure golden light technique he had cultivated. Although he had been practicing this spell, he mainly used it to pass the time in his spare moments, so he had only reached the level of sealing treasures. However, after so many years of perseverance, he is not far from reaching the Luobo realm. Moreover, Chen Mobai is now at the 4th level of the golden core stage, and his speed of refining golden crystals is even faster. According to his estimate, if he works hard for another 2 or 3 years, he will be able to master the 81 falling treasure golden lights and elevate this secret technique to the falling treasure realm. The reason Chen Mobai never gave up on this secret technique was because he coveted the treasure refining realm that came with its ultimate cultivation. It enabled him to go from nothing to becoming a 4th-level appraiser of the immortal sect. We can check Qu and Shu's storage bag to see if there's a corresponding method. Maybe we'll get lucky and find it. Chen Mobai's falling treasure golden light had no effect on Jin Lanju, but he immediately thought of something else and handed the storage bag in his hand to Zhou Shenking. Xuan Shu was a cultivator who had reached the peak of core formation, and Zhou Shenking was able to easily break through his spiritual imprint. Well, I hope so. Zhou Shenking nodded and accepted the storage bag. Just as he was about to open it, he suddenly paused for a moment, then turned to look at the empty northern sky. Senior brother, what's wrong? Chen Mobai's spiritual sense was not as strong as that of a nascent soul cultivator, so he did not notice Fang Xuanyang flying towards them from a distance, or Luo Yixuan following behind him. Ha, the last fish that slipped through the net has come to its death. Zhou Shenking laughed and told Chen Mobai what he had discovered. The latter couldn't help but laugh as well. The two of them simply landed leisurely. After a stick of incense had burned, Fang Xuanyang, looking excited, finally flew here. He looked at the Changyuan mountain, which had been half shattered, and felt the wind's spiritual power that had not yet dissipated. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of Xuan-Shu's heavenly wind finger. Fang Xuanyang also sensed another powerful fire elemental force, thinking that Chen Gixian was indeed worthy of his reputation, as he was able to fight Xuan-Shu to such an extent. It's a pity they were born into the wrong family. Even with extraordinary talent, once they were regarded as enemies by the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, they could only turn into corpses. Fang Xuanyang calmly stopped above the ruins of Changyuan Mountain, turned around with a half-smile, and looked at the palace-dressed female cultivator who had been flying behind him. At this moment, Luo Yixuan, seeing him stop, also noticed something was wrong. As she got closer, she could feel the powerful spiritual energy that hadn't dissipated in the air, one of which was very familiar to her. Just as she was cautiously preparing to retreat, Fang Xuanyang suddenly burst into laughter, took out his natal magic weapon, and turned to attack Luo Yixuan, blocking her from leaving. "You're dead. How dare you chase me all the way here? Let me tell you, this is where your master is buried. My senior brother Xuanqi and junior brother Xuanchu are here. Well, that's fine too, so you two can be buried together after death, ha ha ha." Thinking victory was assured, Fang Xuanyang no longer held back and charged towards Luo Yixuan. But he suddenly noticed that Luo Yixuan's face did show a look of panic at first, but her eyes lit up as if she had seen something, and she smiled sweetly. "What are you laughing about when you're about to die?" Fang Xuanyang thought that Luo Yixuan was trying to fight to the death before she died. In order to avoid being taken away by the fourth-order magic weapon, he took out a life-saving talisman from his storage bag. "He's just laughing at you for walking right into his trap." A clear voice suddenly rang out in the market below. Upon hearing this, Fang Xuanyang's eyes widened as he turned around, and he saw Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking flying out from a ruined house. "Impossible, how are you still alive?" Shocked, Fang Xuanyang quickly realized the problem. Why hadn't Xuan-Shu and Xuan-Qi come out yet? Immediately, an unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. The target they were supposed to kill is still alive, and there were signs of a struggle at the scene, so doesn't that mean he was killed instead? "Junior brother, shall I kill him or will you?" Zhou Shenking smiled and asked Chen Mobai beside him. "I already feel bad about stealing 2 kills from my senior brother, so I dare not steal any more," Chen Mobai said with some shame. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shenking smiled and flew to Fang Xuanyang's side. However, the cultivators of the Heavenly River realm all possess an incredibly strong instinct for survival. Although Fang Xuanyang felt that he was not as good as Xuan-Shu, he thought that if he fought desperately, he might be able to escape from the siege of 3 core formation cultivators. However, just as he was wielding his natal magic weapon, preparing for a desperate fight, Zhou Shenking raised his hand, and the pressure unique to nascent soul cultivators made Fang Xuanyang's face turn ashen. "That's impossible." Fang Xuan looked on in shock, and at the same time, a cyan light needle burst out from Zhou Shenking's palm. In his despair, Fang Xuan's instinct for survival still compelled him to pull out all his trump cards and struggle to escape. Unfortunately, the gap in skill level cannot be bridged by fighting spirit alone. Fang Xuanyang's efforts were like fireworks at night. Although they had a brief moment of brilliance, they eventually dissipated into the dense, boundless darkness. The cyan needle pierced his forehead without resistance, exploding his entire skull. Thus, all 3 core formation cultivators of Xuanxiao Dao Palace in the eastern wilderness perished. "Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, master." Luo Yixuan, who was standing nearby, came over with a smile and bowed to Zhou Shenking and Chen Mobai. "To avoid alerting the enemy, we've kept the southern profound sect alive. Now is the time. Xuaner, on my orders, gather all the cultivators of the Divine Wood sect in the Yan Kingdom and level Mount Bayas." To nip the problem in the bud, Chen Mobai and his group, having already killed 3 core formation cultivators from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, would naturally not spare the Nangshuan sect. "Yes, master." Upon hearing this, Luo Yixuan's eyes lit up instantly. After she demonstrated her core formation stage strength to the Hua family, it meant she was about to announce it to the world. The destruction of the Southern Profound sect will serve as a perfect opportunity to make her name resound throughout the entire Eastern wilderness, letting everyone know that she is the most outstanding successor of the Little Southern Mountain lineage. The all-out war with Xuanxiao Dao Palace will begin soon. Junior brother Chen can mobilize the elite forces of the 3 halls and 12 departments of the sect to Baiyuan City. Zhou Shenqing took the initiative to speak, and Chen Mobai had no objection. He was even considering moving the entire Shenmu sect to Baiyuan City, preparing to mobilize the entire sect's strength to fight against the Xuanxiao Dao Palace that was about to attack. After cleaning up the battlefield, the 3 of them went to Baiyuan City together. Upon receiving the news, Yi Yun immediately came to pay his respects. However, Zhou Shenqing still kept his identity hidden, and the longer he could keep the news of his nascent soul formation a secret, the better. Located at the highest point of Baiyuan City, this cave dwelling has just been upgraded to the 4th tier. Chen Mobai was issuing orders to Yi Yun. Yes, sect leader, I will immediately issue the order to all the sect's cultivators in Yan Kingdom. After receiving the order, Yi Yun immediately used the Tongxianyi, a magical communication device, to call people. This communication device had already been used by the Shenmu sect in various countries because of its quick and convenient use. One after another, the celestial instruments were buried along the river's route within the spiritual veins and pivots. The entire city of Baiyuan had long since been fully covered. It is precisely for this reason that some rogue cultivators have already named this place Immortal City. At a single command, the 13 Foundation Establishment cultivators in Baiyuan City arrived. Led by Luo Yixuan, who had displayed core formation strength, they led 1,000 Qi refining cultivators to attack Bayas Mountain. 3 days later, Yi Yun gathered 9 Foundation Establishment cultivators who had returned from various sections of the river, along with another 800 Qi refining cultivators, and set off by flying boat to Bayas Mountain to support Luo Yixuan. Without Fang Xuanyang in charge, Bayas Mountain, despite being protected by a high-grade third-order array, was destroyed after only half a month under the continuous attacks of the Shenmu sect army. After Bayas Mountain was breached, some remnants of the Nangshuan sect escaped through the teleportation array, but since they were unable to leave the eastern wilderness, most of them were found one by the Shenmu sect cultivators. Some were lucky enough not to be found by the Divine Wood sect, but they still became highly sought after by all the cultivators in the eastern wilderness. What shocked the cultivators of the eastern wilderness the most in this battle was that Luo Yixuan displayed the strength of the core formation realm. In an instant, the name of the fairy of Nanshan resounded throughout the heavens. However, the signals revealed by this incident were quite shocking to the other forces in the eastern wilderness. Everyone knows that the Southern Profound sect is a force of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, but the Divine Wood sect still ruthlessly and decisively destroyed it. This signifies that a major battle is imminent between the 2 major powers. Yushin Valley, 5 Elements sect, and Snowfall Palace were naturally pleased with this outcome. After all, once Luo Yixuan revealed her core formation strength, the Divine Wood sect had become the undisputed overlord of the eastern wilderness. Before they reached nascent soul stage, they could only rely on a 4th-order grand formation to defend themselves. If the Golden Wind ancestor of Xuanxiao Dao Palace leads a large army over and both sides suffer heavy losses with the Divine Wood sect, that would be the best news for them. There are quite a few cultivators who share this idea. After all, the Shenmu sect's aggressiveness after that sect leader Chen took over was truly terrifying. Given his ruthless nature, his next goal will probably be to return to the 3 families of Tiangu and completely unify the eastern wilderness. After Luo Yixuan reaches the core formation stage, even if the 3 families form an alliance, they can probably only barely maintain a balance with the Divine Wood sect at best. Therefore, they all hoped that the powerful outsider could destroy the Shenmu sect. That despicable little sect from the eastern wilderness, They've gone too far. At Mingjing Mountain in Dongyi, Xuan Guang was furious after reading the information gathered by his disciples, who had been sent to the eastern wilderness. Before long, ancestor Jin Feng and the other three core formation cultivators arrived. After reading the news about the destruction of the southern profound sect by the Divine Wood sect in the eastern wilderness, they all had cold expressions and were filled with righteous indignation. If we don't avenge this grudge, what prestige will our Tao Palace have left in the eastern barbarians? Junior brother Xuan Yang's soul tablet is also broken. It must have been Chen Gixian from the Divine Wood sect who did it. Master, please descend upon the eastern wilderness, and let us follow you to destroy the Divine Wood sect and avenge our shame. Inside the main hall, all the core formation cultivators were consumed by rage. Under immense pressure from Kongseng Valley over the past year, their already tense nerves finally snapped when faced with the provocation of the small, rural sect, Chen Mobai sect, leading them to unleash their fury by massacring the eastern wilderness. But after shouting for a while, they found that the Golden Wind ancestor still had a cold expression and remained silent, so they gradually stopped and looked at each other in bewilderment. Master. In the end, it was Xuan Guang, as the sect leader, who stepped forward and bowed to ancestor Jin Feng. Have you ever wondered why the mere Chen Mobai sect has the audacity to provoke our Xuanxiao Tao Palace? The words of the Golden Wind ancestor stunned the four core formation cultivators. Xuan Guang suddenly realized what was going on, having grasped the key point. Xuan Guang, could it be that someone is backing them up from behind? Jin Feng, HMPH, I was still wondering whether Bai Wu had joined forces with Ku Zhu, but now it seems certain. The Chen Mobai sect was founded by Hunyuan Layar's disciple. He must have orchestrated it to make me lose my mind and lead you, and even the elite disciples of the Tao Palace out of Mingjing Mountain and head to the eastern wilderness. Upon hearing this, all the core formation cultivators in the hall suddenly understood. If we rashly leave the Mingjing Mountain formation, we will probably be surrounded by the armies of Kongseng Valley and Yuri Sea before we even enter the desolate ruins. Even if Beiwu and Kuzhu are a bit more cunning and ruthless, they could wait until we have exhausted a great deal of effort to massacre the eastern wilderness before leading their army of cultivators to annihilate us when we are exhausted. Perhaps these two are just waiting for me to unleash my grand formation, wanting to take my old life. After Jin Feng Laozu finished expressing his guess, he angrily slammed his fist on the chair beneath him. End of this chapter. Chapter 678, Unpacking and Harvest. Chapter 678, Unpacking and Harvest. Baiyuan City. Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking met together. The storage bags of the three core formation cultivators from Xuanxiao Tao Palace were placed in front of them one by one. Zhou Shenking reached out and wiped away all the traces of divine consciousness left by the three people. Just as he was hesitating about which one to activate first, Chen Mobai immediately offered to do the dirty work. Then I'll have to trouble you, junior brother. As soon as Zhou Shenking finished speaking, Chen Mobai emptied Fang Chuanyang's storage bag. With a whooshing sound, a large pile of spirit stones poured out, instantly forming a small mountain. The two looked at the spirit stones and found that they came in various grades, roughly worth 1 million. This was probably because Fang Xuanyang was in charge of the southern profound sect. Generally speaking, core formation cultivators rarely have low-grade spirit stones in their storage bags. Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking glanced at the spirit stones and then looked away, their eyes fixed on something else. Soon, they found more than a dozen sealed bottles of pills, 5 of which had markings that Chen Mobai recognized very well. Upon careful thought, he immediately recalled it. Back when he went to the Southern Profound Sect to auction off the Foundation Establishment pills under the alias Chen Zinglin, wasn't it packaged in the same way? 5 bottles containing 5 pills. That's exactly the number of Foundation Establishment pills that are auctioned off at each treasure market. It was precisely because of this that the Southern Profound Sect was able to maintain a foothold in the Yang Kingdom, despite the oppression of the Divine Wood Sect. And to learn from the Northern Abyss City, by developing real estate and reaping spirit stones from independent cultivators and various families. Chen Mobai uncorked the bottle and checked the quality of the Foundation establishment pill. He had to admit that it was much better than the one refined by Zheng Wuyu. This is understandable after all. Ancestor Jin Feng is known as the #1 alchemist in Dongyi. In addition to him, Xuanxiao Dao Palace has two other core formation cultivators who are proficient in alchemy and are no less skilled than Yan Shaiyan. The Foundation establishment pill is the most skillfully crafted pill formula in their school. It is said that a single batch can yield at least 9 pills, and sometimes, if the alchemist is in good condition, even 10 pills can be produced. It was precisely because of this skill in alchemy that the merchant guild established by Xuanxiao Dao Palace was able to operate freely in the 6 realms of the eastern region, and even had branches in the eastern land. I heard from junior nephew Luo that the Hua family discovered the Lanliu stone mine and took the initiative to report it. Why don't we reward them with a Foundation establishment pill? Zhou Shenking took the initiative to speak, and Chen Mobai naturally had no objections. With the development of the entire eastern wilderness plateau, more resources and mineral veins will surely be discovered in the future. No matter how many cultivators the Divine Wood sect has, they cannot cover them all. Many will need to rely on the local families to develop them together and achieve a win-win situation. Granting the Hua family, the Foundation building pill would set a fine example. In the future, whenever a new mineral vein is discovered within the territory under the Shenmu sect's control, the first thought of all the major families, who cannot keep it all for themselves, will definitely be to hand it over to the Shenmu sect. With the sect and Xuanxiao Dao Palace about to go to war, there's no need to keep these Foundation establishment pills. Choose a suitable true disciple and bestow them upon them first. Zhou Shenking added that because Xuanxiao Dao Palace has no shortage of pills, it has always had the largest number of Foundation establishment cultivators, reportedly more than 200. Fortunately, because Foundation establishment is easy, the number of core formation cultivators is the smallest among the 3 major sects of Dongyi. Otherwise, Zhou Shenking would not have been confident in starting a war with Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Yes, when Zai Yunqian and the others bring their sect disciples here, I will let them choose suitable people. At this moment, both Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking felt that a great battle with Xuanxiao Dao Palace was inevitable, so all they could think about was how to improve their sect's strength as much as possible in a short period of time. Let's bestow that heretical golden core upon Luo Zuer first, to enhance her strength. With another core formation cultivator, we'll be able to deploy our battle lines more effectively. Zhou Shenking had no objection to Chen Mobai's suggestion. After all, Luo Zuer was also a disciple of his lineage. Junior brother can arrange it. After reaching a consensus, Chen Mobai did not hesitate and immediately sent a message to his disciple Jiang Zhengheng in Beiyuan City, asking him to personally make a trip to Zhao Kingdom to summon Luo Zuer. Under the pressure of war, the task of opening up the Great River had to be put on hold for the time being. At this time, Zhou Shenking also examined the other pills. They were all of superior quality, each with its own effects, and all of them were useful for core formation cultivators. Some were even more precious than Foundation establishment pills. However, Chen Mobai generally avoids using the pills from the Heavenly River realm, as he had only recently completed the purification of his spiritual power. The remaining portion for resolving the elixir poisoning was reserved for the golden crow holding the sun pill and the earth vein pill. To maintain the purity of the physical body and spiritual energy, it was truly impossible to consume anymore. These will be given to junior brother Fu in the future. Zhou Shenking's Dharma body and nascent soul were useless to him, and Chen Mobai didn't want them, so in the end, he could only leave them to Fu Zhangju. Fu Zhangju is a pure local, and he has relied on taking medicine to advance his cultivation. He has basically lost the possibility of reaching the nascent soul stage, so he no longer cares about things like pill poison. Fang Xuanyang's storage bag contained other miscellaneous items, which the 2 core formation cultivators didn't care about and simply piled up to the side, waiting to be dealt with after the three cultivators finished opening their storage bags. Good things should be saved for last, so the second thing to open was Xuanqi's storage bag. The old man indeed dropped a lot of items. There were over 3,000 high-grade spirit stones alone, which immediately made Zhou Shenking's eyes light up. Junior brother, this time I successfully cultivated my Dharma body and nascent soul, and junior brother Fu took out all the spirit stones he had saved up for his entire life. How about these? Zhou Shenking spoke up somewhat shyly. Then let's give them all to senior brother Fu. Although Chen Mobai was very tempted by the more than 3,000 crystal-clear high-grade spirit stones, he nodded in agreement without any hesitation after hearing Zhou Shenking's offer. There's too much, why don't you take some, junior brother? Zhou Shenking cannot improve his cultivation level, so spirit stones and pills are useless to him. Only magic artifacts and powerful spells and talismans can enhance his combat power. Therefore, he only wanted to give spirit stones, and the like to Chen Mobai or Fu Zhangju, and other sect members to help them form their cores and enhance their strength. Then I'll take 500 yuan. Chen Mobai did not refuse. After all, after the spirit stone mine in Feng Kingdom was depleted, he no longer had a stable source of high-grade spirit stones. With these 500 coins, plus what he had accumulated before, he would be able to cultivate the pure Yang Dharma body to the 9 Yang perfection realm. In Xuanqi's storage bag, besides spirit stones, there were also many books and processed medicinal herbs, etc. This person was one of the 2 fourth-level alchemists of Xuanxiao Dao Palace. The book recorded his alchemy insights and experience notes over the past few hundred years. He originally planned to compile it into a book in his later years, but he died at the hands of Chen Mobai before he could finish it. Let the transmission department and the alchemy department organize these. There is also the inheritance of fourth-order alchemy techniques. I hope that in the future, the sect can use this to cultivate its own fourth-order alchemist. After reading it, Zhou Shenking's eyes lit up with joy. After obtaining the Black Crow elixir scripture, the Shenmu sect's first to third-tier alchemy techniques were basically complete, but the fourth tier remained a blank. If they can digest Xuanqi's centuries-old notes, then their Shenmu sect will have the foundation to become a major sect. Chen Mobai was also very pleased with this, and decided in his heart that after the sect's cultivators compiled these into a book, he would name it Xuanqi Danjing. After tidying up the medicinal herbs and disposing of the miscellaneous items, it was finally time for the last storage bag. Even with auspicious blessings, Chen Mobai was slightly nervous at this moment. After all, the previous 2 had gained a lot, which made them even more excited for the final event. After taking a deep breath, Chen Mobai emptied the contents of his storage bag. Aside from clothes and other miscellaneous items, everything else was readily apparent. More than 100 spirit stones, a deep blue token, 3 jade slips, and a considerable amount of gold. Jinji was treated as miscellaneous items. The jade slip was naturally left for Zhou Shenking to examine and read first. They were very lucky. One of the jade slips contained the secret formula for refining and crafting treasures from the golden orchid pearl. With this, Zhou Shenking can refine this magical artifact in the shortest possible time and unleash its true power. In this way, there are more possibilities for dealing with the golden wind ancestor. The other 2 jade slips contain 2 nascent soul cultivation techniques. They are named Heavenly Wind Great Technique and Sea Control Mysterious Skill. Among these, the Heavenly Wind Technique should be the one that Xuan Shu cultivated himself, and it is exclusive to cultivators with the Wind Spirit root. Could this be the legacy of the Overturning Sea sect? After reading it, Chen Mobai shared his guess. After all, when he first fought Xuan Shu, the latter revealed that he had entered the ruins of the Overturning Sea sect and obtained the golden orchid pearl. Since magical artifacts were left behind in the ruins, there must have been a lineage of them. It is very likely that the 3 jade slips are made of similar materials. As Zhou Shenking spoke, he also looked at the azure token. It was a very ordinary third-tier magic artifact, but since Xuan Shu treasured it, it was obviously not an ordinary object. Could it be a token to open the ruins of the overturning sea gate? Chen Mobai made another guess, and Zhou Shenking nodded. Then he casually sent his divine sense out of his body and scanned the remaining small pile of spirit stones. Huh. Upon scanning the area, a look of surprise and doubt appeared on his face. Zhou Shenking waved his hand, and his gentle spiritual energy removed the 3 dimly colored spirit stones that seemed to have been activated and used. After carefully examining them, he put the 3 spirit stones down with a regretful expression. "Senior brother, is there a problem with these spirit stones?" Chen Mobai couldn't figure out anything, so he couldn't help but ask. "These are all top-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing Zhou Shenking's words, Chen Mobai immediately widened his eyes. Each top-grade spirit stone, if used properly, can create a 4th-order spirit vein. There are so many Xuan Shu. However, he immediately realized that these top-grade spirit stones had all been used. He examined one of them and found that only about 1 or 2% of the spiritual energy remained. There's still a little bit of spiritual energy left in this stone. This guy probably wants to use the pure spiritual energy in the top-grade spirit stone to break through to the nascent soul stage. Zhou Shenking, with his experience, immediately figured out the reason. Back then, in order to form his nascent soul, he destroyed the summit of Mount Hanshan and took that Earth Mother stone. The combined spiritual energy of these 3 top-grade spirit stones is probably less than half the value of a complete spirit stone. What use is that? Chen Mobai was completely baffled by this. This area of knowledge was outside his comfort zone. After all, it was extremely difficult to find even a low-grade spirit stone in the immortal sects, let alone a high-grade one. The spiritual energy content and purity of spirit stones increase with their grade. Top-grade spirit stones, after hundreds of millions of years of creation, contain what can be said to be the purest and most abundant spiritual energy in the entire heavenly river realm. Using them during a breakthrough can have adding fuel to the fire effect. Zhou Shenking said that when cultivators refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they only need the attributes required by their own cultivation method. Anything that does not meet the requirements must be eliminated by expending mental energy. This results in the majority of the time spent in foreplay during cultivation, leaving only a small amount of time for the final refinement and improvement. The spiritual energy within spirit stones does not have this problem because it has no inherent attribute. The higher the grade of the spirit stone, the purer the spiritual energy it contains, and the easier it is to refine. Therefore, when breaking through to the next level, cultivators in the heavenly river realm usually prepare some high-grade spirit stones. The way the immortal sects dealt with this was by using formations to purify the spiritual energy, and so on. This is also the core method of recharging spirit stones, which involves using the technique of microcarving with divine sense to embed arrays into the spirit stones to absorb, purify, and store spirit energy. "Senior brother, could you give me these used top-grade spirit stones?" Thinking of the spirit stones for charging, Chen Mobai's eyes lit up, and he spoke to Zhou Shenking. "Of course, but if you are going to reach the nascent soul stage in the future, it would be better to get a real top-grade spirit stone. There is a large spirit stone mine between the 3 major sects of Dongyi. Top-grade spirit stones can be found from time to time in the core of the mine. After the matter with Xuanxiao Dao Palace is resolved in the future, I will try to find a way to trade one with Ancestor Beiwu." Zhou Shenking had high hopes for Chen Mobai, thinking that he could truly achieve the nascent soul stage. "Then I'll have to trouble you, senior brother." Chen Mobai would be even more delighted if he could obtain a complete, unused, top-grade spirit stone. These 2 jade slips can fill the gaps in the sect's nascent soul cultivation technique. The rest are useless to me, so you can keep them, junior brother. Zhou Shenking left everything he found in Xuan Shu's storage bag to Chen Mobai. It just so happens that Xuaner's cultivation method after forming her core is still undecided. This sea-control profound technique can be used for her to try and comprehend it. Chen Mobai nodded with a smile. Luo Yixuan's black water technique can only be cultivated to the mid-stage of core formation. Chen Mobai was originally thinking about what kind of technique she should switch to. Since the Black Emperor Abyss scripture of the longevity sect cannot be cultivated, the best remaining option is the heavenly waterfall technique of the 5 element sects water vein. This technique is on par with the longevity scripture and can also lead to the formation of the nascent soul. Now there's another option, the mysterious sea control technique. After the two finished dealing with the contents of the 3 storage bags, Luo Zuer, having received the news, also arrived in Baiyuan City. End of this chapter. Chapter 679, Tensions Rise. Chapter 679, Tensions Rise. When Luo Zuer first heard that Jiang Xingheng was coming, she thought that the sect leader had sent a disciple to inspect the progress of Mo and put pressure on her. She was not intimidated by this at all. With the help of 3 large groups of people from Yan Kingdom, she worked day and night on the front line of digging the river. She felt that this was the most fulfilling and arduous period since she came to Zhao Kingdom, and the results were remarkable. To emphasize this point, when Zhou Wangshan sent someone to deliver a message, Luo Zuer even said that she was too busy with work to meet him in person. In the kingdom of Zhao, King Zhou, imitating the city of Baiyuan, also established a celestial city. However, without Chen Mobai's full support, this immortal city can only be considered a large market town to this day. When the immortal city was first built, King Zhou did not forget to ask Chen Mobai to bestow a name upon it. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mobai simply told him to use the name Shenking. Zhou Wangshan naturally had no objection to this, and even thought that the sect leader was being sentimental and wanted to commemorate his deceased ancestor. In the Shenking market, Zhou Wangshan was having tea with Jiang Xingheng, and the two were discussing the hottest topic in the eastern wilderness recently. Luo Yixuan revealed her core formation strength and displayed great power, leading the Divine Wood sect's army to attack the southern Profound sect. At first, Zhou Wangshan was very surprised by this. After all, it meant that he was going to have a big battle with Xuanxiao Dao Palace, but he quickly realized that this was also the best opportunity for him to earn contribution points. After all, in terms of economic development and infrastructure projects, he can't compare to Ion. The question is whether he can overtake them by means of war. Zhou Wangshan also applied to the sect to bring the army of Zhao Kingdom to help Luo Yixuan. However, the Yan Kingdom already had enough manpower to deal with the Nangshuan sect without Fang Xuanyang, so the sect's reply was to keep his troops at bay and kill any Nangshuan sect members who tried to escape. Old ancestor Luo truly lives up to his reputation as the most talented person under the sect leader. His speed in forming the core is almost on par with the sect leaders. Zhou Wangshan looked on with envy. After the news of Luo Yixuan's core formation spread, the praise for Chen Mobai, the great teacher, reached an unprecedented peak across the eastern wilderness. It is generally believed that Luo Yixuan's ability to form a core may be due to her own outstanding talent, but more importantly, it is because she has been taught and instructed by sect leader Chen for many years. I was quite surprised to hear that senior sister Luo had achieved core formation. Jiang Xingheng was speaking the truth. Chen Mobai always believed that the fewer people who knew, the better the secrecy. Therefore, whether it was Zhou Shenking or Luo Yixuan, only a few people who absolutely needed to know knew. It's not that I don't trust others, but the cultivation world is full of all sorts of strange and mysterious techniques, and there are also strange demons and monsters here. If someone who knows the secret falls into the hands of the enemy, it is possible that even with a strong will, the secret could be pried open by mysterious and evil techniques. As the two chatted, marveling at the impending decisive battle between their sect and the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, the people sent by King Zhou returned. When Jiang Xingheng and Zhou Wangshan heard that Luo Zuer was busy with the project and couldn't come, they were both slightly stunned. Jiang Xingheng often led the disciples of Changsheng Academy to help his second senior sister Zhu Ming dig river channels in Yan Kingdom. No matter how busy he was, he could always find time to meet her. Is senior sister Luo so busy? However, he was not very familiar with the situation in the Xiao kingdom, so after hesitating for a while, he asked the Zhou king god. Junior brother Jiang, senior sister Luo has been at the forefront of Mo for the past year, directing the sect disciples and various contractors in an effort to catch up on the progress made in the previous years. Zhou Wangshan didn't expect Luo Zuer not to come, but since they were both in the same boat, he immediately started to help make up for it. Master asked me to invite senior sister Luo over. If she is really that busy, then I can only go back and report like this. Zhang Xingheng spoke with a regretful expression, because the golden core cultivators of the outer path were being watched by all the foundation establishment cultivators in the sect. Chen Mobai only asked him to summon Luo Zuer to avoid any complications. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wangshan's expression changed slightly. So it was the sect leader who summoned me. No matter how busy senior sister Luo is, she must obey orders. I'll have Bingyan and Zhaying go to the Mo front line to replace her for a while. Because Jiang Zhengheng did not give a specific reason when he came, Zhou Wangshan did not emphasize it when he sent someone to convey the message. If she had been told from the beginning that Chen Mobai had summoned her, she wouldn't have dared to put on airs. Jiang Zhengheng waited for another half-day. Upon hearing that it was the sect leader who had summoned her, Luo Zuer immediately put down what she was doing. Junior sister Zhou, junior brother Wu, this section of the river is crucial for the development and irrigation of thousands of acres of spiritual fields nearby. However, Luo Zuer was indeed busy with the project. When Zhou Bingyan and Wu Zhaying, both foundation establishment cultivators, came to take over for her, she gave them some words of advice with some concern. When she and Jiang Xingheng arrived in Beiyuan City, and she heard that the heretical golden elixir was to be bestowed upon her ahead of schedule, Luo Zuer, who was kneeling below, almost twisted her thighs until they turned blue. If she misses this opportunity, she'll probably regret it to death. Thank you, sect leader. Thank you, sect leader. Overwhelmed with excitement, Luo Zuer repeatedly bowed deeply to Chen Mobai atop the mountain in Beiyuan City. The sect is about to have a great battle with Xuanxiao Dao Palace and needs more core formation warriors. You have worked hard for the sect for many years and have also worked diligently to open up waterways in Xiao Kingdom. This can be considered as you moving me with your performance. As Chen Mobai spoke, he reached out and grasped at the air, and the water attribute heretical golden core fell into his palm. Luo Zuer's bright eyes immediately fixed on it, her fair cheeks flushed red, her excitement overflowing. If you use this when you reach the stage of core formation, it will be either life or death. I'm giving you one last chance. Do you choose to refine it? Chen Mobai still respected every cultivator under his command. Meng Hong used the unorthodox golden core because he had no other choice. Luo Zuer may be able to attempt to truly form her core, using her own accumulated resources. Sect leader, I'm willing. But Luo Zuer did not hesitate at all. For cultivators in the eastern wilderness, having the hope of forming a core is already an immense honor. Although the fate of those who achieve the golden elixir of the outer path is uncertain, their chances of breaking through to the core formation stage are at least higher than any other elixir or external substance. After Meng Hong and Chu Zuoshu both failed to form their cores, Luo Zuer, who believed her talent was comparable to theirs, had already weighed the options. Chen Mobai, you can choose to go back to Giantwood Ridge or Beiyuan City to refine it. If you go back, you can find Gu Yan and ask her to take you to my longevity wood dojo to refine it with the help of the fourth order spiritual energy there. Luo Zuer, let's stay in Beiyuan City. There are still many questions I need to ask the sect leader. The key to the external path's golden elixir lies solely in the refining process. The amount of spiritual energy has a negligible impact. Chen Mobai didn't know much about the heavenly waterfall technique, but with the formless puppet in hand, he could easily deduce the technique back to before the core formation stage, even at the cost of spirit stones. Although Luo Zuer had cultivated to the peak of foundation establishment, her understanding of this technique could not be described as proficient. After Chen Mobai's guidance from beginning to end, she suddenly realized that her previous understanding of this technique was somewhat biased. Before you formally form your core in the future, you can go to Fengyuwu to guard it for a period of time in place of Meng Hong and ask senior brother Nujiang for advice. Nujiang used the heavenly waterfall technique to form his core, and then used this technique to fight against monsters in Yunmeng Marsh for 200 years, so he can be said to have mastered it to perfection. Yes, sect leader. Luo Zuer was very happy about this. After all, the core formation experience from Nujiang was the most useful to her. Since Chen Mobai said that, it means that Nujiang will definitely give him face. Zhou Shenking had already gone to the desolate land, so the mountain cave prepared for him was given to Luo Zuer by Chen Mobai. Time flies. The elite troops of the 3 halls and 12 departments of the Shenmu sect, led by Zai Yunchen and Quan Shanlin, 2 cultivators who had reached the foundation establishment stage, have arrived in Beiyuan City by flying boat. 30 foundation establishment cultivators and 3,000 qi refining cultivators formed a battle formation and were stationed on the open ground outside Beiyuan City. They occasionally practiced the terrifying aura of the Jiamu Dao army, which terrified the various independent cultivators and family cultivators in the city. It seems that a great battle with Xuanxiao Dao Palace is inevitable. Although the Divine Wood sect is the overlord of the Eastern Wilderness, its reputation as a major nascent soul sect still commands awe from many cultivators. Therefore, many cultivators have begun to sell their properties in Beiyuan City before the great battle, hoping to leave this place that is destined to become a battlefield. Chen Mobai did not stop them, taking this opportunity to see clearly who was truly willing to stand on the side of the Divine Wood sect. It's not a problem for the independent cultivators to run away. The main issue is to check out the major clans. As it turned out, most families chose to back down when faced with the possibility of confronting the nascent soul faction. They all found excuses to send the core members of their families in Beiyuan City back to their own ancestral lands, to avoid being recruited by the Shenmu sect and becoming cannon fodder. Under Chen Mobai's orders, the Shenmu sect did not offer any resistance. Soon, the once bustling and lively Beiyuan City was less than half full. In the real estate market, prices are falling every day and will soon hit rock bottom. Upon seeing this, Liu Wenbai, who had just been summoned by Chen Mobai, immediately saw a business opportunity. After consulting with his superiors, he immediately sent his disciple Song Huangda to start buying at rock-bottom prices. With abundant spirit stones, nearly half of the properties in Beiyuan City soon fell under the name of Zion and Shempu. Such behavior, of course, cannot be hidden from those who are interested. Many foundation establishment cultivators of the Divine Wood sect were not very confident about their battle against the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, but they were already bound to the sect, and for them, this battle was one where they could only win and not lose. So they took the opportunity to buy at low prices, and some even bought several sets. Half a month later, after Luo Yixuan led the Shenmu sect army to crush the Nangshuan sect, the wave of property sales in Beiyuan City finally stopped. At this moment, the cultivators of the Eastern Wilderness were all puzzled. Half a month has passed. Even if the Xuanxiao Dao Palace is slow to react, they should have received the news by now. Why is there no reaction at all? What about Feng Chunyang? Could he have been killed by that bloodthirsty sect leader Chen of the Shenmu sect? What about the renowned nascent soul cultivator, ancestor Jin Feng? Surely we won't be held back by the demons and monsters in the desolate ruins. Just when the major sects in the Eastern Wilderness, and even Chen Mobai, were wondering why the Xuanxiao Dao Palace hadn't made any moves, Zhou Shenking sent a message. He cleared away some evil beasts in the desolate ruins and found a suitable place for war. There is a third-order spiritual vein there, which contains wood spiritual energy. When the Divine Wood sect's Wood Dao soldiers are deployed, they can unleash even greater power. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately led the Shenmu sect's army to the battlefield. As for Beiyuan City, he entrusted it to Yi Yun, who had returned after destroying the Nangshuan sect. Luo Yixuan, a core formation cultivator, was naturally taken away by him as well. The Shenmu sect army's actions were upright and honorable, and the entire eastern wilderness was instantly excited. Is the fight finally about to begin? I wonder what the Shenmu sect is relying on to dare to confront the nascent Soul sect. Yan Shayin and Kong Lingeling were even praying that the two factions would suffer heavy losses, giving them time to develop their nascent soul stage. However, a month has passed, and the disciples they sent to the front lines still haven't seen the army from Qingxiao Dao Palace. What's going on? Is the reaction that slow? 2 months have passed, and there has still been no major battle. Could it be that Qingxiao Dao Palace has backed down? 3 months later, Yan Shayin and Kong Lingeling couldn't help but feel contempt for the Golden Wind ancestor. A dignified nascent soul cultivator, treated with such disrespect by a sect from the remote eastern wilderness, actually cowered like a coward, unworthy of being a nascent soul cultivator. If the two of them reach the nascent soul stage, even if the Divine Wood sect kills one of their chi-refining disciples, they will make sect leader Chen kneel down and come to apologize. While the entire eastern wilderness was puzzled by the retreat of ancestor Jin Feng and Xuanxiao Dao Palace, the eastern Yi were in the same boat. The white crow ancestor of the bathing sun, even summoned Chu Zuoshu to ask him why the Divine Wood sect dared to attack the southern profound sect. Chu Zuoshu naturally couldn't give a clear answer, but his years of experience as the sect leader allowed him to handle the situation appropriately. They directly accused the southern profound sect of bullying local cultivators in the eastern wilderness, selling foundation establishment pills without providing protection, and condoning their disciples' plundering, among other crimes. The White Crow ancestor looked completely bewildered. Isn't this the norm? Which major sect in the Tian realm doesn't do things this way? You Shenmu sect can't even stand such a small matter. The newly appointed Chen has a rather resolute personality. No wonder he's a sword cultivator. This was the first impression that the White Crow ancestor had of Chen Mobai. However, what he didn't know was that his summons to Chu Zuoshu was discovered by the spies of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, who were lying in ambush in the sun-bathing sea, and the news was quickly relayed back to Mingjing Mountain. That old scoundrel really did want to harm me. Upon hearing this news, the Golden Wind ancestor flew into a rage. Meanwhile, Xuan Guang and the other core formation cultivators below also condemned the White Crow ancestor for being treacherous, cunning, and malicious. Fortunately, the ancestor had sharp eyes and had seen through the conspiracy long ago. Otherwise, their army would probably have been ambushed and annihilated by Kongseng Valley and Uri Sea. Send a disciple with my token to invite the heads of major merchant guilds, such as Xingshan, to come over from Dongye. After his anger subsided, old ancestor Jin Feng could only calm down and face reality. If Kongseng Valley and Yurihai join forces, he will have no choice but to seek help from outside if he wants to resolve this great battle. End of this chapter. Chapter 680, The Sacred Land of Taiksu Misty Palace. Thanks to Chinese letter 123 for being the alliance leader. Chapter 680, The Sacred Land of Taiksu Misty Palace. Thanks to Chinese letter 123 for being the alliance leader. Half a year passed quickly. The enraged army of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, which was expected to be furious, still did not arrive. Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking, somewhat disappointed, led the Shenmu sect's army away from the desolate battlefield. Because they received news from Yu Shuji of the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce that Xuanxiao Dao Palace was busy consolidating its ancestral business in Mingjing Mountain, and would definitely not lead its army away from its home base without Kongseng Valley and Yurihai expressing their opinions. With the Divine Wood sect nearly unifying the eastern wilderness, the Xuanxiao Dao Palace simply couldn't defeat them without mobilizing all its forces. The Golden Wind ancestor sought help from various chambers of commerce, hoping they could intervene and communicate with the Kongseng Valley and the Yu-Rihai faction to reach a non-aggression pact. Only in this way would ancestor Jin Feng dare to lead his army out to the eastern wilderness to seek revenge. Of course, outwardly, Ancestor Jin Feng wouldn't show weakness like that. In front of the representatives of the various merchant guilds, he angrily stated that he wasn't afraid of the two factions, but rather that the brat from the eastern wilderness had gone too far in bullying him. A nascent soul cultivator cannot be humiliated, and he asked them to help him communicate and give him a chance to wipe out the eastern wilderness. After wiping out the eastern wilderness, he led his army back to fight a fair and square battle with Kongseng Valley and Yurihai. The White Crow ancestor was completely baffled by this. What does this have to do with me? Although Jin Feng and I had some minor grudges in the past, it would never have come to the point of a full-blown fight. For these three factions to reach a contract, it must be that the three nascent soul cultivators make a vow of their Tao hearts to each other. Only then will it be credible. Old ancestor Beiwu felt that these matters had nothing to do with him and was unwilling to take on another oath, so he resolutely refused. As for Kongseng Valley, it goes without saying that Kuju refused even more decisively than Beiwu. He struggled outside for 200 years, finally returning after achieving the nascent soul stage. What was it all for? Isn't it all about coming back to vent our anger and get our revenge? When he was stripped of his position as sect leader, expelled from his sect, and hunted down by people sent by the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, he was forced to flee to a distant land. At that time, he made a vow in his heart. One day, he will come back and take back everything he lost here. Kuju refused even more decisively than Bai Wu, and even announced to the entire Dongyi in front of the merchant guild leader, who came to persuade them that anyone who associated with Xuanxiao Dao Palace would be an enemy of their Kongseng Valley. The fierce character of this swordsman shocked the entire eastern barbarian land. The major business associations that do business, naturally, do not participate in the great battle between the two major factions of Dongyi. Therefore, after fulfilling their responsibilities, they declared their neutrality and vowed never to participate in the war between the two factions, but also hoped that their personnel would not be harmed during the war. These large merchant guilds that can travel all over the country are backed by forces with at least nascent soul cultivators. The Starry Sky Merchant Guild is the second largest sect in the eastern region after the Holy Land. So, although they are very worried about the war between the two eastern barbarian factions, they are only worried that it will affect their business. After Yu Shuji learned of this, he felt that under the pressure of Kongseng Valley, the aged Golden Wind ancestor could not be a match for Bitter Bamboo, so he sent his disciple to tell Chen Mobai. It is worth mentioning that, in addition to Xiuxian, Lu Zuolong, who has refined the heretical golden core, also came this time. His heterodox golden core was achieved thanks to the locust mother that Chen Mobai killed, so he took the opportunity to come and express his gratitude. Upon hearing this news, Chen Mobai felt only a sense of desolation, as if he had drawn his sword and looked around in bewilderment. He had been anticipating this great battle for countless years. He had finally reached the nascent soul stage of Zhou Shenking and had also cultivated 3 new core formation warriors, Meng Hong, Luo Yixuan, and Luo Zuer. He was thinking of waging a grand battle to establish his position as the overlord of the eastern wilderness, and then, with this great victory, to complete the unification of the 19 kingdoms of the eastern wilderness. Who knew that old ancestor Jin Feng would be so timid? However, since Xuanxiao Dao Palace wouldn't come, Chen Mobai couldn't possibly lead the Shenmu sect army to attack. He wasn't that arrogant. He clearly understood that only by taking advantage of the terrain could he possibly defeat the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. If we actually went to their territory, we might not even be able to reach Mingjing Mountain. So, although he felt disappointed, Chen Mobai still expressed his gratitude to Yu Shuji's 2 disciples, then discussed it with Zhou Shenking and began to withdraw his troops. Even without fighting, the Shenmu sect's army here contributes an extra 20,000 troops every day. Of course, these are all just accounting records. After the war is won, the sect's reward hall will verify other merits and distribute the rewards together. If the Shenmu sect suffers a complete defeat, these things will naturally be unavailable. Therefore, sect disciples will work extremely hard when there is a chance of victory. Moreover, if they were to actually fight against the Xuanxiao Dao Palace's army and start risking their lives, their contributions would increase even further. Now, after just 6 months of training without fighting, the Chen Mobai account has accumulated a debt of 3.6 million sect contribution points. So when they heard that Xuanxiao Dao Palace wasn't coming, Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenqing decided not to add to the burden of the reward haul. He immediately ordered Quan Shanlin to lead the core disciples of the 3 palaces and 12 departments back first. Although Fu Zhangju and Yue Zhudao were in charge of the overall situation at Jumuling, such temporary wartime measures could not last long. However, before the army disbanded and returned, Chen Mobai gave the ordinary elders and disciples another option, apart from the core personnel. That is to stay on the eastern wilderness plateau and help open up 2 great rivers. There is another consideration. Although Xuanxiao Dao Palace has not yet come out from Dongyi, there is no guarantee that in case of an unexpected situation in the future, Ancestor Jinfeng might suddenly lead his people to kill them. Therefore, Chen Mobai hopes that in the next few years, as many Shenmu sect disciples as possible can remain on the eastern wilderness plateau. In this way, even if a war breaks out suddenly in the future, a large army of cultivators can be assembled as soon as possible. Chen Mobai offered an extra benefit of 1,000 spirit stones per year to the Foundation establishment cultivators who remained, and 80 spirit stones per year to the Qi refining disciples. In other words, these things do not affect the amount of spirit stones they can receive from the sect each year. Many people expressed their willingness to stay. However, most of these people chose the Yan kingdom and showed little interest in the Zhao kingdom. However, Chen Mobai learned his lesson this time and limited each country to only 20 foundation establishment cultivators and 500 Qi refining cultivators. On the Iwakuni side, it quickly became full. After all, many cultivators have already purchased cave dwellings in Baiyuan City, and this place naturally allows them to get closer to the Xian ancient lineage, laying a good foundation for future competition for immortal peach fruits or core formation spiritual objects. However, it doesn't matter where you earn spirit stones. Since you couldn't get a spot in Yan Kingdom, you could think of Zhao Kingdom as a good alternative. So, the latter's spots were quickly filled up as well. Seeing that his policy had received a good response, and considering that Yan Yuanhao was working hard to control desertification in Hongguo but was short of manpower, Chen Mobai waved his hand and added the same treatment to Hongguo as well. However, most of the Rainbow Kingdom is desert and lacks resources, so even with a subsidy of 1,000 spirit stones, only 3 foundation establishment cultivators who were really poor were willing to go there. The Qi refining cultivators were recruited quickly, totaling 500 people. However, these are mostly people in the early and middle stages of Qi refining, because those who are powerful and have connections have mostly stayed in Yan Kingdom or gone to Zhao Kingdom. It is precisely these disciples with low cultivation levels and no background who are willing to go to a barren place like the Rainbow Kingdom to earn spirit stones. Yan Yuanhao was deeply moved by this. The sect leader finally remembered Rainbow Kingdom. In this way, nearly half of the army that came from the Shenmu sect was left behind on the eastern wilderness plateau by Chen Mobai. Junior brother, do you really have to work this hard? On the mountaintop cave in Baiyuan City, Zhou Shenqing and Chen Mobai were talking, with the former looking somewhat hesitant. Chen Mobai was still worried that Xuanxiao Dao Palace might suddenly attack, so he wanted to stay and guard the crossroads of the eastern wilderness plateau. Zhou Shenqing, however, felt that Chen Mobai should focus on his cultivation at Giant Wood Ridge and strive to become the first true nascent soul cultivator of the Divine Wood sect. However, Chen Mobai eventually persuaded him, since Baiyuan City is now a fourth-order spiritual vein and has no shortage of spirit stones. Furthermore, the crisis at Xuanxiao Dao Palace has not yet been resolved, and there is a need for someone who can take charge of the overall situation. If only we had a medium-sized teleportation array. Zhou Shenqing said with some regret that medium-sized teleportation arrays can cross between countries, but the distance between Jiangguo and the Eastern Wilderness Plateau is almost half of the Eastern Wilderness, so two medium-sized teleportation arrays may be needed to completely connect them. Unfortunately, only major powers can set up medium-sized teleportation arrays. Even the three major schools of Dongyi did not master this technology. Why don't you ask Yu Shuji about the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce? Chen Mobai realized this. Now, their Shenmu sect had no rivals in the Eastern Wilderness and was qualified to build a medium-sized teleportation array. Unfortunately, Yu Shuji also expressed his inability to help with medium-sized teleportation arrays. Sect leader Chen, our Star Heaven Dao sect has a limited stock of medium-sized teleportation. The one who answered this question was Lu Zuolong, a disciple of Yu Shuji. Oh, so your Star Heaven Dao sect didn't make this teleportation array yourself, but got it from another merchant guild. Chen Mobai was a little puzzled. After all, he had heard Zhou Shenking say that the two medium-sized teleportation arrays of the Five Elements sect were set up with the help of the Star Heaven Dao sect. Sect leader Chen, in fact, all the teleportation arrays in the entire eastern lands originate from one sect, namely the Taiksu Pyo Mill Palace, one of the eastern land's holy lands. The method of teleportation arrays is also controlled by this sect. If other sects or forces use teleportation arrays without their permission, they will be regarded as stealing from the sacred land and will be killed. However, the Taiksu Pyo Mill Palace has few disciples, so a long time ago, it delegated the method of making small teleportation arrays to its branch sects and academies. Even our Xingshan Dao sect spent a huge amount of spirit stones to obtain the authorization to make small teleportation arrays. However, the right to manufacture medium and larger teleportation arrays is still firmly held by the Taiksu Pyo Mill Palace. Back then, the large teleportation array in Dongyi was obtained from the east only because several of our merchant guilds jointly recommended Yu Rai Hai for the sake of convenient transportation. If sect leader Chen needs a medium-sized teleportation array, it will probably have to wait until our Dao sect gets it from the Taiksu Misty Palace next time. Moreover, the Sun family of Dongwu and the three major sects of Dongyi have all expressed their intention to reserve it. In the future, we may have to auction it off at great expense to get it. Lu Zuolong told Chen Mobai the secrets about the teleportation array. These things were naturally known to superpowers like the Star Heaven Dao sect, but this was the first time Chen Mobai had heard of them, and he couldn't help but marvel. I never expected that there would be patents in a place like Tianhe Realm. However, the ability to command the obedience of all factions still relies on overwhelming strength. The Taiksu Pyo Mill Palace, one of the four holy lands, has a living nascent soul cultivator in charge. Any force that wants to develop peacefully will not offend it. Knowing all this, Chen Mobai could only try to reserve a medium-sized teleportation array from the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce. If that didn't work, he would try to unify the Five Elements sect first. We'll move the one from Hunyuan Immortal City to Beiyuan City to deal with any emergencies. With this in mind, Chen Mobai expressed his gratitude to Lu Zuolong, who had made a special trip to visit him. Sect leader Chen, you're too kind. Actually, there's something I might need your help with. Lu Zuolong came today not only to answer questions about the teleportation array, but also for another purpose. He took out a bag of spirit rice. Chen Mobai took it and saw that it was actually a third-grade spirit rice. The grains of rice were like light purple crystals and contained an energy that he found somewhat familiar. He couldn't help but look slightly surprised. Reporting to sect leader Chen, this is Great Sun Purple Rice. It was cultivated with painstaking effort by the senior spiritual plant master of our Star Heaven Dao sect. It can only grow in spiritual land with sufficient sunlight and abundant solar energy. We discovered that the Rainbow Kingdom was a very suitable place a long time ago, and we also tried to cooperate with Mount Rocco. However, because we needed to convert their fourth-order spiritual veins into third-order spiritual fields, we have not been able to reach an agreement. Now that the Rainbow Kingdom has been taken over by your sect, the fourth-order spiritual vein of Mount Liugia is said to have been vacant for a long time. I wonder if we could cooperate to develop it into a spiritual field and grow this great sun purple rice. This is a top-grade third-tier spirit rice. When it grows, it can absorb the great purple energy of the sun. If cultivators consume it for a long time, it will help strengthen their bodies and improve their blood and qi. It is the supreme treasure rice for body-tempering cultivators. If sect leader Chen is willing, after the harvest of the spirit rice, our Xingqian Dao sect is willing to give half a caddy of Panlong spirit rice as a reward for every caddy of Great Sun purple rice harvested. After Lu Zuolong finished speaking, Chen Mobai put down the bag of spirit rice with a strange expression. Dairy purple rice. Isn't this just Lingmi's version of pure yang purple qi? No wonder it felt so familiar. Looking at Lu Zuolong's sincere face, Chen Mobai thought to himself that this kid was really dishonest. He didn't believe that Lu Zuolong was unaware that the Great Sun purple rice could help break through bottlenecks, but simply didn't mention it. He definitely didn't want the cultivators of their divine wood sect to improve their cultivation because of the Great Sun purple rice. In the eastern wilderness, only core formation cultivators can afford third-tier spirit rice. They wanted to do business, but didn't want the high-level cultivators of the Shenmu sect to benefit from it. It's true what they say, all merchants are cunning. End of this chapter. Chapter 680, One Grand Ambitions in My Heart. Chapter 680, One Grand Ambitions in My Heart. These conditions are a bit too generous. After listening, Chen Mobai feigned amazement and said, Panlong spirit rice is known as the #1 spirit rice in the eastern wilderness. Huishan Valley makes a fortune every year because of it. Sect leader Chen, the main reason we offered these conditions is that our Chamber of Commerce sincerely wants to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with your Shenmu sect. Moreover, after your sect reaches an agreement with our Chamber of Commerce, we will also help mediate matters with Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Lu Zuolong said with a smile, because he knew that Xuanxiao Dao Palace was already struggling to cope with the pressure from Kongseng Valley, so he dared to say such a thing. Moreover, this Great Sun purple rice has great uses, but the eastern peak where the Star Heaven Dao sect is located is full of towering mountains and steep ridges, and spiritual fields that can meet the requirements of sunshine are very rare. That is why the Chamber of Commerce is searching all over the world for suitable places to grow it. If all the fourth-order spiritual veins of Liujia Mountain were dispersed, although it would not be as large as the 10,000 mu where Panlong spirit rice is located, it would still be about 3,000 mu in scale. How long does it take for this Great Sun purple rice to mature? What is the yield per acre? When your esteemed merchant arranges the seeds, will you also send someone to guide the planting process? After maturity, will all the spirit rice be converted to the price of Panlong spirit rice? Or will it be the same as the cooperation with Huishan Valley, where your esteemed merchant will take a portion first? Chen Mobai asked a lot of questions in one breath. If the Great Sun purple rice really had the same effect as he guessed, similar to the pure yang purple qi, then it would undoubtedly be a treasure for the cultivators of the Divine Wood sect, and even for him. Therefore, he still really wants to finalize this deal. On average, it takes 30 years to ripen. If there is enough sunshine and the sun's energy is abundant, it may ripen a few years earlier. The yield per mu is the same as that of Panlong Lingmi, around 100 jin. As for the form of cooperation, I personally prefer the same approach as Huishan Valley. Our Chamber of Commerce will provide the seeds and guide your sect in planting, but a fee will be charged. Because the ones who will be coming to give guidance are the spirit plant masters of our sect, led by my senior uncles and elders. They are all core formation cultivators and fourth-level spirit plant masters. It's not easy for them to come all this way in their busy schedules. Sect leader Chen needs to prepare 100 high-grade spirit stones. However, this will ensure that at least 80% of the spirit rice that is planted will survive and be harvested. When the spirit rice matures, our Chamber of Commerce will come to supervise the harvest. We will then split the profits 30-70, and your sect's share will be exchanged for Panlong spirit rice on the spot. Chen Mobai, the annual guidance fee of 1 million spirit stones is a bit high, but if we can achieve a 70% return, It's not unacceptable. After hearing this, Lu Zulong coughed lightly twice and corrected him somewhat embarrassedly. Sect leader Chen, our Chamber of Commerce owns 70% and your sect owns 30%. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai fell silent. Huishan Valley can accept these conditions. What's the difference between this and begging on your knees? If sect leader Chen cannot accept this form of cooperation, there is a second option. However, in that case, your sect will need to purchase spirit rice seeds from us at a price of 1 high-grade spirit stone per acre. Moreover, our Xingqian Dao sect will not guarantee whether the rice seeds will survive. Furthermore, even if the seeds are sown and mature, this great sun purple rice can only be sold to our Starry Sky Merchant Guild. If we discover that your sect has violated this agreement, then the rice seeds will not be sold to you again the following year. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai asked again, "What if I keep this great sun purple rice for my own use after it's grown?" Lu Zulong paused for a moment upon hearing this, then replied, "It's like this, sect leader Chen. Although this great sun purple rice is also a type of spiritual rice for body tempering, its effects are only a quarter of those of the Panlong spiritual rice. This is mainly because our Xingqian Dao sect has a cultivation technique that requires great sun purple qi, but direct absorption by the human body requires a fourth-level body tempering realm. That's why we developed this kind of spiritual rice. Your sect is definitely making a profit by exchanging great sun purple rice for Panlong spiritual rice with us." Chen Mobai nodded as if he believed these words. After all, Panlong spirit rice is famous throughout the 6 realms of the eastern region, and it is the best among all third-tier spirit rice for body tempering. If Zhuo Ming can consume this spiritual rice for a long time, it is estimated that he will be able to easily break through to the 5th level of the 9-ren body in just 20 years. However, if the main function of this great sun purple rice is not body tempering, but breaking through bottlenecks, then its value is completely different. How about we try collaborating on 100 acres first? Since the Star Heaven Dao sect had offered itself up, Chen Mobai didn't want to let this opportunity slip by. His plan was to first invite a spiritual plant expert from the Xingqian Dao sect to come and guide him in planting. With Zhuo Ming's skill level, he would definitely learn it after just one lesson. After that, they would buy the seeds and he could plant and cultivate them himself. In this way, even if you suffer a little loss in the early stages, you will definitely make a profit in the future. Sect leader Chen, my senior uncles and aunts charge 1,000,000 spirit stones for each visit, while the Gishan Valley provides guidance on 10,000 acres of spirit fields. If you only cultivate 100 acres, it's a bit of a loss. Lu Zulong genuinely wanted to establish a long-term partnership with the Shenmu sect, so he had a rare moment of conscience and spoke up to offer a reminder. The main issue is the 4th-order spiritual vein of Leyujia Mountain, which will be rewarded to a talented disciple of our sect in the future. If too many spiritual fields are cultivated, it will affect her future cultivation. Let's try cultivating 100 acres first. If the climate and environment there are not suitable, even if 1,000,000 spirit stones are wasted, it is within our acceptable range. Chen Mobai's words left Lu Zulong speechless. However, in the eyes of many cultivators, a 4th-order spiritual vein was indeed far more important than spiritual rice. Did Leyujia Mountain not want to cooperate with Xingqian Daozong, a super sect that dominated a region back then? It was just that neither Yan Fusheng nor Nan Shidao were willing to part with their own 4th-order spiritual veins. After all, a 4th-order spiritual vein is fundamental to their cultivation. The spirit stones they earned from farming were not as important as their own cultivation level. Now that Chen Mobai is willing to cooperate, Lu Zulong feels that this trip has been worthwhile. Once the spirit rice matures and the Shenmu sect tastes its benefits, he is confident that in the future, the entire Leyujia Mountain will be planted with great sun purple rice. The two parties initialed an agreement. It was agreed that the Xingqian Grand Chamber of Commerce would donate spirit rice seeds to the Shenmu sect and send a specialist to guide the planting, ensuring a yield of 80 jin per mu. After the great sun purple rice matured, the the Chen Mobai sect could only sell it to the Xingshan Grand Chamber of Commerce or use it for their own purposes. There are also some supplementary clauses that specify the responsibilities of both parties under various circumstances. After the contract was finalized, Lu Zuolong happily took his leave. Next, as long as the Chen Mobai sect cultivates 100 acres of top-grade third-level spirit fields in the Liujia mountain area, they should notify him, and the Xingshan Grand Chamber of Commerce will send a dedicated geomancer and spirit plant grower to inspect them. Once the spiritual field meets the requirements, the core formation cultivators from the Star Heaven Dao sect will bring the seeds over. After watching him leave, Chen Mobai picked up the bag of spirit rice that looked like pale purple crystal. Lu Zuolong did not take it away. Half a day later, Zhuo Ming, who had been summoned by Chen Mobai, returned. "Minger, this is the rye purple rice." Facing his precious apprentice, Chen Mobai explained the agreement with the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce in detail. After listening, Zhuo Ming's eyes lit up. "Master, if this great sun purple rice can be exchanged for Panlong spirit rice, then you and Ancestor Fu will no longer need to buy it from outside." Zhuo Ming was wholeheartedly devoted to the sect. As the most accomplished spirit plant grower in the Divine Wood sect, she knew best the enormous amount of spirit stones the sect spent each year to purchase the third-grade spirit rice needed by core formation cultivators. Moreover, the veins in Feng Kingdom where high-grade spirit stones can be mined are almost exhausted. If they can really be grown, according to the Chen Mobai sect's idea, they will definitely exchange them for Panlong spirit rice, which has a bigger reputation and better body tempering effects. Let's plan it first. When the spiritual plant expert from Xingshan Dao sect comes, you can personally receive him and learn the technique of planting this great sun purple rice first. Chen Mobai is now somewhat unsure whether the great sun purple rice actually has the same effect as pure yang purple qi in helping to break through bottlenecks, and he doesn't dare to take it to the immortal sect for testing and analysis. After all, in the immortal sects, every new type of spirit rice has undergone at least 10 years of continuous sowing and optimization, and the history of each seed improvement and generation is clearly traceable. Moreover, the essence of the sun and moon of the immortal sects is intercepted by the celestial curtain and transformed into the Earth's network to supply the 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed lands. The most crucial prerequisite for the great sun purple rice would not be met there. Therefore, the only option is to plant and observe in the eastern wilderness. Once the plant matures, if I have mastered the second level of the phoenix facing the sun technique and become immune to all poisons, I will personally test it on myself. If I haven't mastered it, I will find another suitable person. Chen Mobai had already planned out a series of strategies for the great sun purple rice, but since his disciple Zhuo Ming was not as thoughtful as Luo Yixuan, he didn't tell her about them first. "Yes, master." Zhuo Ming was full of confidence when Chen Mobai asked her to learn how to grow purple rice. After all, these are her specialties. "Then, master, why don't I hand over the Beijiang matter to junior sister Luo and go to Hongguo to cultivate spiritual fields first, and also start preparing for desertification control?" Just as Zhuo Ming was about to leave, she suddenly remembered that she was still the person in charge of the entire Beijiang River development in Yan Kingdom. If she went to Han Kingdom to farm, she would definitely not be able to take care of things here. "I will personally take care of things in Yan Kingdom. Xuaner, you should go to Han Kingdom with you. Let King Mei go with you too." Although the Nangshuan sect has been destroyed and the sect is now invincible in the eastern wilderness, I am still afraid that if a core formation cultivator loses his mind and attacks you, I will feel at ease with Xuaner by your side. When Chen Mobai was building his foundation, he had already planned to build Beiyuan City into the #1 immortal city in the eastern wilderness. Now the time is ripe. After all, once he unifies the eastern wilderness, his ambitions will surely extend to even more distant territories. If we consider the 3 territories of Eastern Wu, Eastern Wilderness, and Eastern Yi together, the Eastern Wilderness Plateau is precisely at the center. And this Beiyuan city is the center of the Eastern Wilderness Plateau. Therefore, Chen Mobai had long harbored the idea of moving the Shenmu sect to Beiyuan City, but no matter where it was, moving the capital was not an easy thing. Especially since there are Zhou Shenqing and Fu Zongju, two people in the sect who cherish the past. Although both of them value him highly, they probably don't agree on this matter. Therefore, Chen Mobai simply used the excuse of guarding the gateway to the eastern wilderness and resisting the possible large army of Xuanxiao Dao Palace to stay and personally guard Beiyuan City. Next, he will issue orders here in the name of the sect leader, so that everyone in the Shenmu sect can get used to issuing orders from Beiyuan City. After unifying the eastern wilderness, this matter will probably be a natural progression. When the time comes, once we take over the Five Elements sect, the primordial immortal city will be given to Zhou Shenqing. Giant Tree Ridge will remain in the hands of Fu Zongju, who will guard the Divine Tree Secret Realm. Mo Duguang, Nujiang, Sheng Jiaxi, and the others probably won't bother to move and will continue to stay in their fourth-order spiritual vein territories. This way, every valuable place in the eastern wilderness will have their core formation cultivators. Chen Mobai, meanwhile, was stationed in Beiyuan City, overlooking the three regions. Meng Hong, Luo Zuer, Luo Yixuan, and Zhuo Ming and Yin Qingmei, who will eventually form their core, are the five people. Chen Mobai planned to send them to explore the many mysterious places like Yunmeng Marsh, the desolate ruins, and the boundless desert. According to the patterns of the immortal sect, if these three places can also be developed, their resources will probably be no less than those of the eastern wilderness. A grand vision centered on Beiyuan City had already taken shape in Chen Mobai's mind. With Zhou Shenqing achieving nascent soul and the sect's strength and influence growing ever stronger, Chen Mobai decided to no longer lie low and instead bravely pursue the grand ambition that had long been buried in his heart. The next step is a three-step plan. Chen Mobai called over his eldest disciple, Liu Wenbai. Go back to Tiangu and deliver this letter to Yan Shaiyan. If he agrees, go back to Jumu Ridge and have Yue Zudao collect these medicinal herbs and deliver them to Yan Shaiyan. This is a letter from Chen Mobai instructing Yan Shaiyan to refine the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. Even if the Divine Wood sect and the returning Heaven Valley were to collect the medicinal materials together, it would still take a considerable amount of time to refine this kind of pill. Including alchemy, it would conservatively take 3 to 5 years. This is mainly because the Divine Wood sect has already accumulated quite a few cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, and Chen Mobai felt it was time to refine the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill. Moreover, according to Chen Mobai's estimation, Yan Shaiyan is very likely to refuse. Because the Divine Wood sect is already too powerful to control, if another core formation cultivator were to join them, even if the true persons of the three lineages of the Five Elements sect allied with the snow-blowing palace of returning Heaven Valley, they would still be no match for them. If Yan Shaiyan wants to buy time to form his nascent soul, he will definitely try to delay it. Chen Mobai had already devised all the possible countermeasures. Yes, master. Liu Wenbai accepted the letter and left, but before leaving, he kept Song Huangda behind. This cheap apprentice, aside from anything else, was quite clever and capable of managing all the affairs of Xi'an and Shanpu in Yan Kingdom. Moreover, Chen Mobai also needs someone to handle miscellaneous tasks. After his eldest apprentice, Chen Mobai then called over his youngest apprentice. Zhengheng, take a look at this map of the eastern wilderness. Does something seem off? After Jiang Zhengheng entered, Chen Mobai immediately beckoned him to his side and looked at the map of the eastern wilderness, which was displayed in the main hall and made by a geomancer in scale, showing the undulating terrain. This disciple is dull-witted and has not seen it. Jiang Zhengheng spoke the truth, and Chen Mobai smiled and pointed to the different borders of the 19 countries on the eastern wilderness. There are too many regimes for mortals, one is enough. End of this chapter. Chapter 682, Ruler of the World. Chapter 682, Ruler of the World. After listening to Chen Mobai's words, Jiang Zhengheng's perspective broadened immediately. Looking at the enormous map of the eastern wilderness, he realized that there were indeed too many and too chaotic kingdoms. If there were only one, the utopian world he dreamed of as a child would probably come true. Master, what do I need to do? The eastern wilderness is about to usher in an unprecedented golden age, but this is something that has never happened before in history, so Jiang Xingheng does not know how to start. Overwhelmed with excitement, he immediately asked for advice. Although there has never been a unified eastern wilderness since ancient times, there has been one throughout the entire eastern region. What are your thoughts? Chen Mobai actually already had a complete plan in mind, but he wasn't sure if he could implement the immortal sect system in the eastern wilderness, so he wanted to hear what his local disciple, Jiang Xingheng, thought. Jiang Xingheng faced the map of the eastern wilderness before him, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Since ancient times, the unification of the world has first required a great ruler who can end the chaos. I am willing to go into the world to find such a person and help him become the common ruler of the world. This was also Jiang Xingheng's wish since he was wise, and it was the best conclusion he had drawn based on all the history of the dynasties in the Tian realm that he knew. Since that's the case, Xingheng, go to the mortal realm and fulfill this great wish. You have the talent to govern the world, and I believe you can do it. Chen Mobai knew that reform could only go half a step further. If he had proposed from the beginning that there was no need for a human dynasty, but that cultivators should rule the entire human world, many people would probably have thought he was crazy. The sages of the Dayad sect in the eastern sacred land believed that the most suitable way for the world to be for each mortal to have its own dynasty, and for the major immortal sects and families to hide in their own spiritual veins and mountains to cultivate in seclusion. Only when natural disasters and calamities occur in the world will cultivators step in to intervene and lead mortal dynasties through their tribulations. If the dynasty has truly run its course, then let's change it and start anew. Thus, mortals return to mortals, and immortals return to immortals. The separation between immortals and mortals is the way of heaven. The Dayad school governs the world in this way, and in every generation there are sages and saints who have transformed the world. Chen Mobai decided to follow the rules of the heavenly river realm for now, since the main goal was to unify the eastern wilderness. Using the pretext of being the common ruler of the world, at least on the surface, they had a reason to bring the remaining territories of the 12 kingdoms that did not belong to the divine wood sect into their own hands. If the mortal dynasty is unable to establish a peaceful and prosperous era after unifying the eastern wilderness, then Chen Mobai can prepare to implement the immortal sect system here. Yes, master. Jiang Xingheng accepted the order and left. 3 days later, he took 3 scrolls of books and left Baiyuan City. Because Chen Mobai was the principal, the Changsheng Academy didn't need his help, so Jiang Xingheng left easily. He first visited the Zhao dynasty in Yan State. The Zhao family has dominated the plateau for generations, known for their bravery and martial prowess. Among them, Zhao Zheng, the eldest son of the king of Zhao, admired the immortal sect from a young age and lived outside Baiyuan City for 10 years. Unfortunately, Zhao Zheng lacked spiritual talent. After seeking immortality for 10 years, he was still unable to enter the immortal city and could only leave in dejection, returning to inherit the throne. Upon hearing that a celestial master had descended, Zhao Zheng immediately swept his bed to welcome him. Zhao Zheng was tall and imposing, with a resolute face and piercing eyes. Although he had sought immortality for 10 years without entering its gates, he had still managed to cultivate mortal martial arts to the pinnacle. At a young age, he had already reached the ultimate level of innate cultivation and was known as the martial arts overlord. Facing Jiang Xingheng, the tall Zhao Zheng was respectful and acted as a disciple. Immortal master, is it truly impossible to attain immortality without spiritual roots? After the two met, Zhao Zheng asked a question that left Jiang Xingheng speechless. If one possesses rare and precious treasures of heaven and earth, and consumes and refines them, even a mortal can develop spiritual roots. Jiang Xingheng told Zhao Zheng what he knew, and Zhao Zheng's eyes lit up immediately. He then asked what kind of rare and precious materials were needed. "Your Majesty, such rare and precious materials can only be obtained by those with great fortune, and even if they do, their mortal bodies cannot withstand them." Jiang Xingheng's words made Zhao Zheng frown, but he was still unwilling to give up and revealed his ultimate martial arts skills. "Even with my physique, it's not possible. Your Majesty, any rare and precious material that can develop spiritual roots takes thousands of years to form. Not to mention you, even I would need my master's help to refine it." Jiang Xingheng's words rekindled Zhao Zheng's hope. "Immortal Master, if I were to find a rare and extraordinary treasure, would you be so kind as to ask your master for help?" These words caused Jiang Xingheng to fall silent again. However, given the bravery of the king of Zhao before him, he was indeed very likely to become a powerful ruler who would unify the eastern wilderness, so he gave him a glimmer of hope. "If your Majesty can become the ruler of this eastern wilderness, then you will be qualified to meet my master." As soon as Jiang Xingheng finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. Besides King Zhao, all the ministers of the Zhao royal family were also present. Their only dream was to hold onto their small piece of land in Yan Kingdom. After all 19 kingdoms in the eastern wilderness are backed by the power of immortal sects. No matter how strong their mortal armies are, they cannot stop the flying swords. Throughout the history of the eastern wilderness, many ambitious monarchs were killed by cultivators who descended from the sky amidst tens of thousands of troops, their heads severed from their bodies. After several such events, the territories of the 19 kingdoms of the eastern wilderness were thus demarcated. Unless a messenger from the immortal sect came to inform them, the royal armies of each kingdom would not leave their own territory. "May I ask who your master is, immortal master?" The first person to Zhao Zheng's left was an elderly man with a gold belt around his waist and an extraordinary air. He was presumably the head of the court. He spoke to Jiang Xingheng and asked a question. "Since you are a royal family of the Rock Kingdom, you should all know about Baiyuan City, right?" As soon as Jiang Xingheng finished speaking, everyone present nodded. After all, every time they have a child of childbearing age, a celestial master from Baiyuan City will come to measure their spiritual roots. Over the past few decades, 3 people have been found to have spiritual roots. It was based on this that King Zhao found the location of Baiyuan City. Unfortunately, the spiritual roots were like an insurmountable barrier, keeping him outside the city. This Baiyuan City was established by my master himself, and the current lord of Baiyuan City is one of my senior brothers. As soon as Jiang Xingheng finished speaking, everyone was shocked, and the king of Zhao even stood up and bowed deeply to Jiang Xingheng. "So you are from the Divine Tree Immortal Sect, a esteemed disciple of immortal Venerable Chen. Please forgive my ignorance in not recognizing a true immortal." As a member of the royal family, and especially as the mortal ruler of the Yan Kingdom, King Zhao was well aware of his own lineage, since 3 of his ministers' children had entered the Longevity Academy to cultivate immortality. Although they did not understand the real world of cultivation, they knew that the Divine Wood sect was the undisputed #1 immortal sect in the eastern wilderness. And the master of this immortal sect is none other than immortal Venerable Chen. Master intends to end the chaos among the kingdoms of the eastern wilderness. If King Zhao can become the ruler of a unified nation, I am willing to introduce him. After saying this, Jiang Xingheng placed the 3 volumes he had brought on the table, then rode the clouds and disappeared into the hall. King Zhao immediately led his courtiers in pursuit. But by this time, Jiang Xingheng had already disappeared into the horizon. After leaving Yan Kingdom, Jiang Xingheng went to Han Kingdom. Although it was nominally a country, it was actually a group of tribes that roamed around camels due to the desert. Jiang Xingheng found a royal court that occupied the largest oasis, but unfortunately, it was ignorant of human relations, lacked education, and only wanted the elixir of immortality. After leaving Han Kingdom, Jiang Xingheng went to the royal families of Xiao Kingdom, Lei Kingdom, Yun Kingdom, Yu Kingdom, and other kingdoms under the Chen Mobai sect. Among them, King Sheng of Lei was wise and intelligent. After years of war, he took advantage of the country's geographical location at the junction of the eastern wilderness plateau and the plains to develop the originally weak country into a strong one, balance the interests of various parties in the country, and bring about great peace and prosperity to the world. Unfortunately, when facing Jiang Zhengheng, the first thing this Prince Sheng did was to ask for the art of cultivating immortality. As was customary, Jiang Zhengheng left behind his 3 volumes of books before departing as well. The last person to be observed was Han, a member of the royal family of Jianwang, from which Jiang Zhengheng himself came. The current king of Han is 87 years old. When Jiang Zhengheng was very young, his parents told him that he had already earned a reputation for virtue when he was the crown prince. After ascending the throne, he lived up to expectations and maintained the rule of his predecessor. During his 52-year reign, the country was peaceful and prosperous, and the people far and near were at peace. He built the country into the most powerful nation in the eastern wilderness. Unfortunately, this wise king is now very old and bedridden. Jiang Zhengheng held the highest hopes for the founding of the nation, so he made a special trip back to Jumu Ridge and exchanged a pill at the Lingbao Pavilion that could make mortals immune to all diseases. Unfortunately, he was never able to meet the King of Han. Because while the King of Han was bedridden, the court had already split into 3 factions, each supporting a prince, and they began to vie for power. Jiang Zhengheng sought an audience with the King of Han as a disciple of a renowned Confucian scholar who had helped establish the dynasty, but he failed to gain the approval of the 3 princes. Jiang Zhengheng could only sigh at this. He had originally wanted to pay homage to his country as an ordinary person, but instead he was met with wariness and alienation. They can only reveal their identity. Among the 3 princes' camps, there were also cultivators, but they were all from the major families of the founding country, and there were no people from the Divine Wood sect. Once Jiang Zhengheng's identity as a foundation establishment cultivator from the Divine Wood sect was exposed, all the cultivators in the entire royal city who had connections with him came to pay their respects, while those who didn't immediately concealed their auras and hid to avoid being discovered. After taking Jiang Zhengheng's elixir, the ailing King Han regained a rosy complexion. The 3 princes, seeing this scene, had different expressions, but they still had to step forward to thank Jiang Zhengheng, and then they all showed their filial piety to the King of Han. These days, Jiang Zhengheng also observed the 3 princes, wanting to know how good the successor of the King of Han would be. Unfortunately, the eldest prince was indecisive, the second prince was tyrannical, and the third prince was gloomy. None of them were what the ruler hoped for. Jiang Zhengheng, your Majesty has been working hard for the country for many years, worrying and straining your mind. Although this pill can cure your physical illness, it cannot cure your mental illness. After hearing this, King Han sighed slightly, gestured for his 3 sons who were beaming with joy to rise, and then asked Jiang Zhengheng for the secret to immortality. At your Majesty's age, even the finest treasures are useless. You should think about how to prolong the dynasty. Jiang Zhengheng's words made King Han's face darken, but having lived for so long and seen so many cultivators, he was already mentally prepared for this outcome. I wonder if there's something you need me to do by coming here to offer you these pills, immortal master. The King of Han then asked his second question. My master intends to unify the eastern wilderness and has asked me to choose a ruler for the world. I was born in Jiangguo and have heard of His Majesty's virtuous reputation since childhood, so I came here specifically to meet him. Jiang Zhengheng's words caused the King of Han and his 3 princes to be greatly shocked. They already knew Jiang Zhengheng's identity, and as mortals, they had no way to stop Chen Xianzun of the Divine Wood sect from unifying the eastern wilderness. In other words, they only have 2 paths before them: to become the ruler of all under heaven, or to surrender to the ruler of all under heaven. May I ask, immortal master, how much longer do I have left to live? After a long silence, the aged King Han asked Jiang Zhengheng his third question. At most 10 years. Upon hearing this, the 3 princes exchanged glances. The eldest prince was worried, the second prince was excited, while the third prince, being shrewd and composed, remained expressionless. 10 years. If there is no interference from cultivators, 10 years should be enough to unify the eastern wilderness. King Han said something that made Jiang Zhengheng's eyes light up. The latter carefully examined the wise king sitting on the sickbed, his body slightly hunched, his face old and his eyes calm. These are 3 volumes of governance books, containing the rules I set. During the unification war of the 7 kingdoms within the Divine Wood sect, if any cultivator is found to be interfering, you may burn the activation talisman to notify me. Whoever dares to interfere, I will kill them. In the end, whoever unifies the 7 kingdoms, I will descend the mountain to assist them. I am willing to serve as Grand Tutor and support them to become the ruler of the eastern wilderness and wipe out the remaining 12 kingdoms. After saying these 3 sentences, Jiang Zhengheng bid farewell to the king of Han, who was lying on his sickbed. Grand Tutor Jiang, please take care. Supported by his eldest son, King Han personally came to the palace gate and watched Jiang Zhengheng disappear into the horizon. The eldest prince said, "Father, how difficult it is to unify the eastern wilderness in 10 years." The third prince said, "Yes, although Jiangguo is the most powerful, there are still 18 other countries in the eastern wilderness. Even with the support of the Divine Wood Immortal sect, it is impossible to wipe them all out within 10 years. Second prince, what's so difficult about that? We can conquer 2 countries in a year." After Jiang Zhengheng left, the 3 sons of King Han began to express their opinions. King Han waited until they finished speaking before looking at the giant tree ridge where the Divine Tree sect was located. Then, with a deep look in his eyes, he said, "The key to unifying the eastern wilderness lies in whether my newly established kingdom can wipe out the other 6 kingdoms under the Chen Mobai sect. As long as we become the final victors, this Grand Tutor Jiang will naturally lead the immortals of the Chen Mobai sect to accomplish the task of wiping out the remaining 12 kingdoms." After these words were spoken, the eyes of all 3 princes lit up. End of this chapter. Chapter 683, Great Technique, Yuan Ziyam. Chapter 683, Great Technique, Yuan Ziyam. Year 6520 of the First Era. The 5 armies that established the kingdom, totaling 100,000 men and led by the second prince, invaded the Yun kingdom. The royal family of Yun kingdom organized a large army to block them, but they were defeated in 3 battles, and in less than a year, most of their territory fell to the enemy. Just as Yun kingdom was about to be completely conquered by Jiangguo, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared in front of Jiangguo's army, holding array flags and casting a sky-covering mist. Unable to escape the fog, and with their supplies running out, the second prince had no choice but to resort to his last resort. He ordered the construction of an altar. The sect that cast the illusion was called the Green Pine sect. The entire sect consisted of only 22 cultivators. The eldest elder, who had the highest cultivation level, owed a favor to the royal family, so he accepted the invitation to come out of seclusion this time. In the eyes of the Green Pine sect, it would be a piece of cake for them to mobilize their entire sect to stop the army of mortals. And indeed, this has proven to be true. With the Green Pine wind and cloud formation in place, the founding army was like headless flies, trapped in the fog. However, the Grand Elder of the Green Pine sect was quite knowledgeable. He knew that Jiangguo was the headquarters of the Divine Wood sect and might have some connection with it. Therefore, he merely trapped the second prince without killing him, hoping that the second prince would back down. Then the elder saw the second prince have an altar set up, hold a talisman in both hands, bow to the sky, and then shout loudly with all his might. The Divine Tree Immortal sect has decreed that cultivators in the eastern wilderness are not allowed to interfere with the unity of mortals. I advise the immortal master opposite me to immediately withdraw his immortal magic and retreat. Otherwise, once I ignite this talisman, it will be as if an immortal from the immortal sect has descended and personally executed you. The second prince was also a martial arts master, so his words were naturally heard by the Kingsong sect cultivators on the other side. The name of the Divine Wood sect is known to everyone in the entire eastern wilderness. Therefore, the disciples of the Green Pine sect all turned their attention to the Grand Elder, who was at the 9th level of Qi refining. At this moment, the Grand Elder was cursing the Yun Kingdom's royal family in his heart. Without any hesitation, he put away his magical artifact and said one word to his disciples: "Withdraw." And so, the second prince saw the massive fog that had trapped his men for 3 days and 3 nights slowly dissipate after he finished speaking, until the sky cleared and his vision was clear. Is this the reputation of the divine tree, immortal sect? Upon witnessing this scene, the second prince felt a surge of excitement. At the same time, he became even more motivated to unify the eastern wilderness. After the Kingsong sect withdrew, the royal family of Yun Kingdom had no power to resist anymore. In just 1 year, the entire Yun Kingdom was conquered by Jiangguo. Year 6521 of the First Era. After conquering Yun Kingdom and regrouping, the founding army, led by the brave second prince, once again marched on Yu Kingdom. This battle was even faster because the news of the Divine Wood sect's unification had spread throughout the entire cultivation world. Even if there were any wild cultivators, they were dealt with by the local cultivation families in the Rain Kingdom. In less than 6 months, the royal family of Yu Kingdom surrendered the city. At the same time, Zhao Zheng of Yan Kingdom personally led a large army and, after 2 years of hardship, conquered Zhao Kingdom. The people of the eastern wilderness plateau are known for their fierce and valiant nature. Furthermore, the strength of the Yan Kingdom is far inferior to that of the Jian Kingdom. Therefore, conquering the Zhao Kingdom, which is of similar size, required almost the entire nation's resources. If this trend continues, King Zhao, facing the massive army that has established the Zhao Kingdom, will likely have his capital razed to the ground before he even has a chance to assimilate the kingdom. However, the founding army was blocked by a solid city wall during its northward march. Lei Kingdom controls the plains and plateaus. If Jiangguo wants to move north and unify the 7 kingdoms of Shenmu, it must first conquer Lei Kingdom. King Sheng of Lei Kingdom was also a wise and virtuous ruler. Despite the country's weak strength, he fully trusted General Duan Shuyu, entrusting him with the country's 30,000 elite troops and personally tightening his belt to ensure logistics. Duan Shuyu did not disappoint Prince Sheng. With 30,000 troops stationed atop the formidable border city, utilizing the advantages of the high plateau, they prevented the 100,000-strong army that had established the nation from crossing the border. The army led by the second prince was trapped here for 3 whole years, unable to make any progress. Seeing this opportunity, Zhao Zheng, in addition to aiding Lei Kingdom, also took the chance to send troops to conquer Han Kingdom. Chen Mobai essentially entrusted Jiang Zhengheng with handling these matters. In the past 5 years, apart from when the core formation cultivators from the Star Heaven Dao sect who helped him plant seeds came to receive him, he spent most of his time cultivating and practicing techniques in the 4th order fire vein of Dangxia Mountain. As time passed, his cultivation and magical abilities improved. 2 years ago, the 8 Yang body finally underwent its first transformation. Metal 23, Wood 43, Water 33, Fire 93, Earth 52. In addition to the improvement of his fire elemental root, his earth elemental root also increased by 7 points after consuming 2 more earth vein pills. During these 3 transformations of his spiritual roots, he naturally did not forget to visit the divine tree secret realm. They obtained the metal release, wood release, and a great technique called Yuengxi Yanwo. This great technique requires the spiritual power of the earth element immortal scripture to be performed. It is a technique specifically used by the longevity sect to cultivate longevity earth. When Chen Mobai obtained this great technique, it just so happened that the core formation cultivator from the Star Heaven Dao sect, who was guiding the sowing of the great sun purple rice, came over. So he went out of seclusion to greet him, and also asked Granny Ming about the Yuengxi Yanwo matter. In ancient times, the influence of the longevity cult spread throughout the eastern regions. Each location of the longevity sect needs to plant spirit trees. After the spirit trees grow into a forest, a fourth-order longevity tree needs to be cultivated. Only in this way can the longevity array be set up to protect the sect members in the ancient environment where monsters were everywhere and natural disasters were frequent. The fourth-tier longevity wood requires sufficient longevity soil to advance to the next tier. It is also the natal spiritual plan of practitioners of the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, making it extremely important. The source of this land of immortality is the fertile plain stretching for thousands of miles where the celestial venerable's true form resides, a land of abundant resources and rich soil. However, all this longevity soil needs to nourish the celestial venerable's body. Digging a little is acceptable, but digging too much would definitely not be acceptable to the celestial venerable. Thus, the art of Yuengsi Yanwo was created. This refers to the fact that all kinds of soil in the world, after being cultivated and enriched by this great technique, can possess the characteristics of longevity soil, which can nourish the spiritual trees to advance. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was overjoyed and immediately wanted to cultivate with his precious disciple Zhuo Ming, master the Yuengsi Yanwo, and then go to the divine tree secret realm to use the great Tao tree to empower him to reach the fourth level. With a continuous supply of longevity soil and the help of the great technique of pulling up seedlings to help them grow, he could attempt to enlighten the golden sun spirit trees of the divine wood sect. With Zhuo Ming and this auspicious cultivator by his side, Chen Mobai estimates that at least 3 of the 5 peak stage third-tier golden sun spirit trees on Giant Tree Ridge will be able to advance into longevity trees. However, fourth-order spirit trees require fourth-order spirit veins to survive and grow. If there are really 3, Chen Mobai plans to plant one in Baiyuan City to suppress the newly emerging fourth-order spirit vein here. One plant was planted on Mount Liujia, where the fourth-order spiritual vein had been gradually weakening ever since Chen Mobai took away the mountain-suppressing stone. Later, they retrieved a fourth-tier Changsu immortal mushroom from Giant Wood Ridge, and with the disciples of the Divine Wood Sect's Spirit Vein Department, an array department working day and night to cast arrays to gather and suppress the spirit, they barely managed to maintain the quality of the fourth-tier spirit vein. Therefore, if the spiritual fields are indeed developed into third-tier spiritual fields for planting great sun purple rice, it might actually be a good thing for the Divine Wood Sect. By dispersing these fourth-tier spiritual veins, the disciples of the Spiritual Vein Department and the Array Department in Liujia Mountain could be freed. However, if there is a fourth-order longevity wood to suppress it, the problem will be solved once and for all. The Divine Wood Sect also has a separate courtyard on Tianping Mountain, which is also a fourth-order spiritual vein. However, the 5-pointed ancient maple there is almost dead, and most of the spiritual vein has been dispersed and opened up into a third-order medicinal field. Only the mountaintop, where the 5-cornered ancient maple stands, still barely maintains a fourth-order spiritual vein. If he could cultivate a third everlasting tree, Chen Mobai planned to use it to replace the nearly withered 5-pointed ancient maple. This was not only to preserve the rare fourth-order spiritual vein courtyard, but also because he intended to use this spiritual plant for future experiments. After all, this 5-pointed ancient maple is a rare specimen where the fire attribute is greater than the earth and wood attributes. If it can be saved in the future, and the immortal sect has announced the technique of blooming flowers in an instant, he might be able to use this spiritual plant to comprehend the realm of the nascent soul. Even if he couldn't be saved, Chen Mobai could use his fourth-order tree planting technique, which he had acquired after being empowered, to transform the 5-pointed ancient maple into a seed and replant it. Anyway, he's only at the core formation stage now, and he's still a long way from the nascent soul stage. With Zhuo Ming, this precious disciple, even if we start over with the original foundation, it would probably only take a few hundred years to cultivate him to the 4th-grade high quality. So Chen Mobai was overjoyed after obtaining the Yuengsi Yanwo technique. After talking with Granny Ming, he immediately wanted to put down the core formation cultivator from the Star Heaven Dao sect and rush back to Giant Wood Ridge. Fortunately, Granny Ming noticed his delight and immediately explained the most crucial point of this great technique. That would require a genuine piece of immortal soil. It is buried in the soil that needs to be cultivated, and then a cultivator who cultivates the primordial essence uses the true longevity soil as the source to slowly improve the surrounding soil, transforming it into longevity soil of the same nature. However, this longevity soil, cultivated using advanced techniques, cannot be used as soil or seeds. After the Celestial Venerable and the entire longevity sect disappeared, Granny Ming didn't know if the true longevity soil that had once supported the Celestial Venerable's body still existed in the current heavenly river realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately recalled what Zhu Ming had obtained from the magic treasure tree after she established her foundation. It just so happens to be a handful of immortal soil. The fact that the longevity sect placed it so solemnly within the magic treasure tree must mean that Chen Mobai was referring to it. After figuring it out, he couldn't help but feel regret. That handful of longevity soil had long been taken by Fu Zhangju to refine earth and wood crystal sand. Maybe there was still a little left, but it was definitely not enough to make a seed. Why didn't we know the true use of this longevity soil back then? But after his initial frustration, Chen Mobai immediately realized what was going on. The fact that Zhu Ming was able to obtain it means that there is genuine longevity soil within the magic treasure tree. Other foundation establishment cultivators in the sect will surely be able to obtain it after trying many times. At that time, the 10-year Grand Sect competition had just ended a few years prior, and with the Shenmue sect's ample supply of foundation establishment pills, 8 more foundation establishment cultivators were added. Unfortunately, of these 8, only 5 succeeded in establishing their foundation on their first attempt. Moreover, of the 5, only one practiced an earth attribute cultivation technique, named Xing Chuanfeng. But Chen Mobai was blessed with good fortune, thanks to the auspicious influence of the phoenix facing the sun painting. This one and only one happened to yield the longevity soil he needed. Chen Mobai did not treat him unfairly, and directly recorded 100,000 points of sect contribution for him. The handful of longevity soil that Xing Chuanfeng took out from the Divine Tree Secret Realm was directly buried by Chen Mobai at Liujia Mountain. He also considered burying him in Baiyuan City. However, Chen Mobai's main focus is definitely on cultivation. If he were to pay attention to changes in the soil all the time, it would be putting the cart before the horse. With Zhu Ming there, he could rest assured. This precious apprentice has an incredibly fast grasp of earth attribute magic. After the master and disciple cultivated together, Zhu Ming's speed in comprehending the original Zai Yanwo was only 2 days slower than Chen Mobai's. Moreover, because this primordial abundance is the same as the essence of the Earth Mother technique, after Zhu Ming mastered it, he quickly cultivated it to the 3rd level using the Mother Qi of all things. This great technique only requires a 4th-tier level when the true longevity soil is initially buried as the soil seed. Zhu Ming will have no problem with subsequent training and maintenance. If the soil around Mount Rocco can be improved to grade 4 long-lived soil in the future, it will be of great benefit to the cultivation of dairy purple rice. The only drawback is that upgrading the longevity soil requires a massive infusion of earth energy. If the development is truly liberalized and improved, the desert oasis where Mount Rocco is located may turn into a sandstorm. That is precisely why Zhu Ming is needed to master the Yuengxi Yanwo technique. Chen Mobai plans to test the soil at Liujia Mountain first, and after confirming that there are no problems, he will then prepare to improve the soil in Baiyuan City. And there's another major problem. There's no more eternal life soil. Chen Mobai also had a solution to this problem: to lift the restrictions and allow other sect cultivators who did not succeed by taking the foundation establishment pill once to enter the Divine Tree Secret Realm. He conducted several surveys on this matter, and there were both supporters and opponents. Those who agree are naturally those who, after reaching the foundation establishment stage, have never entered the Divine Tree Secret Realm. Those who oppose it are those who have already entered it. Chen Mobai also asked Zhou Shenqing and Fu Zhangju, but the two of them remained non-committal, saying that the sect leader could make the decision himself and that they had no objections. Opening the Divine Tree secret realm can increase the strength of the foundation establishment cultivators of the Divine Tree sect, but it may also prematurely consume the treasures that were originally intended for future generations. Chen Mobai was also hesitant. After all, the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, which was the anticipated major threat, was currently preoccupied with its own problems, so there was no need to rush to strengthen the sect's power for the time being. But after he discovered the great technique, Yuanxi Yanwo, he felt it was time to gradually advance this new policy. It just needs to be packaged properly, so that those who oppose it will think it's not entirely unacceptable. In response, Chen Mobai proposed that if a sect member was willing to spend 10 years in Hongguo to combat desertification free of charge during their foundation establishment stage, they could gain access to the Divine Tree secret realm. However, the spiritual objects and cultivation techniques obtained in the secret realm must be truthfully reported to the sect after leaving. If the spiritual item is useful to the sect, it will be handed over to the sect, but a certain amount of contribution points or spirit stones will be provided as compensation. After discussing it, Chen Mobai and Yue Zhudao made a list. The compensation prices for all the spiritual items that had been obtained from the magic treasure tree, such as the sap of the longevity tree, the soil of longevity tree, the azure yang fire, the fruit of the longevity tree, and the azure wood spirit heart, were listed. The phrase Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Yuan Zai Yan Wo, comes from the story of Xiao Gong's admonition to King Li to stop slander, and is interpreted as referring to different types of land. Original, wide and flat. Zai low-lying and damp, Zai second tone. Yan, low-lying and flat terrain. Well, there is a river that can be used for irrigation. The above is from an encyclopedia. End of this chapter.